Hello, my Sunday, Saturday gang, depending what part of the world you're in. So there was a little confusion on my behalf. Doesn't matter. We're here now. We're live. Hello. That's it. Skipping past it. Professional. So, hello, Mike. Let me put my phone on silent because it's pinging through to my laptop. Not that professional. Hello, Mike. Hello, Fee. Hello, everyone. Hello, Chris. Thank you for actually tuning in live. I don't know if you normally catch me live, so thank you very much. Hello, Serpentine. Appreciate you for stopping in. And normally later than normal as well. So I appreciate you all stopping in because I know it's late for you, Mr. Scandinavian Guanas. Hello, Dan. How are we all doing? I'm keen to get straight into this one, everyone. So I am going to skip past you. But if there is any questions, thank you for stopping in, Reptile Chat. If there are any questions, then please let me know. Right, we have to do the housekeeping real quick. Shout out to the Bug Factory. Good guys and girls over there. If you want the sustainable mealworm grow pods with carbon filters so you don't get any smells. And now your boy's got a new species, hint, hint. Maybe I'll start using them again. But anyway, check them out. Use Pools-Monitors-5 for first discount on your live food orders. For a 5% discount on your first live food order. And they're already the cheapest bugs online that I've found in the UK. So go and check them out. Link is in the description. Show them some love. Follow them on Instagram. All that good stuff. And then obviously, shout out to you guys, the second sponsor of the podcast. You guys helped me make this possible. I love you all very much. Let me get rid of Dan's comment. Sorry, Dan, because we're blocking people's names out. But thank you all very much for supporting me and loving me. I deeply, greatly appreciate every single last one of you. You do make it possible for me to do and pay for this sort of stuff that I pay for. So thank you. Last few comments before we introduce this week's guest. Hello, Touch. Thank you for stopping in. It's my bedtime here. How do you think I feel? We're probably going to be talking for several hours now about lizards, and we're going to be going till early morning. So the new thing is a secret. The Patreon know about the new animal, but his name is Reggie. I can tell you that much. So anyway, without further ado, this week's guest is someone I've been actually following for a while, and I've just said to him, like backstage, it's kind of crazy that we're here talking now, but it's Tyson from the creator of Doc Merten.
How you doing?
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, great. Thanks, mate.
Appreciate you waking up early and liaising with my life. Well, it's our fault for being opposite time zones, and for some reason I didn't think, but here we are nonetheless. So thank you very much for being lenient with me. I appreciate you.
I'm normally up at this time anyway, so that's all right.
Yeah, it's crazy. 5 a.m. You're up.
Yeah. I train. I go to the gym early in the morning.
Yeah.
And like I'm an electrician too, so I start work at 7 if I'm working as an electrician.
Yeah. That's crazy. I wish I had the motivation to wake up early. I'm normally awake really late. I'm more of a night owl than I am an early bird. I'm trying to find time to go back into the gym, so I either have to go late or early. But yeah, fair play for the dedication.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things as you get older and you've got more responsibilities, you've got to carve out a little bit more time for yourself. And I got sick of giving everybody else my time and on myself. So if you get up early, you give the first bit of the day to yourself, and you feel a lot better for it.
Yeah, I've heard. I'm quite into like meditation and spirituality and stuff, and I've heard early morning is the best because people aren't about, so you can just be yourself and in your head. Whereas if you still go at night, there's people like myself that are chaotic lunatics that are out in the gym at 11 o'clock at night. So yeah, I maybe next year, I'm turning 30 next year, so maybe I'll be like, right, I'm old now. I need to sort my life out. But for now, yeah, probably get McDonald's tomorrow. But next year, I might have to cut it out.
Yeah. I mean, I turned 35 this year, and if you don't get it started, like the later you leave it, the harder it gets. You know, if you start early, just picking it back up, you're not starting something new in your ripe old age. You know.
Well, you will start the compliments off early. You don't look 35. You look about my age, and I'm pretty much 29. So there we go.
I appreciate that.
That's all the early morning gym for you. Clearly working out.
If I shave, then I look even younger.
Same, to be honest. I don't particularly look young, but I've been clean shaven once in the last. You know, when I said to you about this podcast goes everywhere. We're talking about beards, but I've been clean shaven once in the last 8 years. Didn't go out in public for like 3 days. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
I noticed in your logo you gave yourself a little bit more.
doesn't. To be fair, my beard gets to a certain length and then it becomes the scraggiest thing, and it has to go through the grow out stage.
Yeah.
But like my girlfriend Fee in chat, she's like one day, literally not exaggerating, she's like, "Oh, your beard looks really good." The next day, she's like, "It's too fucking long." I
You
can't.
need to just go to the barber, mate. Get it lined up and cleaned up.
Yeah, I'm again really bad. I get my hair cut like 4 times a year. I'm really, really trying to find like I like when I get my hair cut, I'm like, oh yeah, like you say, hair, beard. I'm like, oh, feel good, look good, feel good. I need to do it more, and then it just grows out, and then I'm like, oh fuck, I need to get it done.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, a quick introduction on yourself and the species you keep, and then we'll get into these quick fire questions if you don't mind, my friend.
Yeah, sure. Well, my name's Tyson. Doc is my lizard. I'm from New Zealand. I have lived in Australia for about 13 years now. I moved here half with the intention of keeping reptiles, but I actually, when I moved here, I was 22 and I wanted to go traveling, spend most of my traveling around the world. And then I came back after about a year-long trip 6-7 years ago. I decided that if I was actually going to stay and set roots down in Australia, that I'd start keeping reptiles again. And here we are now. I don't really do things by halves, so I was all in. I keep a pretty small collection. I suffer from the same thing that everybody else does, where I want to keep everything and get everything and constantly think the next thing, but I'm just quite good at crushing that.
Your dreams.
Yeah. I love all reptiles, but I'm really motivated by enclosures and the habitats that they live in, and there's lots of reptiles that I think are awesome, but I just think that the way you can keep them in captivity is a bit naff, so they don't really interest me. And I've always sort of pushed myself when it comes to enclosures and what's possible to achieve in a little box. So right now I keep obviously Doc, my Mertens water monitor. Believe she's female. Believe she's female. I'm pretty confident now. I keep a Varanus acanthoris, a single Aki. I have 2 olive pythons, a pair. They're about 3.5 meters or so at the moment. They're het for albino. The original dream was to breed them to produce a white snake, and then I kept them for obviously I've had them for like 5 or 6 years now or something, and then I realized like if I was to breed them and keep a white snake, I would then have 3 olives. Why that didn't really compute to me at the beginning, I don't know, but
there you go, crushing your dreams again.
Exactly. So I don't need 3 olives. I would argue 2 is too many. I have a albino Darwin carpet.
Yeah.
It's probably the only, I don't want to say only nice animal, but it's the only one that is calm.
Yeah, you can play with. Yeah.
Room. I have, what else do I have? I have a single Varanus quadrilineatus, striped-tailed male, and then I have a number of common tree snakes. Okay. I'm going to say I have a lot.
That's fine. That's fine. Obviously we'll get into the Mertens. We'll get into these quick fire questions. Otherwise, I feel like we're just going to be talking. So, just quickly that I have definitely got prepared. Okay, so snakes or lizards?
Do I have to pick? Do I have to pick between?
You don't have to pick, but yes.
Yeah. Nah, I like them both.
By 50-50, done. That's the first split, so I'll let you have it. You're the guest. I can't exactly say no.
I'll be honest. I think having favorites is stupid. Favorites.
Okay. So you're telling me Doc's not your favorite?
Well, she's my favorite for certain reasons,
and then the favorites for others.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I think every reptile has its pros and cons.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually, because you're not wrong. I mean, Mango is my favorite. I'm going to just outright say it. I'll be lying if I didn't. But I do like other species more than her for certain reasons. So that's...
Yeah, I think, honestly, when you start getting into favorites, I feel like you have too many.
Yeah, that's also a very good point. Yeah?
Yeah. yeah, like I have one large lizard.
Yeah.
So she ticks all my large lizard boxes.
We're 10 minutes in and I'm questioning my keeping already. This is gonna be good, man. This is gonna be
Yeah, I don't
good.
know. Yeah,
No,
yeah, but
that's
look,
true.
I've made mistakes just like everybody else, and
Yeah.
just try and learn from other people's mistakes and my own. Like I just try and nip things in the bud before I get too carried away. Like I would love to have a second Mertens, but then I would breed them because that's kind of a logical thing to do, and I want that experience. But then I would never sell the babies. So what's the so you just got to try and keep things in a manageable sense, and not everything has to be bred, and not everything has to be the next big thing, or
a
you don't
project. Yeah, it can just be a pet. Yeah,
just be a pet, you know what I mean?
that is something I'm now learning in my. I was talking to one of my friends today. We went to a reptile show. It was my first ever reptile show ever. And Ben asked. I thought it was good. I'll be completely 100% honest. There was way too many royal pythons there for me. Not a fan of snakes in racks, so for me it was a bit. But hats off to the guy that put it off, MJ. Like, fair play. Like, again, I'll probably touch on it in another video. But yeah, I went there and we were talking. I've kept a lot of different animals over my life, and I've kept lots. So I've had little, and I've had lot. I'm now pretty much in a stage where I'm downsizing and upgrading enclosures. So I'm having less animals in much bigger enclosures, and I genuinely believe that is the best way to be. And I'm sad it's taken me 11 years to get there, but better late than never.
Yeah, I saw that you upgraded Mango to a bigger enclosure.
Yeah,
Feels fucking right.
Oh, mate, honestly, I'll be completely 100% honest. When I put her in there, I cried. And then I made a reel about putting her in there, and I put like all like sentimental music to it. And I was sat crying like Happy did, but like because this lizard again shouldn't have favorites, but this lizard means so much to me. And to see her in this enclosure where she can, and like the other day, she was like playing in this fern, live fern, real fern, and she was like clawing at it, putting it down and like rubbing her face on it and rubbing her chin on it and like smelling it and sniffing it. And it hadn't just been sprayed. There's no food. So there was no stimulus.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this must just be play or natural, like an innate behavior, like curiosity behavior. And she did it for about 25 minutes until she realized I was there. And I just sat and watched her in awe. And don't get me wrong, in her old enclosure, she could have done that, but it just seems so much better in a bigger enclosure. And that's then sort of triggered me to be like, right, so I'm selling my Glaude. I've got a pair of Kimberleys. My pair of Kimberleys are going. I'm selling, I'm gonna give away my Savannah monitor to the right home. I haven't found it yet, but no rush, but to the right home it'll be going. I've got a little lackey who's a bit disabled. I found a lovely lady to take, and she's got one of my babies because I breed Ackies, so she's got one of my babies. I'm going to give it to her and just slowly dwindle down. But then you're saying about the breeding, I'm kind of there in my brain at the minute, and maybe we can touch on that in a bit, but I have 6 mangroves. I don't fucking need 6 mangroves. I don't need 6 mangroves. And I say it before, and I'll say it honestly, but I do want to breed them, but then I'll be completely honest, to what end? Maybe I'll do it once. I don't care about being the first person in the UK to do it. I just genuinely love mangroves. And I think just as keepers, we just go, oh yeah, but I want to breed it. It needs to be bred. I need projects. I can't just buy one. For example, I want to get a black tree monitor at some point in my life, but I'll get a pair. Well, you don't need a pair, Paul, just one. So I'm trying. I'm already on that cusp myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it sounds like you've been on a similar sort of journey with that, and feel like I'm at that foot of that cliff at the minute, and I'm like, I don't want to go down, but I know it's better for my animals if I take that journey. Yeah,
you have to I think mangroves are not super common in the UK. Is that correct?
No, yes. They're quite rare. Yeah.
So I can understand the want to breed them to make them a bit more, available. But then are there keepers available that can actually keep them correctly? I'm sure there's lots of people that'll buy them.
Yeah.
Are there people that are going to build giant enclosures for them like you are?
Yeah, there probably is 5 to 10. So I could do 1 to 2 clutches and then never again.
Exactly. And you can import over there, can't you?
No, because now we used to be able to ship to Europe really easily, but UK decided to be racist and left to make Britain great again, and now the whole Brexit shit. That's meat monetization gone. But no, so we have to apply for import-export CITES. It can be a bit of a ball ache again because all my animals are wild caught. It can. I think I need F2s. I think so. I have to captive breed my captive breds. I think.
But what I'm saying is it can be done. There is an
Eventually, yes, it can be.
In Australia, there's no doesn't exist. So
no, yeah, it can be done with time and money. It can be done. You guys are definitely more shut off than we are.
Yeah. So I mean, you can always get them back. You know, like if this fails or if this doesn't work out, or you know, you breed your 6 to 8 and then you don't breed anymore. You know, it's not like there's the way it currently stands. You can always get more mangroves in.
100%. Yeah.
Give it a go, and someone else can give it a go, or it can happen. You know what I mean?
It's not the end of the world.
And we have guys here that are like super like skink nerds or dragon nerds, and they have whole warehouses full of every dragon you can think of, but no one wants to buy them. So, and it's not that they're not great, it's just that nobody knows about them. No market for them, and it's a passion project for them where they keep the species alive, and you know, they're doing things with them. But once if that person then decides that they can't be asked anymore, then
what happens? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There is a couple of species here like that, but for the most part, that's where my head is with like the Kimberleys. Like, okay, Kimberleys again. Like, doesn't matter for me now. Like, so that's why I'm leaning into the mangroves, because we had an first importation in 9 years. So I was like, right, I need to get a few. This is going to be me. They're my favorite. Because I was saying to my friend today, Matt, I was like, even if they never breed, I don't care, because I'd rather have 6 mangroves than 6 different species, because they're just my favorite. So even if I don't breed them, I'm cool with that. But I need to be ethical in space, because I don't want to half-ass them just because I'm selfish. And I think a lot of people do that. Like, I'm not going to reveal the species. I don't lie. I impulse brought a gecko today. It's a gecko. I'm not telling anyone the species. And I had all the bits at home to house it. I didn't have the setup set up, but I had everything ready. I was like, yeah, okay, cool. And I've set up this massive enclosure for this tiny little gecko. And I'm like, this makes me feel really happy, because it's a tiny little gecko, like as big as my thumb, in like a 3 and a bit foot enclosure. And I'm like, think of the stuff I could do like that, rather than a mangrove in an let's be honest, it's not a palace like I've just put the gecko in. It's just a nice 3-bed semi-detached house. It's not, you know, and it's selfish of me. So let's be honest, I may be doing it better than most, but that doesn't make it okay. It just makes it better. And I think people need to be aware of that.
How long have you had the gecko for?
Literally today.
I'm gonna say, like, out of interest, is it struggling to find food? Is it struggling to find water?
Can't tell you, because I got it today, and I imagine it came from a rack, and now it's in this UVB, UVA, like naturalistic hides, live plants. So it's probably going to just die of stress, because it's now not in a dark box with no microclimates. But yeah, I'll let you know. I'll send you a message. I'm going to try and feed it tonight. I'm going to just try and offer it a roach tonight, and I'm happy to tell you what it is. I'll send you a message after this.
All good.
But yeah, anyway, just quickly, thank you. I think you're already gone, but thank you for the super chat, Ben. Absolutely love you. Again, digress. I love it. Right, next one. These quickfire questions are going to be the whole podcast at this rate. Okay, money or time?
Time.
Mentally strong.
Yeah.
Money's always money.
Sorry. God, there's never any more time.
You
can make a lot more money in less time.
There you go.
The better you are at it.
Mentally strong or physically strong?
I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. If you need both.
Okay, yeah, it's fair comment.
I'm not big on that. If you're mentally strong, the only thing that's going to make you better is being physically strong.
If you're physically strong, you can be really, really mentally weak.
Yeah, but you can educate yourself.
You can, yeah. Wild caught good, wild caught bad.
Well, I mean, I think wild caught good. We obviously have rules here, but you know, everyone knows that every now and then something new comes in to sort of freshen up the blood.
Yeah.
It's a necessary evil. I mean, everything that we have in the hobby is wild caught at some stage, so it has to be good, right?
I'm wild caught good. As long as it's in the right hands, I'm wild
Yeah.
caught good.
I
Yeah.
don't think like, you know, all these savannah monitors and, you know, I mean, I feel like there's enough royal pythons or ball pythons in the hobby. Like, we don't need to constantly keep stripping the wild of things. You know, as long as it's done in a sustainable way, I don't see a problem with it. But I just think it's just, the only problem is that it's very hard to regulate the way they're being held in these other countries. Like when they're in a facility in Indonesia or Papua New Guinea before they get sent over, it's very hard to regulate what's happening to them. So yeah, I mean, when it arrives to you in the UK or in the States, like you have to understand that things come from it's had a pretty shitty experience to get to you.
Yeah.
So, you know, is that worth it? And look, I know there's plenty of people in the States that are receiving those animals and taking really good care of them. There are definitely people out there that are doing that, but yeah, it's very hard. I can think of a handful of people that I've seen that have gone actually overseas to see where these animals are coming from. Yeah, I mean, if you are taking wild caught, if you are bringing in wild caught animals, you are contributing to that species being established in captivity, but you're also contributing to, you know, some pretty negative things as well, and you just got to understand that you're a part of that system.
Yeah, for me, if you just want, for example, let's say a tree monitor, if you just want a tree monitor as a pet, and you're in America, because they're quite commonly imported in America, just pay for captive bred. Just
100%.
Yeah, just pay for it's same as in the UK and Europe, but America it's more rife. Just pay for captive bred. Support the people that have put in the work to establish the bloodlines to make sure the animals are habituated, and then you have none of the headaches. If you're an established keeper and or breeder and you want new bloodlines, the argument's there because, like you say, everything comes in. But for me, I hope that one day mangrove monitors in the UK never have to come in from the wild ever again, because there isn't a massive demand, and I should hopefully be able to supply said small demand on waiting lists. Okay, right, I've got a list. I'll incubate these eggs this time. Hopefully they hatch.
Yeah.
So that's the plan with me. Again, I might not get anyone for 10 years, but for me, if I can keep my passion project alive, and if there's individual keepers keeping their own passion project alive, there should be a keeper breeding something somewhere to suit said person, so there's no need to take from the wild.
Yeah.
Where were we? Pro snake rack or no snake rack?
Okay. Racks are trash.
I'm a fan of your comment.
Racks are a tool, not a home.
Yeah.
So I think that you can keep young. You know, you think if you're a breeder and you're breeding a lot of young snakes, you only have those snakes for, you know, you might not have those young snakes for the whole year. So you need a system that can be, you know, sort of expanded and contracted. And I can see racks being suitable for young snakes, snakes. I can also see, you know, I have tubs here that I use to put snakes in if I'm cleaning, or if you know, for some reason you've got to separate something, then a tub can be used as a tool, but it should never be a home. I think, look, there's people out there that are making tub system now that have UV light and you know, I mean, they're using LED strips, which is like not obviously good lighting, but there are people trying. They're really trying to hold on to this whole rack concept and trying to make a like a bridge out of people keeping in racks into better husbandry, but they're still too small. You know, like you see those giant, you know, those big tubs that people keep retics and stuff in the States. Like if you take the retic out of that, put that in an actual bedroom in your house, and then put the ball python in the retic tub with correct lighting, then I've got no problem with that.
Yeah,
100%. But I remember I saw this. I sent this picture to someone. I saw this tub. You know how like they have those like molded tubs that have the little section for the water bowl. Like
yeah, I know the ones. Yeah.
And it's kind of like a little volcano sort of thing. So there was these tubs that came out that had basically a the tub was just as wide as the deli cup mold, no space around it. And it was like, oh, this is a hatchling tub. And I sent the picture to someone that's quite well known. I mean, how long until we see, like, this is a hatchling tub, but how long until we see an adult ball python in one of these? And it was a matter of days. The smaller they make the tub, the more adult pythons people seem to want to keep. And the thing literally is folded in half its whole life.
It's mad.
It's mad. Like the justifications people want to make that is just unreal. It's just absolutely unreal.
So what I find crazy is scientifically proven that every single reptile needs, we'll just call it full spectrum for ease of use, needs full spectrum. And in an ideal world, you could create that with a halogen, an LED and or halide and a UVB unit that will give you your different lighting colorations for your full spectrum, or buy full spectrum LEDs and then have your halogen and your UVB. Reptiles need that in order to be able to see properly, just to be able to see properly. And also as well, the lux levels of their native environments are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 times greater than a vivarium with just a UVB and a halogen, let alone a tub. And yet, I was literally saying to my friend again today, what's mad is they're in completely dark boxes. There's no circadian rhythm. And then all of a sudden, they're pulled open. And then there's just food. And they're like, they must be like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, oh, a rat. And oh, it must be Tuesday. Oh, great. Well, all right, see you next week, mate. That's, and it really is. We all cry about puppy mills. But when we get snake farms, people are like, yeah, it's fine. They're just snakes.
Well,
we love them though. We love them.
Yeah.
Do you?
We have extremely antiquated metrics over what thriving versus surviving is. So just because they're breeding, eating, and shedding is a pretty substandard metrics to base the health of an animal on.
100%. Yeah, a lot of people think breeding is the number one sign of thriving. But it's an innate behavior to most of these animals. They're born to breed. It's just what they do. It's programmed into them. It's not. It's like it's literally like a baby being born, a human baby being born, and you like just expecting it to breathe. Of course, it's going to breathe. It's alive. Like, it's just that simple. Like,
exactly.
But
I think though, like, I don't know. It's obviously racks and the amount of animals people can keep and breed, and it brings the price of the snake down when you're selling it. And if these breeders just said, look, I keep my snakes in tubs because it's cheap and because I need to keep lots of them, and I appreciate that this is a substandard way of keeping my animals, but it's necessary. I essentially admitting to being a battery chook farm or a puppy mill, and just saying, look, this is the reality of you getting your snake for $150. But but to the people that are buying them, you say, don't keep this way. I keep this way because this is what I'm trying to achieve, and just being open about that. You should keep your stuff in an enclosure. But the problem is, I have this kind of have this idea where it's like, if you're buying your animals from a pet shop, or if you're in the States, you look at on Instagram, you look at most people that have a ball python, they sort of fit into a little niche. They have a ball python, they have a gargoyle gecko, they have a leopard gecko, they have a chameleon gecko. There's like the starter pack of basic reptiles.
Yeah, what you find in this every Joe Blogs reptile store. Yeah, those common five. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And exactly, if you come home from a pet store with a ball python and you search ball python on Instagram, you're going to be flooded with wall-to-wall, floor-to-ceiling racks.
Mm.
You're also going to be flooded with those people that have those rack systems. They're also a gargoyle gecko breeder, so that's the next thing they get. And these animals definitely act as stepping stones into the rest of the reptile hobby, but I sort of have an argument that those people never truly enter the reptile hobby. They're in the pet. There's like a little piece carved out. There's like the pet hobby, pet reptiles.
Yeah. This man, yeah, it's so true.
Much, most people that own dogs don't know the scientific name for a dog.
Yeah.
They have a dog as a pet. They're not dog enthusiasts. You know what I mean? And you can be. I think that reptiles now are so crossed over into the pet trade and so common now. Like a bearded dragon is like one of the biggest household pets, and not that there's a problem with that, but I think there's definitely a little echo chamber that they sit in, and without it's only when you start keeping things like a mangrove or something a little bit more obscure that you sort of start dabbling your toes into the greater reptile hobby and start seeing what's actually possible. So any of those set of reptiles, you're sort of in this little echo chamber, and some people break through, and the people that break through I think are the ones that are making changes. But it's very easy as a young keeper just to get sucked into this idea of racks, and and then you look at some high level, well, I mean high level based on what, but you've got, I don't want to shit on anybody, but you can imagine some high level, I say high level again, but you can imagine some successful ball python breeder with the $1 million rack system. Like I don't look at that as high level, I look at that as low level. I don't care how much money. That's like bottom of the barrel, like just the trash.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what else you want me to say. So but you would look at that and be like,
that's the gold standard. That's how I need to be. Yeah. This is, I want to do this. Yeah.
How many like rooms that are just like I remember this picture, I can't remember who it was by, but it was like gray vinyl on the floor, gray steel racking, gray tubs.
Yeah.
And it was like a white ceiling, like literally floor to ceiling. And it was like, this is what dreams are made of or something. It's like, really?
It's a prison cell, man.
This is what you want to achieve. I mean, it looks like a prison. You know those photos where you get like you're looking down like the prison and you've got the levels.
Yeah.
Gray bars, gray.
Everyone's miserable. Yeah.
It's exactly the same. So it's just, I mean, look, if that's what you want to achieve, then I feel like it's a pretty low bar.
What's mad as well is like the gecko that I got today, I already knew how to care for because I've been looking into them for months. So I say it was an impulse purchase. I just didn't have the set up, but I knew the care, I knew the temperatures, I knew all that. But again, I have ADHD, so I like hyperfixate. So I've got one now. So I'm like, boom, YouTube. Every single video bar one, which was little detective work for everyone. I think it's Luke, isn't it? Beaches, Scaly Beasts. Yeah. So his video, naturalistic, sick enclosure. Every other video, and it's an Australian species, so a few Aussies have made videos on it. And again, I won't poo-poo on anyone. Keep them in racks. No UVA, no UVB, heat mat. Like heat mat doesn't heat anything. I know they're a nocturnal species, so when you get the IRA penetrating the rocks generate IRC. So that is a heat mat, but I would rather just heat a rock up with a halogen and have it naturally cool down overnight. True. So I find it, and again, I'm very grateful that I'm no longer part of the basement echo chamber, like the little pit. Because I agree with that 100%. That's a great way to put it. And I am surpassing that, and I'm on my journey to redemption, if you like. So I'm like, well, no, because I know that they need UVB. I know they need UVA. And big YouTube channels were like, no, they don't need any lighting. And I'm like, this is where we're going wrong.
Yeah.
Like, because 95% of people that watch this will go, oh, cool. They don't need light. And then never look again.
Yeah. I'll say two things to that though. Like one is that it's not about what they need. It's about like what they like. I just don't get the idea of keeping something and then just putting it in a drawer, like with paper towel. It's not about like if you need ease of keep, like you've got too many. Like if it's too hard for you to just clean a couple of enclosures, chances are you've got to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
100%.
I don't understand how you can say I love this animal and you look at photos of it in the wild. Like we have some amazing photographers here in Australia, and you know, people will be like, oh, look at that gecko, and it's got like a starry night sky in the background and
Yeah.
plants, and it looks amazing. Oh, it's so beautiful patterns. I
Or the
really want
drawer
to keep,
open. Yeah.
yeah, I really want to keep that. So excited, and they go and buy it, just shove it in the drawer. It's just
Mate.
like, I don't. There's a disconnect there that I just don't.
I don't get it.
And the other thing I'll say is that, you know, obviously there's going to be people here that are listening that are keeping in racks, and you know, I'm currently shitting all over them.
No, me too. Don't worry about it. Fuck
Yeah,
them.
and for those people, I would just say, you know, if you feel comfortable keeping in racks, then look, go for it. But if you're sitting there and you're thinking, oh man, and you turn around and you look at your racks and you go, oh, you know what, I really want to make a difference, or I really feel like I should make a change, then it's like it's not too late. Like you're not.
100%.
You know, like you're not stuck. Like don't think that. Look, other rat keepers might tell you that you're silly for wanting to change, but you know, the rest of us over here, you know, we want you in our club. You know what I mean? Like it's not too late. You know, we will help you.
100%.
It's always never too late to make the changes for your animals, even if you do it a little bit at a time. You know, like obviously if you've got 10 animals and rats, it's going to take a lot to swap over to 10 enclosures and 10 enclosures worth of lighting and 10 enclosures worth of water bowls and everything, you know. Yeah. But don't think that you're so far down the path that you can't start to make changes.
100%. Like I say on here, though, to be honest, they're joking in the chat, but there's a guy, one of my friends, Riddler Reptiles. Basically, long story short, he's a rack keeper that is now converting because he realized the error of his ways, and he's a normal bloke. He's a Sparky, normal bloke. You know, got bills to pay, got a kid, all this other shit. Can't just go and buy all these enclosures tomorrow. And he's also made the hard decision of he's had to rehome some because, like I sort of said at the start, selfishly he'd go, right, I can keep all of them. And I know he won't mind me talking about this because he talks about this openly, but he's like, I can keep all of them in, let's just say, for example, I don't know sizes, but let's just say, for example, a 3x2 vivarium, much better than what they were in a rack, but he wants them in bigger enclosures. So he's selling some, so he's not being selfish, so he can give them the optimal. And I think, like I joke, I'm a very sarcastic person, it's British tendencies, but I say to people all the time, it is never too late to benefit your captive. Don't think to yourself in 6 months' time when you've saved that little nest egg for the new enclosure for your royal, oh, this gecko at the expo looks really cool. Let's, you know, stay true to the path. Make sure everything you have now is set. Then if you want to upgrade, like if you want to get other species, you can. And for me, I'm just at the point now in my reptile keeping career, if we're calling it that, where I am realizing that I don't need any more animals. There's one or two more I feel like I need, but that is just me. And I'm fully aware that's just me. I know it's no external influence. It's no like, it is just me and I don't need them. I just want them. There's a massive difference. Like I would only need an animal if, for example, I was doing a breeding project, but even then I want it. You don't need any of it. And I think people need to come to terms with that. And once you realize it's just a selfish hobby and it's a selfish want, and if you can come to terms with that and make your own excuses, and you can care for these animals in bigger enclosures, and like you say, just clean the enclosure, spend a day, clean the enclosure. Like don't look at pictures of the animals in the wild and go, perfect, newspaper, like today's Times. The
other thing too is that like I mean obviously it's exciting getting new animals, but it's also really fucking stressful. It's really fucking stressful getting something new, especially for me. Like when I only have a small collection. I actually forgot. I've got a pair of Agonius saxatilis as well. They're
okay,
just remembered. But
they're cool, man. Yeah,
they're really cool. They're really cool. You know, I get excited about new enclosures. Like the first beta dragon I ever had when I was like 17 or something. I think I built 4 enclosures for that thing in the first year and a half.
Yeah.
I just built the first one and then, had it for a while and went, oh, this could be better, that could be better, built a new one, same thing again. And just got really excited about trying to bring out new behaviors or trying to cater to behaviors that you see in the wild. And the more excited you get about the enclosure, the better it looks in your room too. Like I always try and think of having my enclosures as like a, especially the planted ones, they're almost like a painting on the wall, like a living
slice of nature.
Yeah, because a lot of especially snakes, especially pythons, they don't do a lot. They're active at night, so they're not really active while you're awake. So you want the thing to look nice, even when the animal's down for brumation or just sleeping or just or hiding or whatever. You still want the thing to look nice. Obviously, when you've got a rat, that doesn't matter because you can't see it anyway.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit if it's a clown, pied, Mojave?
Yeah, super duper Enchi, Pascal twice removed, ghost gene.
Yeah, exactly. But
yeah, we'll digress, but we'll go to the next question. Where are we? Arid species or tropical species?
Look, I like both. I think I'm leaning towards tropical these days. I get a hard on for live plants now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that they're a bit more fun.
A bit more challenging.
Yeah. But even with my my Aki's is in a bioactive live planted enclosure. And that's there's quite a bit of humidity in there. Like I mean, a lot of these I guess arid species sort of come from a tropical environment anyway, where there's a lot of humidity.
Yeah.
Big temperature swings between night and day.
Mm.
Yeah, I think majority of my stuff is probably a bit more tropical top end sort of stuff, rather than like middle of the desert sort of animals. So I think I'd go tropical.
Tropical. This is the fee question. She picks 2 animals for every guest. So she has picked for you rhino iguanas or octopuses.
I fucking love octopus.
There you go then.
I'm a big scuba diver, not so much in the recent years, but I've scuba dived in a lot of places in the world and I never get sick of seeing octopus. I've had some pretty cool experiences with octopus.
I love octopus. They're fucking fascinating. Apparently, you can tell me if I'm chatting shit now, because I don't know if it's true, but apparently there's like certain testing or certain something or a certain gene or a certain fucking DNA or whatever to prove that octopus have like from space or some shit like that. I don't know if that's a myth or if they're like there's a certain thing on the moon or some crap that's the same as fucking there is in octopus DNA.
Oh, that I don't know, but it's a shame. Like, so the thing about octopus is they only live for like a year. But they're so intelligent. Like, there's certain animals that everyone says this about lots of things that you look at it and it's looking at you. But there's this cuttlefish are the same. Like, one of my local dive spots here, we get giant cuttlefish, little smaller. I'm not sure what species they are, but smaller cuttlefish and octopus all in the same place, and they're calculating. Like they're really looking at you. Like
they're smart.
Just as interested in you as you are in them. Yeah, octopuses are awesome. I'm sure. Right. Like, look, I've had very limited experience with iguanas. I'm sure they're cool too. Octopus maybe thrown at me as a bit of a curveball, but yeah, octopuses are sweet.
She, I'll be completely honest with Fee. Very much is. She'll literally be like, just as off the top of my head, she'll be like, emus or, and then she won't be like cassowary, ostrich. So it's similar. So she'll be like emus or dogs. Like she'll just have 2 random animals. But that's why I love her because she's crazy. She's crazy like me.
I'd love to have octopus as a pet, but it's just too hard.
One of those. Imagine
you cannot possibly give an octopus the life that it deserves in a tank. It's just not possible. It's just not possible.
Once it's like completed the Rubik's cubes like 50,000 times, like played checkmate twice, Octopus was my choice as well.
Yeah.
Octopus was my choice. Oh, whatever. Apparently, I said octopus. I forgot. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Big reptiles or small reptiles?
Big, big ones if you can keep them. Like Doc's probably
He's
three.
massive. Well, she's massive. She's on the
Three.
pictures.
She's like 3 and probably about a meter.
Oh, okay, not as big. She looks huge. In when I was going through your page in the
Yeah.
pictures, she looked massive.
Yeah, she's about a meter, I'd say, maybe just shy.
Yeah, not as
Probably
big as I thought.
I could keep. Like, I don't think I could keep another big lizard here unless I started keeping inside. But like where I am, like I've my reptile room's like 6 by 5 meters or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's fairly decent. But like my doors are only 700 wide, so I'm very limited to my enclosure size. And I mean, other than dog, all my other animals are pretty small. I mean, olive pythons. My olive pythons are in 2400 by 600 by 900 enclosures. Yeah, I mean, I just if you can keep them, then big ones. If you can't, then small ones. But I think that's
what
the beauty.
about in the wild? If you would rather find giant species or dwarf species in the wild, if you were gonna go on a trip to Indonesia and you could only find either big or small, which one are you picking? Obviously, there's a lot more small herpivore in Indonesia. Obviously,
I guess big. But do you? I mean, you're in the UK, but have you ever done much herping?
Yeah, I found all native. We have 6 native species. I found all bar one. So
Okay.
yeah.
So over here, obviously, we've got a lot, and I've only started herping properly in the last year or so, which is embarrassing. When I said I've been traveling, like I've literally been to every top herping spot in the world and never went herping. Kill myself for it, but it's just. At the time, I didn't realize that, I wasn't really on social media. I didn't realize that you could just message people on Instagram and then they would take you. I didn't even know that was a thing. So what I've learned though is that, like, definitely in my stage, I really want to see big things. I want to see all the flagstone species, big flagstone species for an area. But a good friend of mine, Luke Yongins, you should check him out on Instagram as LAJ Wildlife. We talk a lot about herping. He's taken me out herping a lot. He's like super interested in Kalia, like little brown skinks. They all look the same. And the thing is that when you can't find anything else, there's always going to be little things. So you've got to be excited about the little things, because that's what you're going to see. You want to see the big things, but there's little things everywhere. And if you're only focusing on the big stuff, you miss out on the small stuff. And if you actually sit and watch like Kalia skinks interact with each other, there's all sorts.
There's all quirky behaviours,
in their little communities. You know what I mean? So I think we
don't have any big species, so we're fine. We're just small over here. Our biggest species is the grass snake, which is roughly 120, 150 centimeters, so 4 to 5 foot. But corn snakes, tiny, skinny, colubrid size. Our lizards are sort of a couple of inches. They're not very big. But yeah, okay. Where were we? Big monitors or dwarf monitors?
I think same thing applies. Same thing. Okay. You can keep the big ones, keep the big ones. There's a lot of people that are keeping big ones that shouldn't really have them. There's a lot of people keeping big ones that are doing a great job. If you can keep them, keep them. But if you can't, then know your limits.
That's a fair point. Would you rather be Instagram famous or YouTube famous?
I'd rather be YouTube famous. You make money.
Better bread. Well, we'll get into social. We'll get into social in a minute. We spoke off air that we're going to get into social. We'll get into social. I haven't got the prop with me today, but talking about the shoes, pro Crocs or no Crocs?
Trash. Disgusting.
Oh, fuck. We're 50 minutes in. I feel like we can't end it now. For fuck's sake. We haven't made it through the quickfire questions. And you fucking hate Crocs.
I'm from New Zealand, man. We wear jandals. We wear jandals everywhere. I wear jandals in the middle of winter. I was walking around the UK in October in jandals.
What's a jandal?
It's a flip-flop.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Jandal. I've never heard jandals.
You will never catch me. I think I have slides, but I don't.
Are they thongs in Australia?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Jand. That's a fun word. Jandals.
Yeah, Japanese sandal.
Oh, okay. I mean, in the UK, no matter the weather, I'm wearing shorts and Crocs, so sort of similar, but they're not jandals; they're Crocs.
I think that Crocs are like some sort of government psyop. There's just no way that a normal person can think that they look any good. I don't care.
That I've got like a luminous green cameras, mate. That's sick.
I don't care how comfortable they are, man.
Moving swiftly on. Um, do you prefer feisty or tame animals?
Feisty. I think it's funny that people like I always say this about frillies and blue tongues. Like the coolest thing about a blue tongue when you find one is that it flares up and flicks its blue tongue at you.
Kill you, yeah.
Then you keep it in captivity, and it never does that. So it's what like frill dragons, you know, like when they frill, that's what gets people excited about them. And then you keep one, and then they're like they just sit on it, never frill. So I prefer feisty. I think I would rather have something that tries to eat me than wants to sit on my shoulder.
No, I agree. Fee is saying that you're questioning why you're on this podcast. We're in too deep now. It's 50 minutes. We're gone. All right, it's happening. If we did the quickfire questions quick, you'd have found out about 10 minutes and you could have left. But I feel like it's been too long now.
Mate, your terrible taste in footwear has nothing to do with your taste in reptile.
I appreciate you for that. I'll forgive everything that you said. Scribs. Right, where we at? We've only got a couple more. We can get through this, right? We can do this. Wild types. We got all night. It's fine. Don't worry. Yeah. Wild types or morphs?
Wild types.
And then the final
I like
one.
Morphs. I like a lot of the morphs that only just like make them a bit more brighter, or like stripes, like adjust the pattern slightly. Like I like a lot of those.
I know you mean. Yeah. It's like a subtle nuance to it.
Yeah, you're improving what's already there, but all these other ones, like I just because of what it does to the hobby, and because of what it, like what's left in the wake of the pursuit of these morphs that's not really, spoken about. Like, so many of these top breeders that are producing all the top morphs are culling so many of their animals. Yeah. It's not spoken about, like you got to understand that for you to get your pinstripe, whatever,
super duper twice removed, Superman, Batman.
Yeah, a lot of snakes were probably culled just because they weren't pretty for you to get there. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Like if you've got a cobra and you want to feed it ball pythons that aren't pretty, like I'm not really against that. You can choose your own morals, but it's kind of the reality of like my tree snakes eat skinks. It is what it is.
Yeah, you can't avoid it.
It's what it is. You know what I mean? So and like I said, I don't have an issue with that, but just be honest about it. Like understand that that's part of the process. There's obviously a lot of people that aren't doing that too, but it is.
I think as well with morphs, like you say, it feeds into that basement pit rack keeping style, because you have to have lots of animals to try and get the genetics, and you have to do this and you have to do that, and then you have to try and chase it, and then all of a sudden the animal is no longer the animal. It's just the designer brand. It's just fucking a badge. Yeah, it's just Nike or Louis Vuitton or Gucci or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's still a fucking t-shirt. It's still a snake. It's no different, but everyone's chasing the top dollar. And that's why I'm not a fan.
Cool for months.
Yeah, and then it's out of fashion.
It's out of fashion, so that's what should drive you.
Yeah, everyone should buy Paul's Monitors merch because it's ending this month. Shameless plug. Final question. It generally is ending, everybody, because I keep fucking paying for a website that no one uses. Not that I care. You don't have to buy it, but I'm just saying I'm going to stop paying for the website because, like I say, anyway. Worst experience with crickets.
Worst experience? I don't know.
This is the only one you're allowed to on. And you know.
Oh, I lost you a bit. Yeah, I lost you a bit. I don't. I mean, they stink. I've tried breeding them. I've spent a fortune on them and tried breeding them, and then I don't have that sort of patience. Like I can't be checking on something every day and like that. You know what I mean?
I hate breeding bugs.
I keep wood. I keep woodies. That's about
No,
it.
I breed roaches. That's it, because it's just a nightmare otherwise.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hassle, and like you say, I don't have crickets at all here really, because they're just too fucking loud and they stink. So I don't bother. Right, quickfire questions are done. 55 minutes later, new record. Quickest time. So let's just get straight into it. I don't really know where to get into it now, because we sort of touched on different bits. So let's start with Doc.
Yeah.
How old have you had Doc?
She must be around 5 or 6, something around there.
Did you get it from a little hatchet, or?
I got her at 6 months old.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much, like, do you think you went into it at the time ready, or were you like, yeah, I'm experienced enough and I can figure out the different settles, or has it been like a real fucking uphill battle to get?
No, I was ready. So I waited until there's actually, it's what's funny is that before I left New Zealand, in New Zealand I used to build enclosures when I was around like 19, 20, 21. I had a business building melamine enclosures and selling reptile products. And before I left, I actually was interviewed by a newspaper right before I went to Australia, and I was keeping bearded dragons, and they were like, "Oh, what are you going to keep when you're over there?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to keep some sort of monitor or a crocodile or some sort of."
Yeah.
Like I said in the article, and and I always knew that I wanted to keep a Mertens, but obviously I was traveling, and when I came back, I was like, right, I said I have the finances, I have the skills now. I built enough enclosures. The aquarium side of things was a bit of a learning experience, but I'd kept turtles when I was younger. So I sort of had an idea of what was going on. Definitely the finer points of it, I wasn't really privy to, but even now I've got some problems going on with the tank, just in terms of a bit of algae and things like that. So I make no claims to be any sort of aquarium expert, but I was definitely at a point where I felt like I had the finances and my skills were at a level where I could pursue it. And I really think that if you're coming back to like the large reptiles, is that there's no reason why you can't keep large reptiles, but if you're not very handy or you don't have the cash, then they're not for you.
100%. I found that out the hard way with the mango build. Yeah.
Cash will fix all your problems if you're willing to pay for somebody else to do it, and cash will get you out of a lot of problems. But if you don't have a bit of nous about you in terms of building enclosures and solving problems and all the things that you can do yourself to save you a bit of money, then they're not for you. That's why I find it mad when you see in the States like uni students getting Asian water monitors and stuff like that.
Or like a Nile or something. Yeah.
It's like you're absolutely insane.
Yeah, they don't
realize.
realize.
Cost me an absolute fortune. Like, don't get it. She is a. I mean, how's the best way to put it? Like, she is a hole that I throw money into. I love her, and I'll always have her, and she will always get.
But I hate her for that, bitch.
Probably one day a week that I go to work is for her.
Yeah. It's the feeding as well, though. Like, I imagine, I don't know how much like the seafood and like the yabbies and stuff are there, but like feeding a big reptile fucking costs a lot to do it properly, and not just feed them rats. Costs a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, I buy yabbies. I actually don't have any at the moment, but I buy yabbies like 300 at a time, and I keep them alive in a tub out the back. And lately I've been doing a bit of wheeling and dealing to get them free, but usually they cost me like $1.80 or something each.
Yeah, man. For people that don't know, yabbies are like lobster, shrimp, that sort of kind of thing.
A native freshwater crayfish.
Yeah. So similar to what I feed Mango, for those people that know me and are wondering. But yeah, there you go. What's a yabby? There you go. Just answered. So yeah.
And like yabbies are great though. Like I'm not big on live feeding. Like I will not feed live rodents or chicks or birds. I just don't see the point in it. But a yabby is. I mean, obviously I feed the yabbies live, claws and all. And yabby is a prey item in the wild. Like they are skittish. They think everything is trying to kill them. They kill each other. They're highly cannibalistic. Like there's no love lost between yabbies. So they're always, just naturally on edge. So when you put them in the tank, like they're like, they're ready. Do you know what I mean? So there's actually a bit of chase. There's actually like, they are running, like they are, sounds horrible to say it that way, but they are running, they are trying to escape, they are defending
I know
themselves.
what you mean, yeah.
And so there is actually like it's almost like a fair game. And some of them get away. I actually have hiding spots in there that they can survive. I can see one moving around right now. Like they some of them survive for a few weeks before she eventually gets them. But the obviously difference there is that like, if you put a live rat or something in there, it's got no idea what's going on.
No, and it's not going to get away either.
It's not going to get away. So,
yeah,
you can see there. And
I tried. There is one that I think I don't know where it is. I remember seeing it. There's one where she is like proper going for it under the water, but for it, Tyson's links are in the description. Everyone's going to check his stuff out. Like the videos of Doc going crazy for yabbies is sick.
Yeah, so she from the first one I ever fed her, she knew what was going on. Like they hunt them in the same way every time. She the way she eats small ones and the way she eats big ones is totally different. Like the large ones, she knows that she can't get the it's the carapace, like the big front section down, so she swallows them tail first and then almost like pops the top of the shell off. She like scoops her jaw in underneath the shell and pops it off completely.
Yeah.
So she knows what she's doing. Like she's designed to eat these. And often people criticize me because of the claws, and you can see a claws got her right there. And I don't know, man. Like I've seen her take claws to the eyes, and she is not phased. Like
she's taken them in the wild though. She's, like you say, she's evolved to deal with these things, and the mental enrichment. I think what people forget is if you're questioning it, you clearly don't understand the mental enrichment that this animal is having from this chase and battle. Is you can't even comprehend what that's doing, like to positively benefit that animal.
Exactly. And look, I mean, obviously the end result is the yabby has to die, and that's not nice for the yabby, but my monitor survives, and I don't know, like in a way, because I think that there's chase. I mean, you look at that yabby like just duck behind the log there, and now Doc doesn't know where it is.
But you look at her brain, look at the tongue underwater as well. Like it's sensational to watch.
Yeah, exactly. And what I find interesting with Mertens too is that they don't actually have a nicetating membrane.
So they're not.
Nah,
that's
they
mad.
Don't. And I often think that she can't really see underwater. She can. I think it's kind of like how people think a T-Rex sees. Like she definitely notices movement, but I think it's her tongue. Like she's doing everything with her tongue.
That's mad. I didn't realize that they didn't have the nectating membrane. For people that don't know, so basically, like if you imagine a crocodile's eye, they've got that like film before the
nectating
eyelid.
or nicetating? Nectating.
I say nectating, but that could be a UK Australian thing. I also don't speak English very well. So I just say nectating. I'm gonna say it on my chest and say it confident, but you could 100% be right on that, but I've always called it nectating. People have asked, does she eat the fish?
Okay, so I kept those fish in there. Those are rainbows. That's about, I don't know, $500-600 worth of fish. They were my little babies. I grew them up from real little, and she lived in there with them for about 4 years. About 4 years. And then not last Christmas, the Christmas before, I came home and she had smoked all but one. So for years she'd just been fine, never really paid much attention to them. And then I have one of those Basmati rainbows left in another tank. But I think what it was though is that so I used to feed her like 2 or 3 yabbies like every 2 or 3 days. But now I don't really feed her that much at all.
Yeah.
I kind of feed her maybe, I don't know, I probably give her one decent meal a week and then a bit here and there.
Yeah.
In summer I feed her a bit more. Like in winter right now, like I don't really feed her that often. I mean, she's hunting right now. I can see her. She's hunting in there right now. But she actually. So I used to keep I had the rainbows, and then I had some Chinese sucking catfish, and they would keep the algae down. And I had some big ones in there, and then I think what's happened recently is she's killed them. She's eaten them. So that's why all the algae's back in the tank.
Do you think that one fish has got survivor's guilt?
Yeah.
Is there like shell shock?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I shouldn't be alive. I shouldn't be alive.
Yeah.
Have you seen the video of it? There is a video out there, but have you seen the videos of the wild Mertens eye that uses its tail as a
corral?
Yeah. I've seen Salvatore, so Asian water monitors, do it, and I've seen Mertens eye do it. Like, mind blowing.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in my tank yet, because I don't think the water's too deep. But there are certain triggers, like she will hunt at twilight. I have like a plant 3.0, like it has a sunrise feature.
Sick.
And so twilight triggers her to go hunting. When I do water changes, it triggers her to go hunting. Like when there's the shallow water, she's like, right, things are going to be easier to find, and she'll hunt. Yeah, she's quite fascinating, and there's lots of little things that she does. Like she'll when I do water changes as well, she'll sit under the outlet for the filter, and like it's a waterfall. And you see that in the wild too. But yeah, she definitely she has, I don't know, she can see at least one step forward, because she'll root out yabbies and then strike where they're gonna be.
That's crazy.
So she can at least think in, I don't know, she's got some sort of thing going on where she can at least see one.
She can like anticipate a movement.
Yeah, or maybe
that's
it's just
pretty crazy.
Maybe it's just that she's so fast.
Or she's really bad, and it's just pot luck every time.
Maybe that's possible too, but
unlikely. How many liters is the aquarium? Someone's asked. Do you do liters or gallons in Australia?
No, liters. It's a 6 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot tank, which if it was full, I think that makes it like 660. So it's closer to 600 liters.
It's pretty big. It's bigger than I give my mangrove. My mangrove's got what's she got? 150, but she's nowhere near as aquatic as a Mertens. Do you maintain any specific water parameters?
Not specific, just clean.
Yeah.
Just try around 0.
Do you heat it, or do you not bother?
Yeah, it's heated. It's heated to like 27. I have 2 heaters in there. It's heated all year round.
Yeah.
Mertens are quite interesting when it comes to water. They seem to, how to explain it? So do you know what a sine wave looks like, where you've got the straight line and then obviously the wave?
Up and down,
So imagine like, let's pick a temperature 29 degrees, okay? They almost want to maintain that temperature. So when you see them in the wild, what they do is they'll go into the water to cool down, and they come back up on the rocks, and they almost like slide across the rocks for a little bit. Pick up the temperature, yeah, and they kind of, it's almost like they're trying to maintain that sort of temperature. So I try to, like in winter, I want my water temperature to be quite high, because she sleeps in the water. And then I mean my standard way of having my animals is I just have big enclosures, and I heat the fuck out of one end, and then the other is so big that you get a gradient, and I don't really think too much about it.
Similar to what I do, to be honest.
Yeah, so like all my monitors have a really hot, like, basking site. Most things I have pretty hot. It just means they bask a bit
less. Yeah, shorter. Yeah.
Yeah, and I look, people break this down to a science and are constantly testing things every day, and I'm not really that fussed about temperature fluctuations and things like that. I don't think that, I also don't keep anything that's so
fragile
or sensitive, but I think that's like I'm just not, I don't have the time to be that sort of detail, and I've had a lot of success keeping the way that I keep. But yeah, so I try not to have like the like I want to see her go in and bask. Like if you can bring up a photo of the enclosure, you'll see that there's like a big branch that comes over it, and she climbs all up and down the wall. And I want her in and out of the water. You know, I want her climbing in and out constantly, having to drag herself out of the water all the time. I don't want her just in the water all the time or basking all the time.
Right, give me a sec. I have found one now.
Yeah, so there's another yeah, you can see if you look to the right of that log, you can see like a little hole on the bottom right corner.
Yeah.
There's a hole that goes through to another 4-foot enclosure that's on the right hand side that's full of substrate.
Oh, okay. So she's got like effectively. So were you on about this hole here?
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
zoom in more than that. Yeah.
So there's another 4x2x2 enclosure on that side. That's like 300 mil of substrate that she digs around in. I basically built that just to test if she would actually like use the hole and go over there and actually dig around and use it. And then I intend to actually make like another big extension out that side that'll be the same height as the enclosure and same sort of depth.
Do you find she uses it much, or is it just sparingly?
She sort of, yeah, sparingly. I mean, I don't know. In summer, I think she uses it a lot more. It's not heated or anything, so I think at the moment there's no real need for her to be over there. And you can see that ramp that's like the bit of rock that's on the front. That's actually a ramp. It like folds out. And if I'm in here alone, it's a bit harder now that I have a dog. But when I'm in here alone, I just sort of let her out, and she generally, I have like a big plastic mat on the front of the enclosure to save the water, but she shits on the floor.
Yeah.
Without fail every time. So yeah, I just let her out to shit basically, and she takes herself home.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was about to ask, does she shit in the water a lot? But obviously,
yeah, I mean, she does. She actually, I mean, she for ease of words, she pisses in the water quite a lot more than she. Yeah, but it's fine. Like, you have a big filter, and it's not an issue.
So do you use like what I want to say here, like an outdoor? In the UK, I would class it as like an outdoor pond, so like a high level literage filter.
Yes. No, I run a Fluval FX6 is what I used to have, which was running it. And then nowadays I upgraded the pump. I don't actually run the Fluval, and I also I guess it's like a big pond filter, but it's just full of foam, and I have FX6 full of media, like high quality media. And basically I have the Aqua filter in line with the FX6, so it runs through both filters before it goes back into the tank. I mean, it works. It works great, but the cupboard underneath the enclosure isn't big enough to hold the two. So, yeah, I'm actually toying with building a new one, because basically this is a melamine enclosure. I'm sort of converting all my stuff to the new PVC. And also it's time, like this, it's the enclosure is a couple of years old now. It needs a bit of TLC. It's the melamine's still fine. I've never really understood, like people always, this is as someone who has a business that makes PVC enclosures now, but but melamine is perfectly fine. The reason why people have water issues with melamine is because they're lugging tubs in and out and jugs of water in and out. That's what kills your melamine. Melamine proof. So.
That's you're atting me there, because I do that in melamine. So
there's nothing wrong with it.
No, but like you say, it does fuck them. There's no point lying. It does. Yeah. I have that.
Like when you have a big tank, like the more water you have, the easier it is to take care of, because it's like if you there's a difference between pissing in a pool and pissing in the ocean. Everybody pisses in the ocean, but nobody cares. But if you find out someone's pissing in the pool,
it's disgusting.
It's disgusting. So, and also like the more water you have, the a little change isn't gonna affect it. And as long as you have big filtration that's cycling that water when they shit in there, it's not a problem. The problem is that when you have, you know, like a water monitor in a enclosure with a tub, and the thing can only spin around in a circle, it's going to fit in there and then spin around in it, and then people go, "Oh, it's filthy. You could never keep this in a fish tank." It's just not. I mean, yeah, I mean, it looks gross because you're forcing them to just spin in a circle, making poop soup.
Constant mess. Yeah, I have found this. I again, I can 100% confirm because I've found this as I've upgraded the mangroves, I've upgraded the water bowls, and again, other than mango, she has a sunken in pond, but everyone else does just have big tubs. Look, they've got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and strangely, they get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. But yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, even with your mangroves, like you're discounting yourself by not having a tank that you can see them in. You're missing half of what they do.
I know, mate. I know. I wanted to. I'll be completely honest. I wanted to build. So with the mangroves, right? Then they, at least my ones, and they've had the option to. So the biggest water feature I've had was a 4 long, 3 deep, 3 tall. So quite big, 4 foot long, 3 foot deep, 3 foot tall, and it was just a plastic tub, but it was a see-through one. And she used it that I saw maybe 6 times.
Heated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they do use it, don't get me wrong, but I find that they'll go in there, have literally a little nose around, and then come out, and then they don't go back in there for like 3 days. And I have little tiny water bowls, which are nice and easy to get to, so I can guarantee fresh water daily for like drinking in all of my enclosures, even if there's big ponds, but I have tiny little water bowls. And Mango, 95% of the time, will be in the small water bowl, curled up, than she will be in the big pond. Since I don't know what's changed, but she spends a lot more time in the pond in this enclosure than she has in any other enclosure over the 3 years I've owned her. And it's not particularly massive. She's had bigger ponds. The temperature's the same. She's had sunken ponds before. She's had surface ponds before. She's had ponds with stuff in it before. She's had, so I don't know what's different. But she uses this one more. But my long-term goal is to, regardless if I see it or not, is to do what you've done, or like say like Mike's Monitors has with his Mertens, because I do 100% believe I am missing out. But I've got more enclosures to build, so maybe on the next one.
Yeah, I think the trick though is that just be careful. Like, I mean, it's easy for me to say like my Mertens is 1 of 1. You know what I mean? 6. So that might don't extrapolate Mango's personality and then take that experience away from your other 5.
You're right. At the moment, the other 5, all 5 of them are currently, I'm keeping enclosures of dirt because all of them live underground. But no, you are right. You are right.
Because just because Mango doesn't use it doesn't mean one of the other ones
won't.
And maybe if they don't have that ability, that might be why they're underground.
They all do have ponds. Every single one of them has a pond that's heated. They just go underground. And I got some out today to show my friend. I had to do health checks, so I got them out, dug them out, had a look over them, put them back in the enclosure. The first thing they do, they don't go up, they don't go in the cork tubes, they don't go on the branches, they just dig. They're like literally moles. But testament to your point, my peach rope monitor she's just had an upgrade in the last month. So she's had a 3 times area upgrade, so quite a big upgrade, so literally 3 times bigger than what she was in. And her water bowl has, let me think of the literage, has 5x'd. Her water bowl's 5x'd. She never spent any time in her water bowl in the other enclosure. So logically, I would go, I'll just put a small water bowl in there. But I thought, I've got the space, why not just give her a massive one? And she fucking loves it. And spends. So again, testament to your point for people listening, use me as your as your guinea pig. But 100%, I agree, because I would have expected her, a 1 of 1, my peach rope, not to use the water bowl. and she's in it every day. Like, to one that I need to build the see-through water in 100% so far, personality-wise, is Toad, because she wrongly named, we should have called her Frog, because she does spend a lot of time in the water, but she loves it. And again, it's a see-through tub, but it is just a tub.
Yeah.
But watching her swim around underwater, because she's got the nectating or whatever we're calling it membrane, and you see it come over, and she's proper glazing around under there, and they tuck themselves in, obviously, as we all know, but generally like a crocodile. So cool to see. So cool to see.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just, you know, all reptiles have a different personality, you know. So some of them might, and some of them won't. But don't just.
It's all about giving them options, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's the problem when people. It's kind of like, I think that when you keep multiples, like even my olives, you know, my female has the typical olive attitude. Anything that comes in the enclosure is dead, but when you get her out, she's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
The other one is just, my male is just, I mean, just stupid. Like, he's just doesn't know his head from his asshole. He doesn't know what's going on. He sniffs the butt of every rat he has to eat. Like, he has to check the rat whether it's, you know, what's going on before he's over the shop. You know, he's great, but he's just, you know, one. It's funny when you have two animals. One is like typical textbook, and the other one is just on another planet.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, so I've got pretty much multiple. Other than my peach throat, my bearded dragon, I have multiples of every other species, and 100%. Even my little Gilleneye, like all four of them, completely different. Like completely different. Every single one. The two Glaucidii, completely different. You know, the mangroves, even though they do live underground, but they have their own little quirks. They have all their own. You can tell their little. You know, you can tell when one's going to be more likely to run, or more likely to bite, or more likely to do this. You know, the tree monitors completely different. So yeah, it is interesting because, I, like you say, I think a lot of animals, when you start getting into monitors, I think people think of it more. This is an interesting question. Why do you think this is then? Because intelligence is, in my opinion, the ability to interact in the environment that you were naturally evolved to basically be in, and how you can navigate that environment to your benefit, in my opinion, is the primitive term of intelligence for animals. So we see animals using tools, or crocodiles using sticks as like to lure in birds. We see that as smart because they're manipulating their environment. We might see a snake as dumb, even though some snakes do move stuff around and sit on common, but this just for the sake of the story. Why do you think people just see snakes as dumb and see, say, monitors as smart? I know why I think, but I'm just wondering why you think that's sort of the stereotypical case.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess you can start like, there's a lot of people in the States that are making their judgments based on what they see in a box. Like, a lot of these people that write books have never really seen them in the wild. You know, mate, look at Americans trying to educate Australians on green tree pythons to see that. American will tell you that if a green tree python's on the ground, it's about to die.
Yeah.
We know full well over here that they cruise around on land. So you got to, I guess you got to worry about where you're getting your information from, and who's made the call that they're suddenly not very intelligent. So I mean, I would argue that a snake sitting in wait on a well-known path for rodents is a sign of intelligence. Caudal luring is a sign of intelligence. You know, like even just hiding, even just like
getting away from a human walking on a footpath is intelligence.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, you just have to put it. There's levels of intelligence, but you know, it's easy to see. Like my olives have ponds and they swim. You can see them swimming. There's glass on the front, and you know, they're cruising around underwater and doing all their things. Now, if you kept an olive in a tub, you would never see that. And I'm not 100%. Saying that's a sign of intelligence, but
you're not giving the option to do it.
Yeah, if you're not giving them the option to do it, then to just exhibit this behavior, then they might, you know, it's easy to think a snake just sits there and does fucking nothing when you know, that's all it's got to do.
You know, hello, Coop. We'll get you on at some point. We got all the Australians now. But paper towels and water bottles is enough, right? Yeah. Well, normally we like to do the Sunday Times because at least they can read the local news.
Yeah, it's enough to wipe your ass with.
I think as well, I don't agree with this, but this is what I think people think. So like when I was like an indie kid at like secondary school, my Facebook bio was, if you judge a fish on its ability to climb,
Yeah,
it will spend its whole life thinking it's stupid. So
yeah,
that's
exactly.
intelligence, in my opinion, is in the eye of the beholder, just like beauty. But I think why people assume you're bang on the money, they're not allowing their animals to exhibit the behaviors. Monitors, for some reason, become this prestigious species when you have to keep them
Yeah,
perfectly. We should keep everything perfectly. But I think because a monitor will twitch its head and move its eye, people are like, oh my God, it's so smart. Like, that's because in our dumb human brains, we perceive that as smart because there's a cue. And there's other than obviously like the cordial luring with the snakes and the, like obviously there's a cue there, but with monitors or like birds or smarter animals, crocodilians, there's normally a cue to where we can go, yes, that's smart, because we base intelligence on what we deem as smart. Whereas we don't realize an animal moving a stick because then it knows it's got a better strike distance on this regular path. Regular, normal basement pit keeper, I don't realize that. So I do think, again, it needs to change. I don't really know how it's going to change, but I think a lot of people undersell animals, and that is probably the start of why they're kept wrong, because they're like, oh no, they don't need this, they don't need the UVB, they don't need the UVA, they don't need places to climb, they don't
yeah,
need big water bowls, and you start off on the wrong foot before you've even got the species.
yeah. Well, you're just trying to. I think a lot of times, like people are just trying to, like people are down the path that they're on in the way that they keep, and then they're trying to find things that justify what they're doing, so that they like don't have to change, or they don't have to eat crow. You know what I mean? Some people just aren't willing to say, hey, look, I was wrong, I was on the wrong path, now I want to change. They would rather just dig their heels in and say, no, there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing, you're the one that's wrong. So
I think that's a good transition. We can touch on this for short or a long period of time. Good transition into the social media, because obviously everyone, myself included, is an expert on social media. And everyone has massive egos, and everyone is like, my way, the highway. And again, I won't name anybody, but on YouTube, if you have 1 million subscribers and you're projecting a message, and you have 1,000 subscribers and you're projecting a message, 95% again of the audiences are going to go to the 1 million subscriber and they're going to believe the 1 million subscriber, even though they're wrong.
yeah.
So on social media, you've got a big following on your Instagram. Do you think it's a gift? Do you think it's a curse?
It's both. Look, I grew my Instagram, like, so just full disclosure, like I think I have just over 40,000 followers, whatever that means. It hasn't moved in the last year or so. In fact, it's gone down just because of my inactivity. It's obviously the algorithms and stuff have changed, and the way Instagram was when I first started really fit into my personality, and the way that it is now really does not. And I pushed, like I wanted to get a lot of followers, like I actively pushed for that, and it's got me through a lot of doors. Like it's got me through a lot of doors and access to a lot of people that I wanted access to. And I'm very, very thankful for that. But I reached a point where it was like the amount of energy it was taking for the reward was just not comparable. So in terms of getting me in the doors that I wanted to get through and meeting the people that I wanted to meet, it was a blessing, and it still is. I think that the mental drain of it is definitely a curse, because you got to think of, like, it's a bit different nowadays, because out of those 40,000, there's like such a minuscule percentage of those people are actually seeing it.
Yeah.
But back then, back then it was, there's a fair amount of those people were seeing what you were doing, and like standing up in front of a stadium, like a soccer stadium full of people,
which is mad.
It's mad. And like back in the beginning, I would make a post and I could get 100 messages.
Yeah.
at the beginning, and it's just like, what do you do? Like, I'm one person with a family and things to do, and
Yeah, animals to look after and a job to work. Yeah,
exactly. And you know, like, so yeah, it's definitely, look, it's both, and look, people have different ways to manage the curse side of things, and yeah, I guess you just gotta, like I said earlier, like, you know, YouTube, it's a slower grind, like it's a grind, but there is actually a monetary
incentive. Yeah,
incentive at the end of it. Whereas like I said, I've never made I think, I mean, look, now that I actually have a product through my Habitats at Home business to sell, like, I've certainly gained business off my Instagram account. But in terms of like Instagram alone, like, I've never made $1 out of any of those
videos or whatever. Yeah,
that I've made. So yeah, it's a fine line, because yeah, I don't want to sit here and say that I'm not appreciative of all the people that follow me. Like, I'm very thankful for all the people that follow me. I'm happy that there's that many people out there that find what I do interesting. But there's a flip side. Do you know what I mean? It's like I've met some absolutely amazing people through my Instagram overseas that I keep in contact with a lot. You know, they're awesome. But it's just like, how much time and attention do you want to give strangers? Because it's really not, and this is the bit that I've struggled with the most, is that people obviously want something from you. They want to ask a question, which is great. And you know, and I'm happy to help, but you've got to think about, you've really got to protect your bandwidth when it comes to social media, because it's not that people ask a question and you give them an answer. Like, that's great. It's that now, whenever they have a question, that line of communication is always open. And some people, they just want too much. You know, they want more, and they, hey, but then, and when you extrapolate that to being 5-10 people that all want that, it can sometimes just be a little overwhelming. So yeah, it's just also, for anybody out there that if there's someone on social media and you want to contact them, and you want to send them a message, a simple hello.
Yeah, don't just go, how do I care for a mangrove monitor?
Yeah, that's like, because that's the thing, when you get 100 messages, you've got to really protect your bandwidth. And you know, if you weren't polite, you didn't say a simple hello, your message was gone. You know, you have to start carving lines in the sand as to what I'm going to engage with, and if there was no hello, you're gone. If it's 2 paragraphs and now I'm doing homework for you, you're gone. Like, too long, then I'm just not. It's just too hard.
Yeah, I relate a lot to this.
If you ask a question, you'll get an answer.
Yeah.
But if you're asking me to give you a presentation on the pros and cons of keeping a water monitor, then it's like, I'm out. You know what I mean? Like, I've got too much stuff to do. It's not that I'm, of the question. It's just the person who's asking the question has to acknowledge the fact that I'm a real human being with things to do. You know, so it's got to be that mutual respect, and then we can engage in a conversation.
The mad bit as well is I am probably at that point now myself. So I'm about 24.4K or something like that. And to be honest, I'm growing quite rapidly. I was literally last month, and we're only just into July, I hit 20K and I'm already on like 24.4. So I'm growing quite quick. And again, I'm incredibly grateful to everybody that supports me and fucks with my shit. Thank you. But I'm gonna be real. I'm at the level now where I can no longer reply to everybody, because I get, like, it's not 100 a day, but this podcast, for example, normally, as in my podcast as a general, obviously I don't use my phone for 3 to 4 hours. I have 10 to 15 messages just in that window. That some people are the people I regularly talk to, so it's a bit different. But as a general, it's 10 to 15 messages. And then Fee, bless her, because normally it's on a Sunday and I've normally got my son or whatever, so she's not seen me. So she gets a small little window where she gets to see her boyfriend, who's normally fucking busy all the time. And now I'm like, right, I need to reply to these people. And I'm very guilty of responding to people I have no fucking clue who they are and neglecting my loved ones. And I know that I do that, because in my head I'm like, it's going to get me to where I need to be, and there's going to be this goal, and I'm slowly realizing, like literally, I had a lady, message me. Exactly. If it's something you can simply Google, this is exactly my point. So I had a lady message me, and she said, she was like, "Oh my god," because I'll be completely honest. I reply to everybody at the minute, but I am starting to not to. And I believe you have to reply to everybody to grow. But then, like, I 100% agree. There becomes a line in the sand, and I am now at the line. And she messaged me, and she went, "Hey, oh my god, I love your stuff. Are green tree monitors hard to keep?" So, question. I gave her an answer. I said, "Hey, thank you very much. They're not particularly hard to keep, but you need to know how to have humidity and temperature like parameters correct. Otherwise, they're just gonna drop dead on you." And she's like, "Oh, could you teach me how to do that?" And I just simply replied, "No, I can't." And she was like, "Well, why not?" And I was like, "It's taken me like 11 years of crafting myself as a keeper, starting with stupid corn snakes, now working into monitors. I can't teach you." Like, and I wanted to be like, "Yeah, sure, give me random figure off the top of my head, 40 quid an hour, and I'll do it." And she's gonna go, "Fuck off." And I'm like, "Well, exactly." Like, exactly. Um, so, and I get messages like, what I would love is someone to say to me, "Hey, just got a mangrove. I've read this is the temperature, this is the humidity, this is the enclosure, this is what I've got. Here's a picture of this, here's a video of that." I go, "Well, clearly this guy wants to know about mangroves. I'll give you all the time in the fucking world." I get some people that message me and they go, "How do I care for a mangrove?" or "What's this?" or "How to do that?" I'll give them I'm a voice noter because I have to be, because I can't sit and type because I haven't got the fucking time. So I'll headphones in, voice note as I'm doing stuff. And a lot of the time, people will just go, or they just won't reply. And I'm like, "Well, that was a fucking wasted 10 minutes of my life."
Exactly.
And it's like,
the other thing though is that, like, because you got to think, and this is something I struggle with too, is that at the beginning, obviously, I did engage with those people, and I've met awesome people out of it. I'm sure that the people that message me are fucking sweet, and I get along with them, great, but they just never get that opportunity now because I'm full up. You know, it's like,
yeah,
I can't imagine the amount of awesome people that I haven't met because I've had to swerve.
yeah,
It's just a reality. Like, I think I got to around 18,000 where I noticed the shift. It went from being a cool community to like a lot of people are demanding a lot of time.
yeah.
But it's one of those things, like, I don't know, I kind of feel like once you get there, it's kind of not that great. Like,
Honestly,
you think you want it, but
don't.
that's the right, is that, like, I've got purpose for my social media. Like, I'm trying to port people from my social media across to my, to my business. But it's hard. It's hard to do everything that you want to do at once. You know what I mean? I've got YouTube videos that I'm filming, but I have no time to edit. Like, I've got so much footage, but no time to edit the thing. Because I know that I know how I have skills that people want to see, and people want to know how to do the things that I do, and I want to show people, but it's just time. It's just not enough time in the day.
Well, this is the reality. Yeah. For me, like, so I work more or less from the moment I leave the house to the moment I get in is about 10 hours. Then I have minimum of 2 or 3 hours in the reptile room. I try to sleep at least 6. I try to see Fee for at least 1, bless her. And then on the weekends, I've got my son. And then everything else in between, like bath, dinner, shower, whatever I'm doing, try to work out that I seem to know something somewhere has to give. And for me, honestly, brutally, I've quit the gym because I just don't have the time to go, which is sacrificing myself. And my relationship is suffering. Fee's great, bless her. She is understanding. But then I am at the point now where I'm like, what the fuck am I doing this for? Because I've had some doors opened and I've met some incredible people. Everything you're saying, it's like euphoric because I'm almost walking in your like footprints. It's kind of crazy. Because I've had some good opportunities come across the table now that never would have happened if I didn't have numbers to my name. I've had some good opportunities that never would have happened if I just wasn't out there. Like, again, massive shout out to Dylan, Animals at Home. That fucking benefited me loads. But if I wasn't on social media, I'm sure Dylan doesn't care about the fact how many followers I have. But if I wasn't on social media, I would have never met Dylan. So I'm very grateful for that. But what I've started to do now is I've got the Patreon, and I don't expect people to pay me anything. And if you support me on Patreon, fucking thank you so much. But I don't. But if you're a Patreon, I'm going to give you my time because you're paying me to be me. Or if you're just messaging me on Instagram and I don't get back to you, I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
it's
It
yeah.
is what, just saying that though, like Dylan's awesome, man. Like if anyone's not listening to the Animals at Home podcast, then
Dylan is the GOAT.
you should be 100%. He's the Rogan of the
Reptile world, yeah. Hello AJ, thank you very much for tuning in. I'm a new subscriber. I love your content. I don't even keep monitors. You don't need to keep monitors to be here, my friend. We're all just good reptile keepers. Playing the podcast interesting. Yeah. But no, I agree. Dylan's the fucking man, and shout out to Dylan and the Animals at Home podcast. Everyone needs to check it out. Again, I haven't listened to podcasts in ages. I love listening to podcasts, and because I'm so busy, just haven't had time. And it's just burnout, isn't it? You get to the point and you think to yourself, what the fuck am I? And you don't want to quit. But I generally am thinking to myself now, I'm like, because my goal, I think, it was to educate people about monitor lizards. Then I started to get fairly popular, and I was like, okay, maybe I could give this a go. So I went onto YouTube and trying to be a YouTuber because, to be honest, I don't really like my job. So if I could make this a career,
I was just going to say that. Like I'm an electrician. I don't particularly like my job. I've managed to cut my time in half, so I only work as an electrician 2 or 3 days a week.
Oh,
I do
spot on, yeah.
Days, and I make enough that I can survive that way, you know. But yeah, I totally like you know, you're on your way. You know what I mean? You're on your way to making this.
Yeah,
it's happening. Like sometimes you got to stop and look around you, and you got to go. Actually, I'm look. You got your microphone and your headphones.
Yeah, sure I do. Yeah,
right?
yeah. Beats by Dre as well, guys. No expenses spared.
Show everybody your fucked up light in the corner.
Fuck's sake! Look at you airing me out like this.
Come on, show everybody. This is an electrician, everybody.
Before I do this, if you want to check my Patreon out so I can get a new light, the link is in the description.
Send him a few. Look at that.
Let it. Hang on. Wait. Let it. There you go. Look at this. Oh, you can't see because
that's the quality of electrical work you're getting here.
You can't see, but basically the filament is just completely snapped off. Is it a health hazard? Probably, but
my point is, man, you're doing it. You know what I mean? You're getting up here every Sunday, and that's all it takes. You just got to do it for long enough, and it'll happen. Like,
oh yeah, no, exactly.
You might sit there and think, oh, it hasn't happened yet, but you keep. As long as you're moving forward, you can't go backwards. Do you know what I mean? You just
100%.
Grind. You just do it, and they're not all going to be bangers. Some of them you're going to piss a few people off, but when you're pissing people off, you know that you're doing something right.
Yeah, 100%. And
your haters by too. Remember that.
I've always said to myself that no matter what happens in this crazy world, fuck's sake, how did this even happen? There's nothing to see, Fee, all right? Everything's fine. She doesn't come up here. This is my loft. She doesn't come up here. That like reminds me of Mango's Enclosure. Functional. Yeah, it's fine. It works. Everything just skips through. It's fine. Look what you fucking done to me. You can't even do the quickfire questions. Now you're turning everybody against me with a fucking light. But anyway, I've lost my train of thought. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, I promised that I wanted to just be true to myself. Like I didn't want to become a sellout. Like I wanted, if I was going to make it, and when I do make it, I will make it from just being 100% authentic version of myself, rather than just being like, "Hey guys, today we got a crazy mangrove." I'm not interested in that shit. If I don't make it, then I don't make it.
Yeah, but that's how it works, because your podcast is the product, and the bigger and bigger you get, you'll get sponsorship. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that, you know, a few years time you'll get a Arcadia sponsorship, or if you're gunning for that, that's what you should be gunning for, or a local pet shop, or this, or you know, you know, at the moment you're I'm sure you're trading shout outs for crickets for free. Or something, you know, because that's what you do first, is you subsidize your hobby, but eventually you're probably so big you'll say, no, I want 3 tubs of crickets and 50 quid. And if you don't, someone else will give you that. Do you know what I mean? And that's business. Sooner or later it has to turn into a business. But the trick and having your YouTube is great, because but the focus is the podcast, right? The YouTube feed.
It is,
And that's where a lot of these guys go wrong. Like I speak to a lot of these guys that have 1 million plus followers, subscribers on YouTube, and the big problem is that they don't have a product. The YouTube is the product, and it's stuck on a wheel of having to do crazier and crazier things. Because if you look at a lot of these guys that have these big subscriber followings, like how many videos are feeding my this, feeding my that, and cleaning this page,
buying a new this, getting a new that.
That's, you just fall into this wheel. Whereas, you know, if you're actually relying on your podcast, or, you know, for me for instance, like I want to make YouTube videos so that I can sell enclosures.
Exactly.
That's the bottom line. Obviously I want to show people, you know, the thing is that unless you're in Australia, you can't get an enclosure from me. But if you're overseas, you can see how I do it. I mean, I'm not going to show you what the design of what goes into the actual enclosure itself, but how to set it up. You know what I mean? So just because you're not in Australia doesn't mean that I can't, you know, provide a service to people that are overseas. And for those people, you know, I hope to, you know,
but you'll educate and entertain them, and then they'll find like substance in that and turn up, and then in turn they turn up to your YouTube, and then you get AdSense, no cost to them, so everyone's sort of happy. So you're making money through that, you're pushing people to your product. The same as me with Instagram. I'm hoping, obviously clearly doesn't fucking work, because if it did, I'd have 25,000 subscribers on YouTube. But like you say, Instagram's just numbers. Like really is. Instagram doesn't fucking matter.
Instagram's really hard nowadays. So like when I started, Instagram was like, I don't know, I try and like you say you've got ADD, right? Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Like I'm undiagnosed. I've got something going on.
Yeah, we're all fucked up, man. Don't worry.
It's a spectrum, right? Like I'm somewhere on that spectrum.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Here you go. This is exactly my point.
Yeah. I could tell by the quickfire questions, man. I could tell.
What were we talking about? The
the ADD.
Yeah, but with
I don't know. This is when two fucking ADD is fucking butt heads now. Completely. This is what you get for sharing the fucking light. This is on you.
Yeah.
No, I will get there. What were we talking about? We were talking about people enjoying your YouTube, and then people in Australia buying your product, but then people outside of Australia enjoying your YouTube. That's what the last things we were talking about.
Yeah, I got this gone. Sorry.
Okay, well, that's all right. It doesn't matter to me. Talking about, okay, yes, thank you, Fee. See, this is why you need to get a non-ADD. Yeah, but she was saying that you were saying that Instagram back in the day was easy.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Instagram.
Yeah. Thanks, Fee.
Thank you very much. It was basically like you could post and ghost. It was very much like you, and everything was chronological. So if you were posting regularly, you would be at the top of people's feeds. Now in Australia, I was posting at just before 6 a.m. because at the time I was growing. I was starting work at 6 a.m. I would post just before I started work, and then I'd post at Smoko, which is like 10 a.m. And that would basically get me, from memory, it would get me people starting work in Australia, people at lunch in the States, and I think it was people in the evening in the UK. Those times were really good, where I was getting like
all the attention, all the eyes, yeah.
Time zones at once. Because the other thing too is that like the United States has the biggest population of reptile keepers. Like even in Australia, like there's no one here. So many people in Australia post on Instagram at like 10 p.m. at night, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, no one's seeing it here. Even if there's like, you might have 5,000 reptile keepers active on Instagram in Australia, maybe, if that, compared to 100,000. Like you don't cater for 5,000. You cater for 100,000 in the United States. Do you know what I mean? And the people in Australia or in the UK or whatever will catch on at some point. So that was really working. So you make sure you post on time, and you post regularly, and then you post good content. Like we were speaking before the show. So if you're posting pictures of your obese bearded dragon and you're wondering why nobody likes your stuff, because no one gives.
It's because you've got shit and people don't want to look at shit.
Exactly. So you post good and interesting things. Back then as well, a little bit of controversy would go a long way. You know, it's sly, but you can post things like, I think Yelp did a study where it's like more like negative reviews had a higher word count than positive ones. Because if you go to you're like, oh, great, meal was awesome, great stuff. If it was shit, you're like, oh, my food was late, they took forever to seat me, it was cold where I was seating, the waiter was rude, blah, blah, blah. At a certain point, Instagram made comments like it had to be 3 words or more. Emojis didn't count, basically was to count towards your engagement. So when people were going on your stuff and commenting, awesome, thumbs up, that was worth nothing. But if someone said, why don't you rip the claws off your yabbies, that would send your engagement up. So you had to basically, it was pretty easy to game the system. And you just, or you just, you know, like something so simple, it sounds dumb, like this is such a pet peeve, but it's like referring to something as poisonous rather than venomous. People are like,
they go crazy for that shit. Yeah,
that's how you do it. Like that's anything like that. You know, if you do purposefully do something a little bit wrong just to get people fired up, that's what boosts your engagement. Like that's just the reality of, you know, you got to think of Instagram like if you're serious about it, you think about it like a game.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, like now you have to do the same. So now, like you say, I post that a lot of my demographic is American, so that's why my podcast is fairly late, and I try and do it on a weekend, on a Sunday normally, because normally majority of people are off on Sunday. I fuck up for the Australians because the time zones, but for the most part, people in the UK, 8 p.m, kids have just gone to bed, and then for Americans, it's sort of midday, so it doesn't really work, but it kind of gets Europe and America sort of on a Sunday. I'll just sit down, and then with the Instagram, I post around again 8 p.m. because it gets all the UK, all of Europe as they've gone down, and then America, it's around their lunchtime. So you do a short because now everyone's a fucking child and they want 7 seconds of dopamine hit, and that's all they fucking want. So you do a short video and you put a nice long detailed caption, because then that video just constantly plays and plays and plays as they read the caption, and then people are like, okay, read the caption. The video's played 5 times. Instagram's like, wow, one person's watched that video 5 times. It must be great. It must be a great video. It's a shit video of a fucking lizard chasing a fucking locust, but the caption is what's kept people in. I've given people a bit of substance. I've allowed people to build this bond with my animals by Mango, Kermit, Toad. They're not my mangrove monitor, my green tree. You're building personalities. Doc, you know, like you're building these personas. And then also as well, I think a big thing is I show my face rather than being a faceless lizard man. People are like, oh yeah, it's Paul. Like today at the Reptile show, I had a couple of people come over to me and they're like, Paul? I'm like, oh my fucking God. Oh, no, my name's Steve. But because I've, you know, and what I find funny is you've just listed off obviously what you did key to your success. I'm just saying a little simple snippet to key to my success, if we're calling it that. And we're both going, yeah, it's so fucking easy. But we've clearly put work in to realize why it's easy. And the difference is some people, they expect a post. I always skip the long captions because you're a fake fanfy. Because some people, they post and they expect to get likes and they expect to get followers. But you're not giving the audience fuck all. And Instagram want people on their app. Instagram want you to look at the posts because it makes them money. So they're going to, for example, if you love my shit, Instagram's going to show you my shit because they know you'll stay on Instagram whilst I'm doing my shit. But yeah.
So, I mean, the other thing too is that like you look at YouTube and stuff like that. Like I know guys that make absolutely awesome content. I know guys that are traveling around Australia making amazing content. Just having good content is not enough.
No.
It's not enough. You could be the best at it. It's not enough. If you're not, unfortunately, if you're not rubbing someone the wrong way, or you're not giving like some piece of information that like no one's ever had before, then it's just not enough. Having good content and doing something cool, just it isn't enough to make it viral or get big. And the other thing, I mean, like another thing about Instagram that nowadays that really doesn't play into my personality was back then. It was like, I try and explain it like this, and I hope it comes across. But you know, when you're walking down the street and you see someone with a very nice garden, you can stop and you can look at that garden, and you go, "Wow, look at this garden! It's really beautiful. It's got really cool plants and flowers, and I'm really interested in that garden." And you might look forward to looking at that garden every day
as you walk to work. Yeah,
as you walk to work. You know what I mean? And now I'm in my garden, and I love my garden. I'm doing all my things, and I'm really like active in my garden, and I'm just doing my thing. The problem with, and if you think of Instagram like that, is that like if Instagram's my garden and I'm doing my thing and I'm just ticking along and I just post things, and you know, people are welcome to come and see my garden. My personality is that like I don't really care what you're doing in your garden. Do you know what I mean? Like I'll visit every now and then, but I'm sort of doing my own thing. I'm chugging along. Whereas the way Instagram works now is that if you're not looking in other people's gardens, they don't actually see your garden.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
no, you are right.
That's a real problem for me. It's not that I don't. It's like I say I don't care about your garden, but I'm just like I'm so involved in what I'm doing. I spend time like actively looking at what other people are doing, and it's like if you're not, and the problem with if you're not answering your comments, if you're not replying to all these things, like I used to just create arguments in my own comments. So if I saw an argument blow up, interject a little bit and then just step back, you know. And like a big thing I did is I hijacked the Olive Garden hashtag. Do you get Olive Garden? Do you get Olive Garden in the UK?
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
We don't get it in Australia either, but it's a big thing in the US. It's like the Outback Steakhouse of Italian food.
Oh yes, I know what it is. Yeah. I know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like a big chain.
We might have that here. I know exactly what you mean now. You said that. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
You'd have something, right? So
yeah.
Olive Garden, right? Olive pythons. When I got my olive pythons, I would hashtag everything Olive Garden. And what happened without me knowing? Like I had this thought that it would happen, but it ended up happening without me knowing because it took way longer than I thought it would. Basically, what was happening is that my Olive Garden posts were of my olive pythons eating rats were trending high in the Olive Garden Olive Garden. And what's happening? Yeah. Why on earth? Like I think you really have to stop and look at yourself if you're searching Olive Garden. But if you're in Olive Garden page on Instagram, what was happening is that people were seeing videos of my olive pythons eating rats. On there being like, why is this in the Olive Garden? I want to see pasta. I don't want to see this disgusting shit. And then basically what would happen is that people that followed me would then be like, Olive Garden's trash, blah, blah, blah. Like, blah, blah, blah.
Becomes its own beast, yeah.
Big arguments. And then for a period of time, if you actually go on my Instagram and look at my highlights, for a period of time, over a couple of days, basically the top posts were all my snakes eating rats on the
war,
page. And it happened like, I don't know, 6 months after I started I hatched my little plan. I had actually forgotten about it, and then it basically came to fruition. And I sort of put a post out sending people there to watch and like it so that it would stay up. It'd stay up higher. So when you play the game, you know, you can do things, and that was, you know, I got excited about doing stupid stuff like that, but it's very hard for me these days to sort of really engage other accounts, and my own engagement you know, suffers.
Yeah, I'm the same, to be honest. I'm shit. I've even had a couple of people message me that I'm quite close to. So like, let's just say, I don't know, let's just say you did breed, Doc, and had a clutch, and you put a post. I would probably message you and be like, oh my God, that's so sick, man. Congratulations, rather than comment it. Yeah. Even though commenting it helps you in the algorithm, helps me in the algorithm, I would message you privately because that's just the sort of person I am. And so I've had a couple of people, and if they're watching this, they know who they are. Fuck you all. But I've had a couple of people message me privately, and they go, are we good? And I'm like, what do you mean, are we good? Like, what's the problem? And then they're like, well, you don't like any of my posts. I'm like, do you know how fucking busy I am? How busy I am. Like, what have you posted? I don't know. I don't go on Instagram to go on Instagram. I go on Instagram to go like, right, that's a cool audio. That's going to go with this reel that I'm making. Like, and then I'm like, oh, remember when you did this? Or remember when that happened? And then you were like, oh, you were the first person to message me. exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just, people get so engrossed in these like numbers and this. Oh, he's not liking my page. He's not. Like, fuck me. Like you say, people are so concerned about other people's gardens. That's a good enough. You can tell that you're on the spectrum with me because I always do like random analogies, and people are like, I love that you do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't like people's stuff. I try to. I not because of the fucking algorithm, because it does fuck your algorithm up, but I don't. I do it because it means a lot to people. I can give a shit if people like my videos or not. You have to get people to like your videos for your videos to grow. But for the most part, if one of my best mate didn't like my video, I wouldn't think he's a fucking dickhead. I wouldn't be like, oh my god, like you don't like me, you don't support me. I couldn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like, because I know when I message him, he's like, sweet. Well,
Yeah.
that's good enough for me.
Instagram's not real life.
No, and a lot of people get caught up in it, and if they post a video and it does shit, they're just like, oh, it's the end of the world. But like we said earlier, if you're posting a video of your fat bearded dragon and your shitty enclosure, it's not really gonna get any views unless you're doing controversy and going, this is the best bearded dragon enclosure, prove me wrong. Then watch that video skyrocket.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. But it's also like, I mean, look, shamelessly, I was making videos of my Mertens eating yabbies, but I'd feed 3 yabbies in a sitting. I'd get 3 videos. You'd think that I'm feeding her every day, but I'd try and get a separate video from each yabby given, and that would be my week's worth of videos. And people love that sort of stuff, but I got bored.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like it was like I was just doing the same thing all the time, and it's hard nowadays, like because obviously I've started my business and I've taught myself CAD and CAM off YouTube over the last year. I've also built myself my own CNC machine, and like I'm not a highly mathematical person. I really struggle with numbers, and I'm a very hands-on person. Like if I watch somebody do something once, I'll be able to do it. Like my brain to hand connection is very, very good, but numbers and things like that, I struggle with maths so hard, and learning parametric modeling and calculations to make I just so big and smaller. Like what I've discovered is that, like, in my house here, this is my reptile room, and sort of across the hallway there is my CNC machine. Wherever I go first in the morning basically sets me for the day. Like I don't know if it's a left brain, right brain thing, but in this room, I'm creative. In that room, I'm very analytical, and I can't swap.
That's quite interesting. Yeah.
I can't go from being in there, making calculations and checking everything's right and being super, super fine detail on everything and measuring everything to the millimeter and making sure everything's okay and sitting in front of the computer and checking everything, to coming in here and thinking, oh, what can I get this animal to do? Or what it's like, oh, I know that would be cool. What can I do to make my lizard do that? Or to get this particular shot that I'm trying to get, and then worrying about like the angle that it should be, and then sitting there picking a song and thinking, what's the song that's going to best suit this? I can do it. I'm very good at doing it.
Yeah, but if you're on the other, you struggle. I know what you mean.
Can't do both in the same day.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And in the last year, like, I mean, anybody that if anyone still actively follows me on Instagram knows that I haven't been very active, and it's because I've been in that room a lot more than I've been in this room, like I said, everything's taken care of in here, but is it like the showroom standard that I like to keep in here? No, it's quite honestly, it's not. So yeah.
Again, I feel like I've had the same recently, because every day water bowls, every day spot clean, every day this, and as socials started to get a bit more, I like to think I'm a very self-aware person, and I know it's not self-aware of me to say I'm self-aware, but I like to think I'm a very self-aware person. And again, through like my mental health trials and tribulations, it's sort of taught me to be. I have no choice but to be, because I have to question a lot of shit I do, because my brain never shuts the fuck up, and I have to make sure it's me or my brain, because I don't want to listen to my brain because it's a dickhead. So I need to sort of. And as of lately, I'm like you say, I'm like, I need to do this. This is going to be cool, and this is going to be good, and this is going to be that. And then I blink and I go, fuck, I haven't done waters in 3 days. Like, And I've caught myself on it. This has only happened in the last 2 weeks, and I'm like, I need to stop. I need to, like, what the fuck am I doing? Again, my girlfriend is suffering. Now my animals, I haven't had the water changed in 3 days. They're not suffering, but I pride myself on doing my waters every day.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden I'm posting these videos for what? And then I'm like, okay, let me change it up a bit. So I've started to incorporate a little bit of like mental health and mindfulness into my content, in the captions, not in the videos.
Yeah.
And I've almost reached this new demographic, and it's kind of nice because I've naturally transitioned and I'm finding it easier now, and I'm not on the treadmill anymore because it's almost fresh again because I've changed but kept it the same. But I can see a lot of people, and I can see it in their content. They go, well, this works, so I need to stick with it, and I need to keep this because they like seeing my fat bearded dragon in the shit enclosure, so we have to constantly stick with it. And I think sometimes people are too scared to jump, but I think jumping at the time where it's most scariest is like is the best time to do it, really, because worst case you fucking just go back to what you know. So
yeah, definitely. I find too that like I think it's that ADD brain. Like I'll come in to try and take a video of something, and then I need to clean, like spot clean or something for the video, and then I'm like, oh, okay, before I make this video, I'm gonna spot clean this, and like, water. And I change the water, and I go, oh, actually, that water bowl needs to be changed too. I might as well just do it at the same time. And then all of a sudden, I've vacuumed the whole floor, and I've wiped all the surfaces, and I've started installing a rock wall in an enclosure when I haven't. All I can.
And it's 1 a.m. in the morning. You go to bed.
Yeah, do that all the time, man. Like, and it's bad because I am one of those people. And it's horrible because I'm one of those people. If there's a bit of shit in someone's video, I see it.
Yeah, I'm the same, and I know I've got a bit of shit that I haven't picked out because I'm too busy looking at someone else's.
Yeah,
but
probably should clean it up before you made this video, And so when I make videos, I try and make things that are like I'm hyper aware of it stuff, and people don't care. Like normal people don't care.
Yeah,
Majority,
I know exactly what you mean.
I can't break out of that,
People that regularly watch me, like, I'm gonna let you into a little secret now because we're talking about it. Every time I do a story in my reptile room, every time I go into a water bowl, if it's not spotless, I will say I need to do my waters because I'm like, fuck. Like, and I'll just say it. And again,
acknowledging it.
I'm like, I need to do my waters. And we I don't know why I'm sharing this, but fuck it. Well, me and Fee were filming a reptile room, and Fee sometimes is my camera lady, sometimes she's not, because it's not her thing. She's like, I just want to fucking chill out. I don't want to fucking film you talking about lizards. But so I'm appreciative of the shit she does for me. But one day she was down. She was like, yeah, we'll film because I wanted to do a reptile room tour. So I was like, we'll do a whole reptile room. Got halfway through the reptile room, but it hadn't been going how I've imagined it going. And I literally just started crying. Like, just out of nowhere, just started crying. And she's like, what the fuck is wrong? It's like, I don't know. Delete the fucking video. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm gonna quit YouTube. I hate it. And then the next day I'm like, right, let's do it again. And she's like, what the fuck? What am I with? I'm like, yeah, because it's just in my head. I've managed to let go of it now. And I just I put out what I fucking put out because I just, like you say, I'm trying to funnel to the podcast. And the podcast is the authentic and the realness. I couldn't give a shit about the short form as long as it brings people here and they can get to know me and my ideas and my guests' opinions and ideologies. Full blown toddler tantrum. Yeah, honestly, I was in a state. But when I get down, that's it. Like, there's no going back. And because this hadn't gone exactly, I'm sure it would have still done well. But in my head, it wasn't to the standard I'd trying to put myself at, and I just fucking lost it. And that was that. And it's a real curse, man. And that on top of then 10 people messaging me going, my mangrove's not eating. How do I do it? You're keeping it in a fucking fish tank, you prick, with no fucking lights. No wonder it's not eating. No, delete that. Yeah.
Super guilty. But look, at the end of the day, man, look, through all of that, you still got to where you've got. And through all of my misgivings as well, I've managed to get to where I am too. So there's the thing, there's the difference between us and everybody else is that we do the fucking work.
Yeah, it's a gift and a curse, man. It's a gift. But on that then, transition. The work.
The work, okay, sure.
The new, well, it's not a new business, but we'll call it the new business for the sake of the story.
Yeah.
So the enclosure, what sparked Habitats at Home? What was the? And you say as a kid you were building enclosures and stuff, but did you see a gap in the market, or did you just want to fucking build enclosures?
I don't know about gap in the market. My drive is not, I mean, I'm trying to make this a full-time gig, but my drive is not to try and make a lot of money. My drive is to be the best, and just keep making better and better and better and getting better and better myself. So, PVC is still a relatively new product here in Australia. And I build a lot of bioactive stuff. A lot of my enclosures, like if it can be bioactive, it is. And PVC obviously lends itself to that. And there's kind of like I'd say there is a gap in the market here for really large enclosures. And another thing too, is here, it's like there's a lot of enclosure builders, and the thing is they're all cabinet makers that keep blue tongues and carpet pythons at home. And they go, oh yeah, well, I can build a box, and they just build boxes the same as they've been built for. They're not building any boxes anything different than the ones I was building at 17. And
yeah.
And a little hint, I copied those boxes of what I saw online from some years and years and years before me. Do you know what I mean? So I think the trick is to actually make improvements. And at the end of the day, look, it is just a box. Like, I'm not going to try and claim that I'm revolutionizing enclosures. Like, it's just a box. But there is a lot of finer details to an enclosure you wouldn't really understand unless you've been in the game for quite a while. Things like front venting and top venting versus side to side venting, and having something that is truly custom. And I hesitate to use the word expert when it comes to reptiles, but I'd like to say that I'm an expert when it comes to enclosures and what's possible. And I'm an electrician that keeps advanced reptiles and has taught myself cabinet making, not the other way around. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
So in my own reptile room, I've solved problems and built enclosures to solve those problems, and I have the ability to do that for a customer as well if they want to keep something that's a bit more advanced or has some needs, or they want to try something but don't have they might have the idea to do something but not the skills or the tools to do it. I can do it.
So then you say you taught yourself to CNC. Is it CNC?
CNC is the machine, yeah.
CNC is the machine. So you taught, but I know what a CNC machine is. So basically, it's just laser cuts and shit. Yeah, that's right.
It's a spindle, so it's like a router blade.
Okay, right.
On a X and Y gantry,
and you have to put, I guess, exactly coordinates. I don't know the word, but we'll call it coordinates.
Yeah,
where it's gonna.
I draw an enclosure in 3D on the computer. And, I can adjust sizes and all those sorts of things, and then it spits it out into a CAM program out of the CAD program, and then I essentially set toolpaths for the cutter to cut, and then that spits out a whole bunch of coordinates to the machine, and then it cuts it perfectly, basically.
And what's the biggest you can make?
Currently, well, I'm only limited by my house, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm actually limited. I'm at the point now where I have to move into a unit.
Sick! Congrats, man. That's sick.
Just to try and increase the size of what I'm making. Like I'm making some cobra enclosures for a local reptile park here currently.
Yeah, sick.
I don't know where to put them. Like, I'm really struggling.
Yeah.
They're so big. There's two of them. They're two 2400 by 600 by 900.
Yeah, it's a good size. That is a good size. Yeah, that's just stick in your house. Yeah, that's massive. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's the thing is that like my habitats at home, social media is not like particularly active, but there is a lot happening. You can see like which way am I going? You can see the things behind me here.
And they're on wheels as well. When they started moving, earlier off camera, I was like, what the fuck? But
so look, here you go. So I'm a renter, and when I moved, so I live about an hour north of Sydney in the Central Coast. I used to live like near the city. When I moved out of that place, we moved up here. We had to do 3 truckloads.
Fuck.
Now, 1 truckload was furniture and our stuff, and then 2 truckloads was reptile stuff. And I decided on that day that everything was going to be on wheels. Everything in this room can be pushed out of this room.
It's a nice touch. Yeah,
I'm going to do that again.
yeah.
So everything's available on wheels if you want it.
It's a nice touch. That's like you say, something as simple as that. Because I'm a renter, my enclosures won't fit through doors, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because they're 120 deep, and 100 and quick mass pull, 180 by 180 by 120. So they're not fitting through doors. So I'm sort of fucked. But yeah, when we only moved here in October, and anyone who's moved with reptiles is a fucking nightmare. So yeah, there's a nice touch. So this is going to be a very open question, and from the 2 hours that I've got to know you, I feel like you're going to give me a very short answer.
Okay.
So, what makes a good enclosure?
Oh, something that draws out the natural abilities of the animal. Something that.
There you go. Oh, the one question I was expecting you to elaborate on, and you just quick boom, instant mic drop.
Yeah, that's it. You know, if you're in. I don't like the idea.
That's a very good answer. That's a very good answer.
When someone, asks me to build an enclosure, I always ask what it's for. Because if you're serious about this animal, this enclosure will be for that animal. And it's again, it's a cube. I get the hump a little bit when you look at all these other enclosure businesses and they're like, the future, revolutionizing this, that, and the other, and it's a box. Like, come on, it's a box. There's only so much you can do to a box. So let's be real. But there are certain changes you can make to that box to make it suit one animal over another. So a lot of the enclosures that you buy off the shelf, they're kind of just stock standard in terms of like ventilation they have, or height of the substrate dam, or a set size. So when you can do things custom, we can make a substrate dam that allows for more substrate or soil, or to grow larger plants, or we can
burrowing species or something.
Yeah, we can do half and half ventilation on the top. We can do we have options. So yeah, I think that an enclosure should benefit the reptile.
That's a very good mantra for the company, because like you say, reptiles seem to be they seem to be expendable. Reptiles seem to be, and I'm really trying to push this. Like I think you said earlier, you have a dog. I'm sure there is no money. I could be wrong. I'm just assuming here, but I'm assuming there's no money on this planet that you would sell your dog for, because it's part of your family.
Exactly.
But I don't want to assume for your reptiles. But I'm assuming if someone said to you, right, £6 million for one of your tree snakes, are you going to take it or you're not going to take it?
Oh, one of the hatchlings, yeah.
Fair comment. But this is what I mean. Like, if someone said to me, £6 million, Mango, no. Kermit, no. Cada, no. Toad, no. Like, Miyakis, probably. Oh, I don't want to say it, but it's true. I'm trying to get to this place where I don't think like that, and I do. I'm like, no, fuck off, no money. They're my animals, they're my pets, and a lot of people seem to just see them as expendable. So I like that you're building the enclosure to the animal, because you're like, look, it's going to live 15, 20 years, depending on species, maybe slightly longer, maybe slightly less. Let's build this enclosure. It's a one-time expense. Let's build this animal habitat at home. The name is sick, because like you say, like this, when you think about it, it's all in that little intricate stuff. Because I think a lot of people, when they start to, let's call it level up keeping, my favorite thing to do is design an enclosure, and let's just say, for example, I put a branch slightly over the water, and I'm like, right, the mangrove is going to sit on that, and then it's going to drop into the water, because that's what they would do. And I've envisioned it, and I've done it. Or I've put a vertical branch in. I want to watch my Prasinus climb to floor to ceiling, and then they do exactly how you've envisioned the enclosure. That's amazing, because you've had this little insight into its natural history and how it's going to try and naturally interact with its surroundings in a box, and then they do. The amount of people that I see that just put hide hot end, hide cotton, a stick, and you think to yourself, like, come on now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just entry level. You know, you're catering to its needs, and then you get better. You know, you get better over time. But just interesting to try what you said. I remember in another podcast you were saying like certain animals in your room, obviously that you wouldn't take £6 million for, but then there's other that you're looking at moving on. Is that right? You said that in another podcast.
Yeah. So basically, long story short, my belief is I personally want to get a reptile collection where I have no monetary value to them.
Yeah.
So for example, currently right now in my room, I would not sell for no money on God's green earth. Mango, my peach throat, my 2 tree monitors. If I'm honest, my gill and I have sold a female, but because she's a right bitch and she attacks my other two 24/7, so I've just moved her on to someone else. She's still with me at the moment. I wouldn't sell my gill and I. I've really got attached to my gill and I. New little gecko, little Reggie, day one. He's ride or die. I wouldn't have got him. But my Savannah monitor, my little Aki, if I'm completely honest, my pair of Akis, you'd have to offer me a fucking lot, but I would let them go. My Savannah monitor, I probably wouldn't sell my mangroves either. So I'm getting there, but I'm moving on. Yeah. Other than the Akis, I'm moving on all the animals that I have monetary value to.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that like I'm in a sort of like I don't have a big collection, but there's a certain couple of things in here that I'm going to have to look at moving or giving to people just to relieve my stress a little bit.
Yeah.
And this will be my first time actually moving any animals on. Like basically anything that's in here is either like anything that's left this room is either has died basically.
Yeah.
But I think that you got to be aware of that and then make sure that on your next time around, once you've done this, that you don't put yourself back in this position again.
100%, yeah.
And I think every keeper goes through that. I watch all the people around me go through it.
I've been through it loads.
The trick is to not do it again. Do you know what I mean?
I've done it probably at least 4 times, maybe 5. And it's taken me that long because I genuinely believe, again, because I'm quite a spiritual person, I believe life, the universe, or whatever you want to believe, God, whatever you believe, sends you lessons. And if you don't learn, it will send you the same fucking lesson and keep going. And I've just learned, annoyingly to me, 11 years into keeping, I've just learned less is more, bigger enclosures are better. I've always liked naturalistic, but of course naturalistic is the best. And don't buy fucking animals that you don't want. Like,
you replace. Sorry, you go.
No, I was just going to say, with ADHD, I only had this epiphany recently. Dopamine. I chase dopamine 24/7. Chase dopamine. I buy animals. They aren't what I expect them to be, and this is shit characteristic on me, not the animals, because I'm putting expectations on an animal that may not meet them. So I'm aware of that. But then I'm like, nah, you're shit. You're not shit. You're just not for me. But because I have this fucking, and because I didn't realize that, I was just fucking running rampant. And I've realized that now. So if I want an animal, I have to think about it at least daily for like 6 months. Before I even get it. And if I still want it after like 6 months, I'll get it. But I think as well, like I'm moving on one of my tree monitors, not the 2 I'm talking of. I have 3. And it's a weird one because this animal escaped, lived in the wild for like 13 days, came back home. And in my head, I grieved it and it was dead. And now it's alive again. And it's going to pretty much my best friend in the reptile hobby. So it's a little bit different. But I'm moving that animal on, and he came back to me today. He's back in because he was with a friend on a breeding line. Because long story short, he's a Maruki locality Prasinus, and there's 1 male and 2 females in the country, to my knowledge. 2 males, 2 females in the country, to my knowledge. My friend has the 2 females. I have one of the males. Try to breed them, didn't work. My friend needs space. It's come back to me, and I've looked at my room and I've gone, right, I can keep you. But now you're going to need, I want them in bigger, but let's just say 6 foot tall, 4 foot wide. So 180 centimeter tall, 120 wide, 60 deep minimum. You're going to need that minimum. I haven't got that space with all the space I'm trying to give all my other animals. So sadly, you've got to go. And it has made me really sad, but because it's gone to a friend that will update me, and I know he's going to, if there's any issues, he's going to message me. And I was offered a lot of money for that animal. And I turned it down to go to the friend. And I think that is more important than being like,
Yeah,
oh, fuck it, you know?
100%. I
Yeah,
think that the dopamine chasing, like I said, it's very easy for people to just get new animals to try and chase that dopamine hit. But if you can, my best piece of advice is that if you can change that source of dopamine to bettering your enclosures for like the
it's
one
better.
animal you have, it's a knock-on effect. So if you get more excited about improving the enclosure and getting excited about a whole new enclosure that then gets like a bit of that natural behavior out of them, and you improve your skills in that one enclosure, when you actually get a new animal, your skills are now at a higher level. So your enclosure that you build for this new animal gets better and better
Mm.
as well. And then the better and better that you get, the more elaborate enclosures you can make, the more behaviors you see, and the better you will be as a keeper in general. And also your stress levels, and you actually find that you have more, you know, more money, and the health of your will
Yeah.
be a lot better. Because, you know, I don't know about you, but it probably costs me. I mean, look, I can build my own enclosures, but when you get all the lighting and you know, I like to use universal rock, so I use a lot of universal rock. But every animal I get is probably, you know, minimum $1,000 on a new enclosure, minimum
Yeah. Yeah.
like 500 quid on a new enclosure every
Yeah.
time.
So little, I had all the stuff here, but if to buy it new, little tiny Reggie, so the enclosure would have been about 120 quid new. It's just a small wooden melamine one. Well, I say small, it's 100 centimeters by 40 centimeters, something like that. Anyway, Arcadia T5, which is, it's only the 2 foot one, so it's like 50 quid. So we're at like 150. The lighting, the electrics have a different, all the substrate, all the decor, probably best part of 400 quid, and that's for a gecko the size of my thumb.
Yeah, exactly. But you could spend that money. I'm not saying obviously you bought your
No,
gecko.
but I know I could spend that money on my gill and I, buy them a new enclosure, put all the stuff in it. You're not wrong.
And you
And
love them again. You know,
exactly.
you that feeling of like, oh, I don't find these, you know, super interesting or whatever. You know, like if an
Yeah.
animal's not super, or you feel that you're losing interest in something, change it up.
You are right.
You know,
100%.
extend yourself to you know, try something new with that animal, and improve that animal's enclosure, and the skills you learn from improving that enclosure you then take on to every enclosure that you build in the future.
Yeah, and it's space as well. Like, so for example, let's just say, like I say, I want a black tree. There's no point. I've been thinking about wanting a black tree for the last 2 years. Chances are I'm going to get a black tree, right? I know I'm a dickhead for getting one, but I'm going to get one. Maybe. Anyway, if I get a Beckerai, that is then, let's just again base it on the 120 by 180 by 60 centimeter enclosure. That is that size enclosure that my current tree monitor could have had. I don't need to, I need to, well, I tell you a quick story that taught me this lesson. Again, because life sends me lessons, and I'm a strong believer in trying to learn from the lessons, because otherwise they keep fucking coming, and only you or your animals suffer. So, start of this year, I got a message from a guy on Instagram. He said, "Hey man, one of my friends is selling up his collection. Are you interested?" And I was like, "What's he got?" And this is probably January, February-ish time. And he was like, "Oh, he's got some Macraei, some blue trees." I was like, "Yes, I'm fucking." The gecko is not a Strophoros, although I want Strophoros. I was like, "Yes, I want some Macraei. How much?" And it was stupidly cheap, like 6 times less than they were going for, like stupidly fucking cheap. I said, "Well, this is clearly a scam." So I spoke to the guy on the phone who had said Macraei, and he was like, "Yeah, come down and look at them. If you're happy, cash on collection." And we took it all out. Everything sounded kosher other than the price. And I was like, fucking hell, like, I can't miss out on these. I can't afford blue trees. They're a fucking dream species of this, but I can get like 4 for the same price as one. And oh my God. Anyway, so I jiggled around my whole reptile room to house these blue trees. And there was a lot of to and fro, and this, that, and the other. A couple of weeks went by, and 2 and 3 of my animals. Morning, Friesies. We spoke about you earlier. You'll have to watch it to see what we said. But yeah, so I jiggled my room around. I did all this, did all that. A couple of my animals I downgraded, and I honestly wholeheartedly believe, and I'm a hypocrite because I did it, but if you downgrade any animal outside of needing a quarantine or it's unwell, if you've just downsized, it's a healthy animal that's in a bigger enclosure and you put it in a smaller enclosure, you're a dickhead. You're going backwards. You're regressing as a keeper. And I downsized a few of mine to free up space for these Macraei. Long story short, the Macraei didn't exist. And
Yeah.
all of my animals were like, "Well, you're a prick, Paul. Like, thank you so much." Like, and again, I'm not too proud to admit it. I'll admit it. And I literally felt, I was like, I'll never fucking do that again. Like, I will never, ever, ever. Like, if I haven't got an empty enclosure, or if I haven't got the money to buy an enclosure, my animals they're in their enclosures. That's their homes. I'm not touching it.
Yeah.
And I hate the idea of trying to prioritize animals that I don't have over the ones that I do have, because I 100% agree with you. You mix it up, you change it up. Like putting Mango in that big enclosure is the best thing I've ever done in my herpetocultural career. Full stop, ever.
Yeah.
So you're right. You are right. I'm not going to argue it. And I fucking learned that lesson, and I'm still potentially going to get a factory.
It works the opposite way too, in the same way that you wouldn't downgrade any animal for another.
Yeah.
I also think, and this is not a dig, I struggle with this too. You know, like if you have multiples and you're willing to give this giant upgrade to one, you've got to be willing. Same thing for all the others.
I agree. And the plan is to give them all exactly the same. They're all going to get the same. That's the plan. They're all this big at the minute.
Yeah,
but that is the plan.
Something that really bothers me when it comes to rat keepers is that how many rat keepers do you know that they talk about, oh yeah, I'm going to have this snake in a display enclosure?
Yeah.
So this display enclosure is actually just a fucking normal enclosure. And what that tells me is that you know what this animal actually needs, because your display enclosure is going to probably have all the right lighting, and it's going to have basking furniture, and it's going to have multiple locations to hide and a substrate. So if this display enclosure, like you pick out your favorite, I told you I don't like the idea of favorites, but you pick out your favorite, and
the rest suffer for it.
Display enclosure. You're telling me you know what this animal needs, but for some reason you've picked this animal because it's orange and got spots.
It's the world's first. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, you know.
It's got feelings and emotions and thoughts exactly the same as the other 7,000 in drawers. But
yeah, I don't like that sort of an attitude.
No, I agree. I'm learning.
You've got six mangroves, you know,
Yeah.
and I think you've got the space. You've got a large.
Yeah, I do have the space. Yeah.
I don't think anyone has the money for 6 mangroves. You know what I mean? You know, like I don't have the money.
Sign up to the Patreon. God help me.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So like, but I'm sure they're going to do it. Like, I think if you make it a goal, you do it. If that's what you set your mind to. But it's all about having these conversations with yourself and what your ability and what your financial ability is when you buy the thing. Like I get the shits when people are like, oh, I'm going to get this thing now, and it's like in a few years I'll be able to give it
because it's too big.
Well, that, but also like I don't really. I mean, I believe in really little enclosures for hatchlings, but I don't believe in growing an enclosure for the size of an animal. I sort of think that you can keep something as a hatchling in a tub, and then you can just put it in an enclosure. To say that anything's too big is a bit silly.
Yeah.
You know, animals in the wild are finding what they need, and you know, you might put it in a big box, but you know, you can literally play God with that animal. Like, you can put food in front of its face, you can spray it directly with water. You know, you can help it. You can help it find what it needs in that giant enclosure. Lost my train of thought again.
That's fine. No, you are right, because like I say, I don't, as Mr. Frizzles says, I don't need 6 mangroves. I don't need 6 mangroves. Like, you don't have to at me. I already fucking know, right? I don't need 6 mangroves.
Mangroves have quite a reputation here in Australia.
Yeah, but they're not even real mangroves. What are they? They're fucking chlorostigma, something like
that. I think chlorostigma are the Australian ones, and indicus is the Indonesian ones, I think.
Yeah.
Do you know what we've got? Like, there's so many that have come in. Like, no one knows.
Okay. So this is a little fun story tangent as well. So I got my 5 other mangroves. So I've had mango for about 3-ish years. I've got my 5 other mangroves in. When did I get them? December. And I made a YouTube video about it. We got 5 dream reptiles banged. Anyway, fast forward to like April, May time. I rewatched that video, and you can clearly see the ecstatic excitement on my face when I'm unboxing these literally straight off the plane, fresh imports. I'm like enamored with these animals. And don't get me wrong, I still am. But they're part of the furniture now. They're just my mangroves, you know. They've all got the names. They've all got this. They've all got that. And I was like, fucking hell! I forgot how excited and in love because I haven't changed it up. I haven't switched this up because they're still like hatchies and they're small and they're in their grow out enclosures. And I was like, fucking hell! Like I think a lot of people just do this. Oh, once you get your corn snake, little Johnny or little Sally or whatever's got the first corn snake, you stick it in a 3-foot Bavarian you brought from the pet shop, and it's in there forever. And my brain is going all here from this, just watching me getting 5 mangroves back on YouTube. And I'm like, fuck. And that's another thing I like about this podcast, because I seem to have these underlying tones of hitting the sore subjects with all the guests on different subjects, but all the shit that people don't want to fucking talk about.
Yeah.
And normally it's at my expense, but I'm happy to fucking carry that weight on my shoulders because I know I suffer mentally with these fortitudes. So someone else has to. Like,
100%.
Yeah.
Totally
And I think it's important to talk about it because, to my knowledge, publicly, not many do. So I'm like, fuck it. Like, let's air this shit out. Let's benefit these captives because no one needs 6 mangroves.
Like, I'm not, like, me with my social media and even my business, and you with your podcast, like, if I'm sure that there's a little thing that goes off in your head. If you shit on rats too much, you're going to cut out half of the audience, and it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Me, but like, I think that too many people in this game make allowances for things that they don't agree with, because they're worried about offending people or annoying people or pissing off the wrong people. But I think that when there's husbandry and there is a line in the sand, like, you kind of have to pick which side you're on, really, unfortunately, because I think one holds the hobby back and the other one is progressing. I'm not necessarily saying that the way we keep is right, but you can say that is wrong.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not making the claim that we have everything sorted. I'm not making the claim that Bioactive is suitable for everything. Bioactive has so many problems. Like, people are not, what they think is Bioactive is not Bioactive. Bioactive is like this wipe away term that suddenly means good keeping.
If you've got a plant and a springtail, it's Bioactive.
So many people are not. But yeah, like I say, I'm not saying the way we do it is right, but I can say that way is wrong and is ancient and is going to be left in the past. And the funny thing is that the ways people started keeping was they kept in a fish tank. They got rocks from where they found the animal. They got plants from where they found the animal. And they put the animal with its local rocks and plants in a fish tank. And that was the birth of reptile keeping. There was a big downgrade in reptile keeping, and then now it's actually improved past where it was, and I think that on this side of the line, like, we're on the right trajectory. And at a certain point, hopefully, they'll they're not lost.
Yeah,
I don't want to trying to just cut them off completely. I'm telling you, like, we want you in our club. We want you.
I agree.
Side of the line,
Yeah, and I don't judge. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll sit on here and say I don't agree with rat keeping, but I have friends that keep in racks, so I don't. The problem is, like, I have this stigma. My biggest stigma is people like Paul's anti-handling, because I personally don't believe you should force a monitor to do fuck all. It should be on the monitor's terms, unless you need to do a medical fucking procedure or some shit. 100% of interactions with all reptiles, but I'm a monitor man, so all for me personally, 100% of all interactions outside of necessary ones should be on the monitor's terms. And everyone's like, fucking hell, he's anti-handling. I'm like, look at my fucking social media. The fuckers are on my arms, they're on my head. But whether I might use food to bridge the gap or whether they've jumped out, it's on their terms. And if it's not on their terms, I will explain it and I will say. And people just are so quick to fucking grab onto something, aren't they? And they're like, oh yeah, he's anti-handler, he's anti-rack, and he's anti-this, and or they're not tuning into the bigger picture, because I think a lot of it is an insecurity. Like, for example, a lady commented on one of my YouTube shorts a while ago now and said the tree monitor enclosure is too small. I don't disagree. I got upset by the comment. I got upset by the comment because it's true, not because of her. She was just ballsy enough to comment it.
Yeah.
If you're getting insulted by comments, then there's truth in them, and you need to be self-aware enough to go, right. So my treatment was getting an upgrade because she's not fucking wrong, and I was clearly just repressing that. I'm like, yeah, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And it took a fucking stranger on the internet for me to realize this, and I was like, right, I need to upgrade it, and we'll get upgraded. But like you say, it's never too late. All right, okay, I'll get this done, get that done. And I've been guilty of it, and I'm the first person to put my hands up. I could have upgraded it, had the money. Let's get an eye, or whatever the case may be. But I've made these mistakes. I'm fucking fully aware I've made these mistakes. I can't change yesterday, but I can change tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, look, people always comment about how amazing Doc's enclosure is, and I don't agree with them. I think it's too small.
I had like, this, with Mango.
The dragon that we chase, like it's her enclosure is now 12 foot long by 2 foot deep by 5 foot high, and I can't make it wider, so I just make it longer. I'm trying to make it longer again. So
it never ends. Where do you draw the line? Like for me now, Mango's enclosure is too small because I'm like, well, fuck, she uses every inch. She needs bigger.
Already.
Yeah.
That's the thoughts you have when you're sitting on the toilet, like and you think, fuck, am I doing the right thing? Like that's
it's hard. It is hard.
It's good to be. I mean, look, it shows maturity, and it shows that you really care. And if you didn't, if it wasn't stressing you out, it means you wouldn't care.
So, no, exactly. And like I say, I am. It's been an underlying tone in this, but you are right. We do want you on our team. We don't. The problem is right. Let's just click on this one then. What's your opinion on elitist keepers? Like, because there's an opposite side to the basement keepers, the pit keepers. What's your opinion on the elitists? Because they're out there. I know a couple of them personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've definitely have fallen into that category sometimes. I mean,
me too. Yeah, me too.
Can maybe outline what elitist is. I'm big on like personal responsibility. I think that you shouldn't be. I'm not saying I don't think that you shouldn't keep anything. If you have the means to keep it, like I think retics, if you have the means and the finances to keep a retic, these should be allowed. But if you're 17 or I don't know, like 19, living at home, you've just finished school, and you're about to go to college somewhere,
you got no rights.
You're a fucking dickhead for keeping it not. It's like my mum. I've said this on another podcast before. But my mum, look, I'm from New Zealand, right? We've got cool geckos and skinks in New Zealand, but there's no access to them. Like you couldn't see them in zoos. There was a herpetological society, but I didn't know about it. I had nobody to tell me that it existed. We kept exotics like red-head sliders, bearded dragons, things like that. I mean, I kept red-head sliders as a kid, but didn't know bearded dragons existed in New Zealand until I was like 18 or something. So I didn't even know they were there because it's just not in the zeitgeist of what happens in New Zealand. Like reptiles just aren't really a thing. We don't even have snakes in the zoos, and in the zoos, they have a very limited collection of reptiles. So my mother traveled a lot with me when I was a kid, and she would sit there with me watching the crocodile until it moved. Hours. I was like, we're not leaving until it blinks or it shakes a fly off or something, like my mother, absolute angel, always supported me, supports me now, is my biggest supporter when it comes to what I do in this reptile room. But it's not fair on her for me to be in like just out of high school and say, I want to keep this retic or this Nile or even a Mertens or an olive python. I'm going to college, can you look after it for me? It's not fair on her. It's not fair on your family. It's not fair on the people around you. How many people do you see as well? They're like, they're a kid and they're like, my uncle's a builder. He's going to build me an enclosure.
Oh my fucking God. Everyone.
Like, I know your uncle's a chippy, but does he know that he's building you an enclosure? Has he agreed to this giant retic enclosure that you want?
Have your parents agreed to where you're going to build it?
Like it's just madness, the things that you see people say. So I'm not saying that you can't keep anything, but it just comes back to me being pretty much, I think I was 30, 29, 30. I had the money, I had the finances, I was in a comfortable position, I had the space, and I had the skills to build a Mertens enclosure. So I felt comfortable to take that on. I can't remember where we started with this, but basically I was just trying to say that, like,
elitist keepers for me, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm elitist when I say that you shouldn't keep animals that you can't afford.
Yeah, I think I'm more referring to the people that, because from the sounds of it, you and I are elitist in our opinions, but we're lenient with the expectations.
Yeah, 100%. There should always be a goal. Like, you try and set a standard, and each one of our personal standards is it might be different, but you aim for the stars, and you got a lot of things to hit on the way down.
Yeah, on the way down, yeah.
But if you're just like, oh yeah, rack, paper towel, this is the gold standard. This is the pinnacle of reptile keeping.
Yeah.
Like,
that's arguably elitist in their head, but you get some keepers that are good keepers, genuinely good keepers, earned their stripes, earned their badges, but they seem to have forgotten where they've come from, and other people haven't had the chance to be promoted and work their way up the ranks.
Yeah.
And if you aren't in a fully naturalistic enclosure with 2 LED strips, 1 UVB, and 2 halogens, a halide, and an LED spot, you're the scum of the earth. Some elitist, that's what I class as an elitist.
Yeah.
And you get this stereotype of Facebook. I personally don't use Facebook because it is a shit pit.
Cancerous.
Yeah, but you do get these people, don't get me wrong, sometimes they're the elitists I'm referring to, and sometimes they're the fucking 15-year-old kids that have had a leopard gecko for a week. But you get someone post a comment on Facebook and someone go, you're a fucking idiot, you deserve to die, and all this other shit that you get with Facebook. And then obviously that's why people are scared to come to our side of the line, which is where I think the original point was. Because of these elitist keepers, because of this stigma that they're going to get attacked. Like, what do you think we can do to combat that? Because like I say, you and I seem very much aligned in the sense of we personally have our things, but we don't expect you to fucking conquer Rome tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I think when we first started speaking to each other, I think I did that too. I think I keep very slowly. Look, I think a lot of these elitists are they are ball python owners and they've been in the hobby for 6 months. I think that's the loudest voice. They get on there and they get on these Facebook pages and they, I had a ball python keeper tell me that I was feeding my olive python rats that were too big.
They fucking eat wallabies, don't they?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what the rule is. Isn't it like the width of the eyes or something?
It's something no bigger than the head or the thickest part of their body or some shit. Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but I had to explain to her, like, and I didn't. I said, hey, olive pythons, really small scales. Small scales, larger ability to expand. Like these snakes eat giant prey.
Yeah,
and I'm saying you don't have to feed it a duck every time, but you need to give this animal food. And the same goes with monitors. Like I feed my I don't really like feeding Doc rats, but I'll feed her like a like small or even medium rats, and she'll get them down. But just every now and then you got to give them an item that really stretches them out. It really that mouth to its full capacity every now and then. And it's
enrichment. Yeah,
working the muscles. You've got to give them that problem to solve. And like, I would never do that and then just walk out of the room. Most of the stuff I just feed and leave. But I would never do something like that and not be around.
Yeah.
But they know. Snakes know. Snakes know what they can fit inside them. Like, and they sometimes they get halfway down and they go, I can't do this, or I've spent too long on this. I'm too long, taking too long, and they'll split it up. You've got to give them that opportunity to try, but that doesn't mean that a corn snake can eat a rabbit, but it means that my olive python, even at like 2.5-3 meters, can, you know what I mean, within reason, because it's designed in the same way that a Mertens is designed, seems to be designed to take yabby claws to its eyes.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
an olive python is designed to take on giant, prey that you just
yeah.
think that it can take on. So yeah, I
Have
mean, it's
Have you seen the video of? It's fucking it. It's an old sketch on YouTube. It's basically a wildebeest pointing at a rock in a lake. It's a cartoon sketch. I'll have to send it to you. It's a good one. So basically, this wildebeest is pointing at a rock or a log, and it's like they're grunting, but there's like speech bubbles popping out of their heads, and it's like crocodile, crocodile, and the other wildebeest behind it is like log, log, and this
yeah,
wildebeest gets so fixated on trying to prove it's a crocodile that it goes in the water to go look it's a crocodile and then gets eaten.
Mm.
And then the wildebeest that thought it was a rock was like fuck, and then starts going crocodile, crocodile. The next wildebeest wanders over and goes no, log, and then obviously it continues. And it's a fucking great analogy because sometimes there's another one, isn't there? Bees don't waste their time telling flies why honey is better than shit.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
sometimes you just
yeah.
have to fucking, because I get people message me like stupid shit like I can't think of an example now, but like yeah, for example, why are you feeding your because again mine aren't alive, but like chloron or whatever, like they're called Longsteins here, I think they're called. It's pretty much a yabby. Like, oh, is that not bad for her? Or wouldn't they get stuck in her digestive tract? Or won't it this and that? And then 99% of the time she declaws them and then eats them.
Yeah.
So she clearly knows that she can't digest the claws. She declaws them.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've fucking commented, Joe, she declaws them. I just fucking wasted my energy, wasted my fucking.
Yeah.
But then you have to weed through because some people are probably genuinely curious.
Yeah,
Other people
100%.
are just being dickheads, and it's so hard to.
Yeah.
And again, it comes back to that bandwidth, doesn't it? And it's
But look, what it is with these young keepers is that, like, you don't want to shit on them too much because they're obviously excited. Like, that's where it comes from. It comes from excitement. They've got their ball python, they've got their bearded dragon, they've done all their research. The people that they've asked, they said, "Oh, I'm getting a bearded dragon," and those people say, "Oh, do your research." So they've done the research. They've on every bearded dragon forum. They're ready with their tiles and they know they need UVB, but they're ready with their tiles or their reptile carpet because that's what tells them. They're ready to go. The substrate causes impaction. They know that. They love their bearded dragon. They don't want it to die. If you have substrate, it's a death sentence. And they're excited. They've done all the research and they've got online, and then they now want to show how much they know. So they're on there, but then they're too quick to fall into this thing where it's like, no, this is the way that you've got to do it. I've read this. I've had my bearded dragon for 6 months, and
he's healthy and he's happy, and
I know the way. And my favorite YouTuber has their bearded dragon, and they made a little couch for it, and that loves its little couch, and I'm going to have my bearded dragon on a couch. Their bearded dragon is chonky, and I want my
we're going to boop its snoot.
And chonky is healthy. And what happens is that the other people that are in that group, they go, yeah, they're reinforced, and they're like, yeah, this is what other people think. But all the people that really know, that have done it for years, are like, oh, I can't be asked with this.
Yeah.
And what happens is that they push all the knowledge out, and then you're just left with an echo chamber of, and it's what kills all those Instagram. Like it's what kills all community pages of reptiles, because the loudest voices are not the ones that have the knowledge.
No, it is a hard one. I'm realizing this more as
like just one thing is that, like, for instance, there's a tree snake page here.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them, and they all talk about how many tree snakes they've got, and I've got the largest collection, and this, that, and the other, and this is the way to do it. And once you get it on rats, like you can't
go back. Yeah,
don't go back, and that's a death sentence for your tree snake. Really, the trick about tree snakes is that once you get them on rats, you then got to get them off, and you got to feed them. But they go on there, and then they all talk about how, like, oh, there's not enough around, and this, that, and the other. There's plenty around. They're just not on your page. Like, like, that's the thing. Like, there's lots of them around in the hobby. They're just not posting on your Colubrid page.
This is it. Yeah. There's a lot going on here. That's exactly the same, mate.
And that's in everything too. Like, it's in a lot of these pages. Like, I can't stand Facebook.
The same as me. I'm on there, but I'm hardly on there.
Marketplace, Messenger.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
They could,
same, literally
they
same.
separated. They could separate marketplace on off. I'd never go again.
Yeah, I think you can. To be fair, I think you can.
I think you used to be able to. I don't think
Oh,
you
they
can.
changed it back, of those bastards.
I think for a while you could, but now you can't.
Although I just got 2.4 million views on Facebook on a video, so can't be that bad. I don't even post to Facebook. Literally, I don't even post to Facebook. Meta share it.
Yeah, I have that auto thing. So I think I have a page for Doc, but it just auto shares the stuff.
Yeah.
People try and contact me there, and every couple of months I might catch the messages in the thing and say, hey, like I want to talk to you, but you got to message me over on Instagram. Yeah, Friday. Oh man, we get in there. There's a lot happening in here, man. There's some cool things going on. I just have got around to it.
Busy, 24/7. Yeah, it's. I was gonna go somewhere with that, but I forgot. I don't know. If there's any other questions, anyone, thank you for all tuning in with us. I mean, I'm not in a rush to end it, but we're at the 3-hour mark, everyone.
Yeah, I'm not in a rush, and I've got time. It's only 9:30 in the morning here.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's only midnight. It's fine. I've been up since 6:30 this morning. Whoop, whoop. But yeah, there's a couple of groups here, monitor groups. Oh yeah, that was where I was gonna go. I got into a Facebook argument. I've shared this story a couple of times. I got into a Facebook argument with a guy that had a mangrove set up in a fish tank, literally like an aquarium, like with just a fucking turtle bay floating rock. And I commented and sent this big. It probably was passive aggressive, but it was like, hey man, like this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. Because what you should always do is start out something positive. Like, I love how passionate you are for Indicus. Can I give you some tips? And then reel off. But I think I just started off with like, you're gonna have to change that. But the problem is with over this, people can see that I'm being sarcastic, even though I've got a fucking resting bitch face. People can see.
I have one too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
pleased with everything.
dead serious all the fucking time. The ironic thing is, like, people are like, I don't know if you're being angry. If I'm being angry, you're gonna fucking know, because I'm like gonna be like fucking angry. Like, anyway, over message, it can be interpreted any fucking way. So yeah, anyway, this guy had this shitty enclosure, and I sent this passive aggressive message, and the message fucking ratioed him and got more likes than the status. And he replied to everyone bar me, and it was mixed reviews. Some people like it looks sick, some people like it's terrible. And he replied to everyone bar my comment. And then I started replying to this thread. And long story short, we end up getting backwards and forwards in an argument. And he was like, "Oh, go and shove your mangroves up your ass." I was like, "I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll film me shoving my mangroves up my ass if you just give yours a little bit of dirt." And anyway, I'm sharing this to my Instagram.
It will be a better habitat than the one that he has for them.
Yeah, it's fucking. At least there's something there for enrichment. Anyway, so I share this to my Instagram story. Then our dear friend, Mr. Frizzles, slips into my DMs, and he's like, "Paul, mate, you being. I'm not going to say the C word. You're being a C word, as Australians love to throw around." And he's fucking bang on right, because it didn't gain anyone anything other than me just some mental fucking fortitude. And it didn't help the mangrove, me kicking off. Didn't help me, didn't help the guy. So I did make a post, and I was like, and I said to Freedom, saying it publicly now, but I've said to him privately, this was a while ago. I was like, fucking thank you for checking me, because you're bang on right. I'm the first person to admit if I'm in the fucking wrong. I don't have an ego anymore, really. Let's be honest, we all do, but mine died when I tried to fucking commit suicide years ago. Goodbye monetization. But yeah, long story short, I was in the wrong. I was a dickhead. I was stopping people coming to our side, and I was. And again, he checked me on that shit, and I kind of made amends with the guy, and he ended up making some changes, and he messaged me privately, and he was like, "Hey man, can you help me out?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course. Sorry, I was a dickhead." And then I said on my Instagram story, like, everyone, don't fucking listen to what I said yesterday. It's all about love, and I fucking tried to change it around. And I was having a bit of a joke with it, but I was also being a dickhead. There's no point in lying. And again, sometimes people take that wrong, and you can't fucking fire doesn't beat fire. You need to just take the shit and fucking try and give back. And I'm learning now as well. More, don't get me wrong, this podcast, we've picked out what's wrong and bits and bobs, but for my YouTube and my Instagram, I don't like to highlight what's wrong. I like to show what I personally think is good. And then eventually you try and surround yourself with people that are doing good. And then all you see subliminally, instead of walls of racks, you see a natural enclosure, a big enclosure, an animal exhibiting natural behaviors, a deep substrate, a this, or that, a blah, blah, blah. And before you know it, you look at a rack and go, fucking hell, that's bad, without me mentioning once that racks are shit.
Yeah.
Because it slowly creates this echo chamber by everyone, myself, yourself, like, you know, even Frizy, everyone, like, who I personally follow. And it's down to you to put yourself around good people. Good intentions through your passion was just delivered by.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
I was going to say, being passionate about something is great, but sometimes you've got to package it in a way, you know, in a way that's a bit more palatable for people. You know, what is it? You track more flies with honey.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. We brought it back, but yeah, it's. So I'm trying my best.
Frizy, you know, he knows full well what it was like to keep it in a whole bunch of racks, and he'll tell you he had a giant collection of and was breeding a ton of things. And you know, I know he mentioned it as you do, but you know, he's moving towards keeping all of his stuff in enclosures. Another good one is Matt Somerville. If you don't follow Matt Somerville,
I recognize the name. Yeah.
He is like a like certain people we just don't deserve in the hobby, and I'd put him up there as one of them. He's amazing in the way he keeps and the way he's moved all of his stuff, and his naturalistic enclosures are amazing. And he kept hundreds of venomous snakes in racks, and now wouldn't go back. And there's no reason why these other big ball python breeders can't have that same.
No, 100%. And it's, again, for me, like you're saying about everyone changing and just posting, you don't have to put. Imagine if this snake was kept in a rack, it wouldn't be able to climb like this. You could put, look how incredible this snake is exhibiting natural behaviors climbing. You don't need the negative. And again, the podcast, I'm happy to talk about it because there's a lot of context given.
Yeah,
but in a short Instagram little, it's like a jab and a dig, and all of a sudden someone keeping in a rack is going to go, fuck off, like because they're insecure, because their animals are suffering and they don't want to admit it. But if you just see a snake climbing and you go, oh, fucking hell, my snake can't climb. Or if you see a snake basking naturally or cryptically basking, you go, oh, fucking hell, my snake can't do that. Then subconsciously you start to have those seeds blossom and you're going, oh, fucking hell, maybe I should give it a bit of light. Maybe I should give it more space. And you feel like you've had this epiphany yourself, and then it starts you on the journey yourself, you know? So I think for me now, it might change in fucking 6 months, but where I'm at right now is that probably is the best way to start to push herpetoculture. I mean, it's obviously not my revelation. Loads of people fucking have thought of it, but where I've come to with it now is that's the only way to be. Like, rather than shitting on stuff and be like, shit mangrove enclosure of the week, like, it doesn't fucking benefit anyone. It doesn't benefit anyone.
Yeah, 100%. And it's look like we're again, like I said before, like I'm not saying that the way we're doing it is perfect, but we're constantly moving forward. Rat keeping has stayed the same for a long time. They're suddenly making some small compromises in terms of like adding lights to their tub so that the snake has some sort of circadian rhythm. You know, these are small improvement, but it's an improvement nonetheless, and I don't want to take that away from them. But I mean, if they keep making these small changes, you know what those tubs are going to look like?
And vivariums. Yeah.
Why not just fucking skip all the nonsense, just get there? You know, like.
But you can't keep 50,000 in vivariums because I haven't got the space.
And that comes back to what I was saying before: is that's why you keep in racks, because it's cheap and you can have lots. So just admit it. Just admit that's
just own your shit. Yeah, own your shit.
Then just say, look, I keep like this because it allows me to give you a $150 snake. It allows me to have a lot of morphs and be the world's first. That's what interests me. I like morphs. This is why I keep like this. It's a necessary evil to give you what, you know, this pretty snake at a reasonable price. But this is not the best way to keep. I suggest you keep in an enclosure because you're going to appreciate that snake more. You're going to have a lot more attachment to that snake. You're going to see it exhibit its natural behaviors. You'll actually learn about plants. And if you keep a fish tank, you start learning a little bit of chemistry. You know, you learn a little bit of this, you learn a little bit of that. Your skills improve.
It's different every day. It's exciting. It's not the same newspaper every day. It's different every day. It's in a different position every day. It finds a new favorite spot every day. It has something to explore every day. That's, you know,
rat keepers debate about which brand of paper towel is best.
fuck's sake.
You know what I mean? Like 2-ply, 3-ply, I get better absorption. This brand fits with what redundant.
Yeah, it's fucking. There's another thing as well. I don't really want to give it much time, but fucking it just pisses me off while we're on it. Breeding animals that genetically aren't viable, like spiders, ball pythons that have the wobble, and then the breeders are like, "Oh, it's not too bad." What do you mean it's not too fucking bad? You knew it was going to be fucked up in the first place. Why the fuck have you done it?
Yeah. We've had a big shift in that with the Jags recently. People are pretty against Jags in Australia now. There are people there's still some kicking around, but for the most part, people are like, no, we don't want to do that anymore. Definitely noticed in the last little bit. You're seeing less of them at at our reptile shows, it's all blue tongues and carpet pythons, and you're definitely seeing a lot less of the Jags.
That's good.
It is good. It's definitely good. The problem is they're so pretty. Like
the yellows are stunning.
They look amazing, but it's not worth it.
No, again, it comes down to, you said earlier, the line in the sand. Like I've said in the podcast before, like everyone has this moral or ethical line with no matter what in life. So, for example, you might tell a racist joke. That side of the line, you're a disgusting human being. That side of the line is like, it's a fucking joke. Get over yourself. Everyone, no matter where we're talking, has a line. And it's like something I don't air or don't preach, but I don't personally eat beef for my own personal beliefs and environmental reasons. I don't try and bring knowledge to it. I do it for me. I don't do it for fucking anybody else. I mentioned it before to a couple of people, and they're like, "Oh fucking hell, but you still eat chicken, don't you?" I'm like, "You're missing the fucking point. Like, you're missing the point." And again, I'm not trying to do it to be like, I'm better than you. It's for me and my personal belief and my personal line. And if you're not either that way or that way, and you're somewhere in the middle, people fucking can't get on with you. And they're like, "Nope, you need to join our team, or you need to join this team." And like, and what we're trying to say, at least I think, is we don't give a fuck where you are, as long as you're slowly transitioning to benefit your captive. Doesn't matter where your line is. Doesn't matter if you think a 4x2x2 is a minimum or a 10x10x10 is a minimum. As long as your animal has enough space to exhibit natural behavior in a naturalistic vivaria, welcome to the club.
Look, I mean, if you're in a position where you need to lower your standards or lower how intricate your enclosures are to suit you as a keeper better, you have too many. You have too many to deal with. Like, it's a pretty good sign, people think, there's a very thing about bioactive enclosures that they're very like set and forget, and you don't have to worry about them so much. And in some cases, that is true, but
they're a nightmare.
Like, they can be a nightmare if they're not set up correctly, or they're like a fish tank. So a bioactive enclosure is like a fish tank. The longer it is, like, gets settled in, and you let that bio load grow, like all your cleanup crew and stuff grow, the better it is in the long run. It's like a fish tank. If you put your water and filter and chuck fish in there on day one, they die because there's not the bacteria there in the filter to sustain or break down the waste of those fish. And it's the same thing for a bioactive enclosure as well. You need to give that cleanup crew a chance to go. Like this one you see behind me here, this enclosure, that's 4x2x6. It's been running since the beginning of the year. It's fully bioactive. It's the one that's got that I chucked a piece of carrot in there, and the stems, I posted pictures.
Yeah.
Carrot growing in the ground, but the carrot, the head of the carrot is rooted. And I mean, that thing's amazing in terms of its bioactive load that's in it, but there's nothing in there. It's just empty.
Yeah.
I realize that. Originally, to put buoys and stuff in there, but I intend to leave that for a lot longer before I put anything in there. Because once the plants and stuff have taken root and the roots have actually grown, then they withstand animals a lot more. Like, there's a big thing, like my the one down the end there, that's a carpet python bioactive enclosure, and that has a full monstera.
Sick. Yeah.
And I mean, it's a Darwin, so I've gone for like a tropical sort of vibe, but it's got ficus pumilale growing up the walls, and the snake goes all over in it. It might damage a leaf here and there, but
the roots are strong. Yeah,
it's established enough that it bounces back.
Yeah, I've only got one true bioactive, And like you say, it's so sick to watch the plants fight their way from the bottom to the top.
Yeah.
It's very simplistic. It's just Monstera, Apophos, and like a few weedy, planty, grassy shits at the bottom, and then there is Ficus Benjamin in the back.
That's a good one. Very hard to kill, Ficus Benjamin.
Yeah, there's nothing fancy, but again, the Apophos has climbed up the sides. The Monstera is coming up the middle, and you can a couple of the Monstera leaves are now dying because the Apophos has out competed it.
Yeah.
But that leaf's going to fall off, and all my isopods are going to go, dinner time, boys. And then but for the most part, I have live plants, I have cleanup crew, but I don't have a self-sustaining ecosystem. So it's not bioactive. A lot of people think because I've got plants, an LED, and a cleanup crew, I'm like, in 3 weeks, I'm going to be in there turning that soil to make sure the bottom's not getting stagnant, because it's not a permanent forever. It's just a turn it, go, keep the. People don't realize. But again, I think it's because of part of echo chambers, because YouTube is very guilty for being like bioactive enclosure, plant, isopod, done.
Yeah. The big problem I see is that they have bioactive soil, but no live plants. Which is, there's no cycle there. So all of those little isopods and springtails, they all produce waste, and that goes back into the soil. And if there's no plants, that waste stays in the soil. That's the cycle. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people also, you have plants in there and you have all those isopods, and I put a lot of worms in mine. But if there's no soil turnover and no extra nutrients coming in from the soil, you strip your soil from nutrients as well.
It starts to stagnate,
It starts to, now no longer has enough in the soil to feed those plants. So every year I dump extra soil and just try and turn it over a little bit and put some.
And the soil, the level compacts down, like you say, as it starts to die off, it compacts down, and your soil level drops, and it's not loads, but it does sink, and it doesn't, like you say, it's not aerated enough. There's not enough oxygen, or no longer vitamins or nutrients in the soil.
Yeah, it becomes almost like a clay consistency rather than like a graded sort of soil consistency. And then, if you've got certain things like angle-headed dragons or Boyd's forest dragons or anything that's eating worms and things like that, you've got to make sure that there's enough actually in there that's really turning what's going on.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, people don't realize.
And then everyone pumps their bioactive enclosure with so much light, and then you've got like a canopy species like an anglehead or a Boyd's forest dragon, and they're pumping their enclosure with so much light that the plants grow. But these animals are living in the shade, so that's not that. And then the amount of water that it takes to get your plants to grow nice and green is always too much. Like if you have a soil that's like all your cleanup crew, they need somewhere dry to go as well. They can't be in just saturated or wet soil all the time. There has to be dry areas as well for them to move and escape to, for them to be healthy and thriving too. So sometimes I think that we judge bioactive enclosures based on how the plants are doing.
Oh yeah, for sure. 100. Yeah, that is definitely spot on. Yeah.
And there's another thing too, and I think that you learn this as well, is that like a lot of these YouTubers that, and I think we can all name them, and they're wonderful. Like they're great. They make some amazing stuff, but I guarantee that they're pulling some of those plants straight back out because they're no good. They just die off straight away and replace things in, and like you don't really see that side of things. They're like, oh, I'm using this plant, and then that plant's like grow, and then the next time you see it, it looks amazing, but you can tell that's a new one. That one hasn't really taken off,
they just never show the enclosure ever again. They'd rather just tell you the animals died rather than the shame of
they show you like a year later update, which is great. I love that, but you'll notice that certain things are different. But it's like if you're watching that first video, it's quite obvious. It's easy to think that these people are like perfect and they do no wrong and they don't make mistakes. Like the enclosures look great. They often overplant them too because they obviously don't want any blank space inside the enclosure, so they stuff them full of plants and then eat others. And
And they've got nowhere to go because, like you say, they just. I did mine literally one at each end, one at the back, and they just went, vroom, and then now they're out of space, so they're starting to encroach in on each other. But
yeah, we're pretty limited to certain plants that we find here in Australia. Short of like going to the area and plucking some things out of the bush, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to grow in your enclosure. Like grass, for instance, like you know, there's a secret race to get spinifex growing in an enclosure without it dying, and you just can't make the root system deep enough for it to. You can't provide what that plant needs, and you bring out a plant that grows in the worst fucking conditions in the world, and then you're trying to grow that in
a hydrated box. Yeah,
you're trying to provide the best conditions in the world. Do you know what I mean? Like it's
it just dies of shock. Yeah, it's like no, I want to live like rough. Yeah, I know.
I've sort of found a plant now that I know that I can grow well. I have like my old turtle tank. My turtle passed away, but my old turtle tank now is just a dumping ground for cuttings. I keep my feeder fish in there. I keep my Bosmani, my lone Bosmani survivor.
The shell shock guy.
Whenever I take cuttings of like the ficus or pretty much everything I have can propagate in water. Bang it in there, and then as soon as it grows roots, I give it away or I just put it in something else.
Watch it grow in, yeah.
There's a few things now that I know that I can't fail with, and I sort of just stick to those things.
For me, it's mostly pothos. That's about it.
Yeah.
Other than my locust decimating it, but other than that, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I always try and go for like a. It's very hard to get like a. I mean, I guess biotypical is the word, like where you're getting like trying to create like a biotype. I would love to get the correct plants, but it's just not possible here. So I try and pick something that is close to or looks similar or the same green or it gives the same sort of a feel and kind of puts you there.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
and just by choosing for instance, Doc's enclosure, I've tried to take a slice from the Kimberley, so pick sort of darker colors for my plants, and then that red rock over the more brown rock, that fake rock that you can get, because it kind of transports you, gives you an idea of where you are. Do you know what I mean? But like a big problem, it is simple things, and it's not that it matters, but like people that put cactuses in with their bearded dragons, you're lost now because we don't have cactuses in Australia.
Yeah.
We have prickly pear, which is an invasive, which I suppose fly, but that's not a native plant. So as soon as you put in like cactus and a lot of these like succulents and stuff, because everyone thinks dragon, desert, cactus, but now you've, I mean, if that's what you like, and I'm not saying that's not good, but if you're trying to go for like a realistic style enclosure, then you've lost.
Yeah, I know what you mean. One of my friends is, like you say, a biotopian. He tries his best to get like leaf litter from the same place. He gets like sticks or branches that would be incredibly similar or buy the same, and tries to buy the same plants. And it's cool. For me, it's a lot of effort, I'll be honest, but it is cool.
Yeah, and he probably gets like that dopamine hit. That's what.
100%. Yeah, 100%. I like
at enclosures rather than new animals. You find things to get excited about.
Oh no, 100%. I do. Yeah, I don't, like I say. For him, this is niche. For me, it's keeping enclosures full of dirt with lizards that live like moles. So everyone does their own thing. How long have you been going now? 9 years. It's not the longest podcast I've done, but we're getting up there. Longest I've done is 4 hours and 30, I think. We're at 3 hours 20.
We can beat that if you want, but the early.
Fuck. Got a little bit left in us. Yeah, I did want to speak to you on this because, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 99% sure because I haven't watched it recently. I remember watching it when it came out. I'm pretty sure it was yourself, Luke, and someone else went herping, and you found wild Mertens.
Yeah. So that was myself, Luke Jongens, and Luke Netheim.
Okay.
So I'll just shout them out. Luke Jongens is LAJ Wildlife on Instagram, and Luke Netheim is Beach's Scaly Beast. Probably one of the top, YouTubers for reptile content in Australia next to Coop's Reptiles, who might still be in the chat.
I'll get them both on one day. Watch this
Yeah,
space.
yeah, 100%. Luke Nettheim, you definitely need to get on. He keeps a lot of different stuff to a really high standard, and Luke Youngins is a fantastic photographer and herper, and has some pretty wild stories. So yeah, we went up to Luke Youngins was living up in Darwin, and Nettheim and I went up to meet him, and we went on a little bit of a trip around and found some really cool stuff. Yeah, caught the wild Mertens. Caught two actually. Caught a baby and then caught like a adult female.
Was that the same trip as the Gillenai, or was that a separate trip? Same trip, yeah.
So yeah, like Nettheim has this affinity for Gillens. He is like the Gillens guy, and he got the Gillen army, and he's got a ton of them. He's finally started letting some of them go, which is nice.
His army's full.
Yeah, and then like, you know, we sometimes talk about dream lizards. Like Mertens is still my dream lizard. You know, I've still got it. Like I don't have a new dream now because I've got.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like, and so seeing them in the wild was just amazing. Like I've actually got some really, it just shows how useless I am. I have some awesome footage of them swimming around underwater that I've just never posted. I thought I would, but never did. So I'm sitting on a whole bunch of cool stuff for the Mertens, and when I caught that one, I had to climb in underneath like a rock and a waterfall.
I remember that. Again, I watched it when it came out. It was like a year or two ago, maybe longer.
Yeah, it would have been beginning of last year that we went up there.
Yeah, I remember watching it when it came out because there was like a 3 or 4 part series or whatever it was.
Yeah, and Luke made the.
Yeah.
I went up there and filmed a whole bunch of stuff with every intention of making some content. I think I made of like the first couple of days on my Instagram, and then all the cool stuff that was at the end is just sitting on my phone still. But yeah, we found some really cool stuff. Got big wild olive, a couple of young olives. We also linked up with Ricky Mack. He's wild.
I still need to finish his with the Tarzan Outback with Ricky Mack or whatever it's called.
Yeah, certainly polarizing figure for some, but
we love Ricky Mack over here, man. In the UK hobby, in the reptile thing, Ricky Mack's seen as like a fucking. I mean this in a nice way, but like a lunatic, but a good way. Yeah. But like he's seen like as a fucking legend.
He's pretty funny, man.
There's a video on Tarzan's Instagram, and I can't fucking remember. He jumps in this bush for a fucking Asian water monitor or something. He's a fucking big old 6 foot. I don't know if he's tall or a short man, but he's a lean man.
He's probably like 6 foot, I'd say 5'11".
He's got this big old fucking, and it's like trying to bite him. And he's like, "Fucking what?" It's like he's crazy, mate. I love it. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Enjoys throwing himself in harm's way for some things.
Yeah,
regardless. So we linked up with him and just sitting in the car with him and pointing to this rock and being like, "Oh, I reckon you'd find that under there, and I reckon that thing would be there," and just some wild stories that dude has. So we linked up with him, and we found like I said, the big olives. We found small olives. We ticked off every Northern Territory python except for the Darwin carpet. Mm-hmm. So we got Pellies, or one Owen Pelly, big one.
They're pretty rare, aren't they? If I'm not wrong.
Well, arguably the rarest python on the planet.
Yeah.
And some like if the people that study them can't find them, and we found one within like 5.
Fucking hell. Yeah, fucking hell. Jesus Christ, have that.
I was like filming a video of us like walking, and Ricky saying like, "Oh, they're not rare, they're just hard to find. Like the country they live in is just real difficult, and they always turn up. Like people actually recently someone found one crossing a road like a couple of days ago, a week ago or something.
Shit.
It's you can walk up during the day and find them on the path, and they're just quite like elusive, blah blah blah. We're walking along, and he's like, "Oh, the last one I found was like just up here," and he took maybe like 6 steps off the path behind a bush, and was, "Oh, you're never gonna believe it." And then we had this bit of a joke, like one of the Lukes is like, "Fuck off," and he's like, "No, I'm serious." And he goes, "Get."
There it was.
There
The
it was.
power of Ricky Mack.
He's like he's a wizard, man, when it comes to this. But yeah, like literally, and I was filming a video. I was filming this video, and I stopped the video. Like, if I let the video go for 1 minute more, I would have caught the whole thing.
Oh, fuck it. I hate it when that happens.
So annoying, you know what I mean? Like,
you can't write it, yeah.
Like, yeah, literally within 50 meters in 5 minutes, we found one.
That's mad.
But yeah, I got the Mertens. So we got black-headed pythons. We got a really cool greater black whip snake, the Mertens, Arafura snakes, big panoptes.
Yeah.
We missed out on frillies and Michelli. Got a bunch of frogs. Yeah, it was sick. It was so good. A couple of geckos.
Yeah, cool.
Lots of little brown skinks.
On the Michelli or Michelli, I say Michelli, but I'm not sure how it's pronounced.
I say Mertensi, whatever. I'm not fussed.
Yeah. Mertens water monitors. Just quickly on. No, fuck's sake. Mitchell's water monitors. Just whilst we're on them, there's a couple here in the UK at the moment, captive bred.
Yeah.
How they got here, how they not got here, we won't discuss. But they are here nonetheless, and now they're here. They're here to stay.
Yep.
Even though this whole podcast we've basically said about me not getting more things, do you reckon I should get some? Are they cool?
I mean, look, not many people keep them here.
Okay.
There's one sort of has them, and he's not having the best success in breeding them, I don't think. There's definitely some others around, but those people are sort of keeping a bit more quiet about them. Like, I know they're around, but they're just not really.
Yeah.
People are having success breeding them. They seem to be quite skittish, but they are very cool. They are quite aquatic. I mean, I think Doc's Enclosure would suit it in its current state. Would probably suit Michelai quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't know enough about them in a captive sense, and I didn't see them. What I thought was interesting about them, though, is they're actually like inhabiting the beach. They're actually on the beach.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're in like like sometimes in England your beaches are fucking horrible, but over here where we have nice beaches, they're
I'm not a beach person. I couldn't give a shit, but yeah.
I lived in Brighton in the UK for a little while.
Brighton's not miles away from me, so I know. Yeah.
Sold to me as like the beach, and I was like, "This is."
It's just fucking stones, man.
Fuck is this?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, there's a couple of nice beaches at certain areas of the UK, but yeah, we can't compare to like the fucking Gold Coast or whatever. But yeah,
in the built up like beach, I mean promenades, I guess, you know, you have like a pathway like along.
Yeah.
They sort of like shore up like the sand dunes that I guess have been ruined over the years with like just boulders and a whole bunch of stacked rocks essentially.
Yeah.
Keep the bank intact against the waves and stuff, and the Michelai are living in there.
That's pretty fucking cool.
I'm sure they're living in others, but like there's a spot in Darwin where you can go and get like the tartar lizards, frill dragons, and Michelai and Scalaris all like in the same area, like just at the beach basically.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. I'm going to butcher this, but I'm going to try and say it. Has Tyson ever gotten to see the Bartle free cool skink?
I don't know what that is.
No, I don't know what that fucking is. So I'm going to say that. Maybe who knows?
Have they got another name?
We got the Latin. Anyone fact check us? But yeah, where was I going to go with this? Oh yeah, the question I wanted to ask was: so seeing Michelai in the wild, because this is one of the questions I have in my own brain. So this is why I'm asking it, because I've never seen a monitor in the wild full stop yet.
Okay.
Seeing a Michelai in the wild, did it? Because you clearly already had.
I didn't see Michelai in the wild. That's what I'm trying to say.
Fuck's sake, I'm getting confused. Mertens. Yep. We're going back to Doc now. Fuck the Michelai. Yeah, Mertens. Seeing Mertens in the wild, did it? Because you already have a mind that's clearly naturalism, big enclosures, bits and bobs like that. Did it change your concept of keeping, or did you just go, captives are captives, wild are wild.
Oh man, like I definitely have that sort of ping of regret every now and then. It's like, should we be doing this? Should we be keeping them indoors, like in boxes? You know, I definitely go through that. I think finding them in the wild, it like I'm in by no means perfect, but I feel like I'm on the right path, and seeing them in the wild and how they were interacting with the water and the rocks, I definitely reinforced me in the path that I was on. I certainly left it to do more. But yeah, like they definitely reinforced me in thinking, yeah, okay, I am on the right path. Yeah, I also left thinking, fuck, I need to do much bigger water, much bigger, you know, like they were down at like probably 8-9 foot deep where we were.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm providing mine with 2 foot depth. I probably have the ability one day to go 4 foot, but
yeah,
it's not possible. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, this is it. You can't recreate the wild to the wild's extent. You
and I
can
think
only.
Mertens patrol like a 1.5 kilometer section of river, like up to when they studied them. I think it was like 1.5 kilometers of river they would patrol.
Fucking hell.
So like, unless you want to, you know, and they're up trees. So I've said this, like a perfect Mertens enclosure is probably, you know, I think you could probably do, you know, 12 foot wide river that's 8 foot deep, and then you'd have 12 foot of bank on either side of that river and rocks, and it would be a kilometer long. That's probably a perfect Mertens enclosure.
Fucking hell, yeah.
What do you want to do? Like, we try.
This is it. This is the reality of it. This is like this why I asked a few people, and I was interested because you seem to have a similar mindset to me. Because eventually, hopefully in the next couple of years, I'll be seeing some monitors in the wild. Whether they'll be indicus or not, I don't know yet. But I think my brain will go, fuck, I'm doing this wrong. I need to do better. But then it probably will go, well, at least you are giving bigger enclosures. You're doing naturalistic. You can see, because I think it's very underrated. Like, people don't quite comprehend, but considering that half keeper, probably even 80% of keepers, I'm putting that number out my ass, but the amount of people that get an animal, like we said earlier, like you said earlier, that don't even fucking look at their natural fucking environment, let alone have actually been in the natural environment of that animal. I think that fucking speaks unworded, paramounted fucking experience just to feel it on your skin, feel it, and, you know, be there. So us UKians that fucking have 3 lizards and 3 snakes native, we ain't got a clue, unless obviously you've been abroad, but we haven't got a clue what it's like to be fucking in a tropical rainforest or in a desert or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, look, it's expensive to travel, especially nowadays, and it's a lot of these places to get to. It's not very nice, you know. Like, you're not in an area where there's the luxuries around. Like, you know, if Luke Youngins didn't have his 4-wheel drive ute up there in a vehicle for us to get around him because he was living there, like, we would have had to rent a car. It would have cost you know, and it's not like it's cheap to do. Plus the gas, like, you're road cruising and, you know, you're camping out in the bush to try and keep costs and stuff down, which is all part of the fun. But, you know, like, it's not cheap. I mean, if you were to come and stay at my place, I could take you 20 minutes down the road in summer, and we can find death adders, diamond pythons, marsh snakes, tiger snakes, Boiga irregularis, the brown tree snake. During the day, we could find common tree snakes and like adult tigers. There'd be a whole bunch of stuff you can find during the day, but there's a whole bunch of stuff we can find there. It's 20 minutes away, you know. And even seeing those species, which are all species that, like, we essentially can keep in the wild, makes a difference. That's 20 minutes away, whereas Darwin is a flight plus a couple of hours drive plus a 2-hour hike. Plus you have to hope they're there when you get there, you know.
Yeah, otherwise no, that went wrong. That's not the question because Frizy answered it, but we can go there. I can't pronounce it. Jigaroo.
Is that one of the new, like, recently described ones?
I'm gonna Google it for us. Because because I haven't got a fucking clue.
I'm
If
not
if it doesn't begin with Varanus, I
Yeah,
probably
I'm
haven't
not
got a clue what it is.
the skink species, unfortunately.
Oh, we're gonna find it. Bear with me, everyone, because I can't type because I'm illiterate. But just Freezy did answer it, but just for the filler, Logan has asked, how big do Mertens get?
Males, you probably like a big male might be like 1.2, and a big female might be like, I don't know, like 900 to a meter, I would say. In saying that though, like I was just at a guy's place up in Brisbane, and he showed me his pair of Mertens, and mine was like as big as his pair combined.
Oh.
So I mean, it's like anything. Like you can grow any. I mean, you can grow any reptile slowly.
It's a brown skink. Yeah.
I mean, that looks just like a water skink to me. But yeah, I don't know.
Idea. Yeah,
I've seen lots of skinks like that. I don't know. There's a lot of skinks in Australia that look just. But no, I can't say if I've seen that one in particular.
2026. I'm coming to yours, Mr. Frizzles. I'm going to sleep outside under the stars. Next year, Europe. Year after, America. Then we're going to Oz. I'm going to find me a fucking Parenti. I don't know if there are Parentis where he lives, but we're finding me a fucking Parenti. I don't care if it's captive or wild. We're finding a Parenti.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, Fries would have to answer that. I don't know if they go there.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you if because he's down, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is it classed as north because you're upside down? Is it classed as north because he's at the bottom?
He's in South Australia.
Okay, it's still north and south. Fine, cool.
I think he's like 4 hours from civilization, basically.
Yeah, even better. Perfect. 2020, unless I make it really big before then, and I'm taking all the patrons with me, all at Frizzy's house, big massive tent. But anyway, yeah. I don't really know where I was going with that. Sort of drawn close.
Finding reptiles that you keep in the wild.
Yeah, like I say, for me, I'm kind of worried that I will be like, fuck, because I talk on this podcast quite a lot, and I'm like, oh fucking hell, my animals are in too small enclosures, and I need to give them bigger, and I'm a bad keeper, and blah 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 blah. And everyone was like, what the fuck are you on about? And I seem to feel like alone in this world where I'm like, am I really the only one that fucking thinks I'm doing a shit job? But obviously, don't get me wrong, I don't think I'm doing a shit job. Let's be honest. But I regularly beat myself up daily, and I question myself daily.
Yeah. Well, what it'll be is that all those other people are saying, "What are you talking about?" And they're all keeping enclosures that are the same size as everybody else, so they think that they've reached the standard of what keeping is. You've obviously had this idea that bigger is better, which is great, and now you've gone bigger than them. So now you're thinking, oh, okay, well, I'm doing a little bit better. You know, I'm providing a little bit more than the standard. And then now you're like, well,
I want more.
Where are these arbitrary, like a 4x2x2 is such an arbitrary size for anything, you know what I mean? And that's now a standard size for a lot of things. And now you're thinking, well, I've made the effort to go this big. Should I have gone bigger? And it's the same thing. Like I'm in the exact same spot, and I think a lot of people are. But you know, there has to be some sort of a balance. Like I think if you can get those natural behaviors out of that animal in such a small space, then that's what you should be aiming for, you know. And I'm sure that there's like, you know, like I read like things online and papers of what they observe, you know, like you know, for the Mertens, if you look on Wikipedia at Mertens, it'll say something about like Mertens basking on logs over the river, and then when you come and see them, when you see them, they'll dive. You know, they're always sort of close to water, and they dive into water for safety. And I get that.
Yeah,
I get that in here. You know, like one of the papers I read was talking about Mertens hunting at twilight. I get that.
Yeah.
You know, hunting yabbies, like which is, I mean, to be honest, up in the north, they're actually eating crabs. So it's like 70% of their diet was actually crabs, not yabbies. I think it was 70% crabs, and then it was like 10% crayfish. But crab and crayfish, I mean, I think they're like
different. Yeah.
we're splitting hairs. and then there was like a lot of eggs, like small birds, not really a lot of rodents, and then a lot of insects is basically what they were eating. So they're definitely getting their fill on the crab or the crustaceans over everything else. So that's how. So I mean, I provide that food and I get those hunting.
Naturalistic behaviours. Yeah.
You probably find with mango now as well. Like now you've got tall branches. Have you seen her go downwards, like down the, down, turn the back feet backwards, and they
Mate, I'll find it and bring it up. The lizard's a goddamn squirrel.
Yeah. But you won't get that small enclosure. You've got to give them
of course
5 foot height, and then you'll start seeing that sort of stuff. Doc like almost like a bungee jump sort of a thing, where she'll like leap off one of the ledges, but back claws are still attached. So she sort of like, or it's like she'll slide down the rock, but catch her body with her back claws turned around, like just before the water, and then she'll like stop and hang there, kind of like a monkey, and then like release and drop in.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because mango does similar.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that like if you're providing a space, at a certain point you can't, like something can be so small where you're not going to provide that for your animal. But if you can provide that for your reptile and you're starting to see those behaviors, like I really think that you're certainly doing the right thing. Now, I mean, like again, for like a frilled dragon, one of their natural behaviors is to run at 1,000,000 miles an hour for 100 meters on their back legs. Are you going to put that in a box? I think the answer is no. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so she does this all the time. She's literally like a squirrel, and then I can tell now she twitches her head. There's a bit of a lag, but she twitches her head and launches herself at me. And the audio is me basically, "Oh, you're gonna come and eat the phone?" And as I say that, she launches herself at me.
Yeah. Have you seen her like go down quickly, where they like literally almost like slide, but they slow themselves with the back feet, like raise?
Yeah, I think let's have a look at the world's best Instagram account. So what have I got? There is a video somewhere of her doing that, but not on that branch. She's doing it again there. She's just hanging there though that time. She just literally, she's a squirrel.
Yeah.
Like she does it a lot. And like you say, I'd never seen it before, but she took to it like a bloody duck to water. And like this is her just climbing up it. Like this is the first time she climbed up it. She's never climbed up it before. You can see her brain trying to process it, and like the lateral movement, the sidewinder, and that branch is 4.5 foot tall. So it's like wow, like and then there is another. Where's the one? Oh, I don't know where it is. God knows, but yeah, some people said to me, because basically she was in a smaller enclosure. There's no point lying. She was in a smaller enclosure, and then she went into a slightly bigger enclosure that was still a smaller enclosure. And now she's in a bigger enclosure. So she does it here in this bit. She like slides. Oh, mate, honestly, my internet's decided to die. So she slides down this one, but she uses her back legs to like catch her. But it's again, it's lagging, and then she flies up there. But again, it's lagging. So, but yeah, people are like, oh, because she lays eggs for me regularly. Like I've got her down to a T to cycle. She's had 7 clutches for me. And again, I've got no horse in the race. I don't want her to lay. I've got no male. But anyway, where was I going with this? So she was laying me eggs in the smaller enclosure, and then her old enclosure she was laying me eggs, and now people are like, oh, what if she doesn't lay eggs in this enclosure? And then I'm like, it means I can't meet her necessary parameters. It doesn't mean that she's unhappy. It means I've got the fucking shit wrong. And I'm a bad keeper, not a bad keeper, but I'm not a good enough keeper to meet her husbandry in a bigger enclosure.
For sure.
But I think people, again, it's a justification. Like, oh, if she was laying eggs in the old enclosure, she must be happy. Well, no, I was just able to meet her environmental needs for her to lay eggs and the environmental triggers for her to lay eggs. Thank you, Gary, for the super chat. Thank you very much. Your Australia trip. Sorry, can't do more. Still the pizza party, mate. Appreciate any money at all. You didn't have to fucking send me anything, so I appreciate you. But yeah, we'll get the Fries' house and pitch up a tent. Don't worry. But yeah, she for the most part. So climbing like that is probably the biggest change I've seen. And then how much the basking spot's up high. She doesn't have a low level basking spot. She's got the water which is heated.
But don't give
No, I'm not going to.
You know, like force her to climb to get there.
Oh, 100%. But people are like, because that was going to be my argument. I'm like, she spends a lot of time up high, and everyone's like, oh, but she climbs to the basking spot. Well, she's got a big. Oh God, he's gone. Disconnected. Oh, is he back? What's going on? I don't know what happened there, but hello. But yeah, she got this big branch up high, a big thing up high, and then I can show you on this one. So we go back to my video of her. So she has the one up high, which she spends a lot of time on because she basks, and then she's got a shelf underneath and a shelf to the right. So that one she's on there. So that's still 3 and a bit foot off the floor. That shelf where she's on like there. That's her favorite spot, and she spent a lot of time on the floor in her old enclosure. She could get up to like 2.5, 3 foot high in her old enclosure, but now she can go to 3 foot and go 3 foot again if she wants to.
Yeah. But that's mad. Like so many people are like, oh yeah, my lizard's arboreal. I'm going to give it a 3 foot high enclosure. That's a shrub. That's not a tree.
Yeah.
A 3 foot high all shrub.
Yeah.
You know, like if it's arboreal, give it 8 foot at least. At least it's clearing that shrub line. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know, it's like a 3 foot exoterra is an arboreal enclosure. Okay.
Yeah.
A 3 foot is a large, like it's the height of a large rock.
Yeah.
Like, an animal can jump that high. Like when that animal comes to the tree, it jumps the first tree. You know what I mean? Like
no, 100%.
Not arboreal.
My tree monitor genuinely has jumped about 4 foot from its enclosure to me.
Yeah.
Just at a light work jump. And that was the moment I was like, this fucking thing needs to be in a room.
Yeah.
Like, just need some animals. Again, where do we draw the line? But my brain's like, no matter how big of an enclosure I build, I could put my tree monitor in mango size enclosure and it would still be too small for their natural capabilities. Like, it just would.
Yeah.
It would be able to exhibit, be able to jump from branch to branch. Of course it would. But this is what I mean. My brain is plagued with what's morally right or wrong.
How wide is your tree monitor enclosure now?
At the moment, only 4 foot, but it's going 6 by 6 by 3.
Yeah. So I mean, at 6 foot, you just gear it up in a way where you've got a tree on either side, and you create that need or whatever for it to jump from one side to the other. You know, if you build it,
don't get me wrong, it has capabilities to do it now, but 4 foot, it's not enough. The enclosure is not enough. It's only 4 foot wide. But it's getting a 6 by 6 by 3. And I'm going to put in several, and because I've got the depth, I'm going to do several vertical branches at different levels, so it can. And then I'm just going to put some.
You know, what'd be cool is that you get like a nice tree trunk and put in like a wooden board, put a couple of screws in the bottom of it, set it up in front of the enclosure with something that it eats, and just move the tree further and further away. See how far he can actually get.
That would be. I'm at the moment. I'm rope training it, so I put a bit of shipping like rope, and it comes across the rope because when I got him, he was kept in an exoterra at that size. He was in the biggest exoterra, so 90 by 45 by 90 centimeters. He was in that when I got him, and the people that had him, lovely people, loved him to death, but they were too scared of him to get him out to upgrade him. And that's just the reality of it. And he still has it now. He's got a duck nose because he's got a horrendous nose rub just because and I've had him now for 2.5 years, and people don't see it because obviously I just post a 10-second video and that's my fault. But the amount of hours I put into that animal to get it to just come onto me or come out of its own accord, fucking night. Like it's you know, so now it's not a justification. I should have had him in a bigger enclosure from the get-go, but his new enclosure, I'm hoping to order the end of next month. And then I should have it 6 weeks after. So I'm not going to build it. I'm going to just buy one because it's going to look a lot nicer. And if I'm honest, I haven't got the time to build one. So if I say I'm just going to build him one, it'll just take me longer and it's not fair for him. So I'm just going to buy one because I know a custom build place where I can just order a 6 by 3 by 6. And then I'm going to deck all the walls out, make the walls climbable, put several vertical branches, several horizontal branches, allow space for a nest box for if and when I add the female when she's big enough in a couple of years. Again, the problem is it's not a problem, but let's just say Paul wasn't a dickhead and didn't have 6 mangroves, just had 2, like a normal person. And not even a normal person has 2, but let's just say I could give him a 8 by realistically, I could give him let's put it this way. If I sold my peach throat tomorrow, I could give my tree monitor a 7 foot long, 6 foot deep, 9 foot tall enclosure, because that's the space where my peach throats are allocated for my peach throat. Yeah, and I was talking. I don't want to sell the peach throat. It's selfish. It is selfish. I'm not gonna lie. The peach throat, it's invaluable to me. I love it, but it's selfish. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh no, but it's a selfish thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think I can part of her. But then I'm fully open, transparent. That's very selfish from me. But then it was also as well. Like, I'll finish my point and then ask you the question. It's very selfish from me because my other animals could benefit tremendously without me just from me selling one, for example. But then my question to you is, where does it go? Because one, there's not many keepers in the UK that are interested in jobiensis that are going to do it to the similar scale as me. So is it better for that animal to go to a lesser environment for my other animals that I already have? I have the jobiensis, I have the other animals. Is it better for my other animals to thrive for the jobiensis to suffer? Because let's just say I can't find it a better home, because I generally don't know if there is one. And that's not me being big-headed. I just know people aren't willing to give space, because the people that know what jobiensis require don't want them because they know what they require. And then the people that do know what they're just going to stick it in like an 8x4x4. Whereas I'm planning, like I say, a 7x5 or 6 by like fucking 9 tall. So what's better? Yeah. It's a hard question.
I mean, like, I guess, like, I don't mean this in the wrong way, but like, if you put yourself on top of the mountain, everyone else is going to be below.
Oh no, I know exactly what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, what is better though? Yeah, like,
yeah. I mean, I'm in a similar situation with my olives. I'm looking to move on the male because I'm never going to breed them. I know that I can make something really fucking cool for my female. Like an olive is a commonly kept reptile. I know that I can do olives by showing it's possible for an olive enclosure in your home, but then my other one sort of has to, it's like I said, like if you're not willing to do it for all of them, then it's hard, because I don't want to make 2 giant olive enclosures and I can't keep them together. So what do I do?
Yeah.
The same thing. Like I guess my justification for what I'm planning to do is that I think that I can, look, I might be, I intend to move my male olive on to someone that I think is going to look after it. I'm actually going to give it with my big enclosure when the time comes to it. So I know, I mean, that enclosure is not necessarily set up nice like everything else, but it's got the space that animal, not enough space.
The blueprint's there, but yeah.
The blueprint's there for the person to do well with it. And then I can actually use that space to make something really cool for one olive python, and then hopefully influence other people to do more and build something bigger for theirs. You know what I mean? So I guess it's like do you sort of hit one person on the train tracks, or do you move it to hit 5? Do you know what I mean? Like
I wouldn't move it.
Potentially improve the lives.
I know what you're saying. I think again, it's all lines in the sand, because it is all a justification, no matter what. Because at the end of the day, we're dealing with lives, and we're potentially putting one before the other.
Yeah.
Because like you say, you could keep both olives in lesser enclosures or one in a fucking amazing enclosure. So what do? Both suffer, one survives. I get your point, but I guess I get emotional about it, but I guess my justification would be, I think, no, I don't. I'm fucking lying. I'm going to finish my sentence, but I'm already fucking lying to myself. I think a 6x3x6 is going to be, I was about to say enough, but I'm going to say okay for a tree monitor. And then a 7 by 5 by, let's just say by 7, because fucking by 9 I could go by 9, but I'd fucking get eaten alive. So let's just say 7 by 5 by 7 for a jobiensis is okay. There are different parts of the room, so I can't merge the space together. I mean, I could move the mangrove enclosures, so maybe I could, but anyway. So I guess I'm selfishly saying I don't want to sell either of the animals, and I'm just hoping that those enclosures are going to be okay. And then again, I know you're going to hate me because you said this earlier. Hopefully, in 2 or 3 years' time, I'll have more space. But yeah,
you know, changing enclosure from 2 foot to 3 foot deep, a huge amount of square footage, area and volume. Like a lot of people don't understand, like, like even just having that extra amount of volume inside the enclosure of free and open space that's not doesn't have a branch in it or a plant in it or something is still actually helps the air quality inside the enclosure and the air movement inside the enclosure. It certainly makes it harder to heat. But taking a 6x2 to a 6x3, you're actually, that's like an extra 6 square foot of area, which is huge.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
More. Plus, if you've got a back wall, a usable back wall, you've now increased that by
all the walls would be climbable. Yeah.
Even in a 6x3 by, I mean, look, 9 foot's great, but I mean, I hear you're quite short, and I am too. You don't want to build an enclosure that you can't
get the 8. No,
I mean, at a certain point, I say you do what's best for the animal, not what's best for the keeper. But I mean,
well, not being able to clean or not being able to get up there is not beneficial to the cat.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you can also build your enclosure on the top of the house.
Yeah,
that's not really. It's kind of counterproductive. So I think at sort of 8 foot high, that's probably enough, and go 6 foot by 3 foot deep. I mean, that's pretty big, man. Like, I mean, you think corner to corner, you're probably what, like 8-9 foot corner to corner.
Yeah.
You might not be 8 foot or 9 foot wide, but corner to corner, you've still got that sort of a distance and space, and you've got all that other extra usable space as well. And you just set it up so that you have sort of like a clear path through the middle from tree to tree, so that your monitor can jump and you can try and get that behavior. Like I would, wherever you've got the door, I would try and put a tree in that just in front of the doorway, and put another tree in the opposite corner, so that you can put your tongs in there with the mouse or a roach, whatever you're feeding, and get that
jumping action,
jump out of them. You know what I mean? So you are providing that behavior, but you're just doing it in a smaller and manageable. But I think you are beating yourself up a little bit. I mean, I think 6 by 3 by 9 or 8 is pretty massive, man.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Like, it is. Like, I'm not. The problem is with me, again, because of my fucked up brain, I flick to negatives. I never look at the positives, and that's why I have to check myself a lot, and that's why I think my self-awareness has got okay, because I do sit with myself regularly and go, well, look what you've achieved, look how far you've come, and look how you were keeping, and look what you're keeping in now, and look at your plans. But I think it's like well, fucking you meet up with the boys and you're bitching about your missus. Mine's definitely asleep because she's not fucking commenting for a while.
Never been. My missus is wonderful.
You're a smarter man than me. But you know what I'm saying? You don't. Well, to be fair, this whole podcast, I've said about Fee. I'm like, yeah, she's great, but like, again, that defeats my object. But like, okay, different example. I don't come home to Fee and go, right, my boss, absolute fucking diamond, like real sorted me out today. I go, he's fucking been a stickler. Because we always talk about the negative as people. Yeah. Like when we meet up with people, we fucking bitch. That's what we do. We never go, oh, do you know what? I fucking built a massive enclosure for mango and it's fucking great. I go, fucking hell, I need to upgrade that one instead. So your brain just does it naturally, and it is important to stop and remind yourself. And I put in my Instagram post sometimes, like 7-year-old me would be ecstatic with 28, almost 29-year-old me. I do remember that, but then I am scared of stagnation. I'm scared of going, yeah, you're right, yeah. And I don't think it'll happen, but it's an irrational fear I have, and I'm aware of that. But I don't want to get to the point, because I believe it's a good quality to be like, you need to do better, you need to do better, you need to do better. It can become unhealthy, so you have to check it. But I don't want to lose it, but I don't want it to fucking control my life. So it's like,
but look, I mean, look, the fact that you are dwelling on the stuff and it does chew you up inside is just a sign that you care. You know what I mean? It's a sign that you give a shit about what you're providing, and you're trying to provide the best thing that you can. And I think that's normal. I think that's pretty normal, and I think it's to be expected. And if you build a 6x3x8 enclosure, and you can inspire at least one other person because you've done it, you can inspire one other person to do that for their animals. Then
good job, different.
Man. You know what I mean? If you build like a 9 foot by 9 foot by 9 foot, and people go, "Oh, I can never do that. That's just for rich people. That's just for Paul. He's successful. He's got a podcast. I could never do that."
Damn right.
You know what I mean? It's this cutoff point that works in both ways. I mean, I think at that size you're doing a lot more than a lot of other people, and it's not like you're going from 4 foot to 5 foot and then claiming that you've changed amazing thing for ball pythons or something. You know what I mean? Like it's a pretty big enclosure, bro. Like
it hasn't happened yet, so let's wait and see. But that's the plan. The plan is in fruition.
I built a bunch of President's enclosures recently. They were 1200 by 800 by 1600.
Yeah.
Ball, and they felt pretty big, man. Like they felt pretty roomy.
So my current one is 1200 wide, 70. It's probably like 68, but 70 deep, and 150 tall. Is my current one, and I think it's too small. It's okay, but it's too small. So like I say, I think the priceless is going to go 180 by 90 by 180, and then the Jobiensis is going to go I don't know the fucking centimeters, 210 being 7 foot maybe by 120 by 240 is going to be the Jobiensis. So the Jobiensis is going to be bigger.
I agree. I think that the current one is too small.
Yeah.
But if you're going to get something, put it in something bigger, it sounds like your plan is perfectly reasonable. Also, we get so stuck on these like exact measurements. You know, you measure your room. If you're building it just out of timber and ply, and you're not sort of worried about having seams and things like that, just build it to the size of what you've got. If it's 2.75 wide, just make it 2.75 wide. Why leave a little bit of a gap at the end of a room if you don't need to? You know what I mean? Just custom build it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is one of the. Yeah, I agree, and I made that build video for Mango's enclosure on YouTube, and it's a fucking shit build video. It's basically like, this is my frame, welcome to my enclosure. But anyway, a few people reached out to me and a few people commented, and they were like, I really like this because I was on a budget. I don't really have much fucking money. Like, I'm proper fucking skint most of the time, and then when I do have money, it goes on the fucking lizards. But anyway, so I built it on a budget, but I made it functional. When I got the wood for free straight from the forest. And a few people did message me, and a few people commented, and they were like, "Oh, thank you for doing this," because, like, exactly what you just said, this is attainable. Like, normally you see these big YouTubers, and they've got habitat at home enclosures, big fancy custom ones. But like for me, I can't afford it. I just can't afford it. And there's no. Again, a good point of conversation probably. If I can't afford the big fancy ones, should I even have got them in the first place? You see what I mean? It's where do we draw the line?
So, look, I have a particular look that I like to go for. Do you know what I mean? I have a particular style that I like, and that what I think looks good to me. Do you know what I mean? And I think that for and a lot of like my first beta dragon enclosure, man, you can find it on my Instagram. It was literally red tiles, but I got what I did? I got like a tile that had like a texture to it that looked like rock, because I was like, I'm not just going to have bare tile. It's going to look like
I'm going to
rock.
be indie and be different.
Yeah, I'm indie. My first bit of Dragon Enclosure had tiles, and I built like a ramp. Had like a ramp that went up to a ledge. And I tiled that. I got my grinder. This is like 17-year-old me. I got my grinder. I grinded the tiles, and I made a little ramp, and I made a polystyrene background. And yeah, I mean, at 17-year-old me was like, yeah, this is really, this is really good. And then yeah, like as I sort of progressed and got better, I got to the point where it's like for me to challenge myself. Like I used to build enclosures out of melamine, and I used to edge them myself and cut them on the table saw and all that sort of stuff. And then now I've got a CNC because I've always been interested in it. And the other thing too is I used to build my enclosures myself, and then I used to pay a cabinet making factory to build the enclosures for me. But every time I wanted to make a change, it was always a nightmare. And then I'd move, and then I'd have to find a new factory to make what I wanted. And then I would go through this whole rigmarole of like, oh, snakes, that's weird, or like this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. And I just got sick of it. I thought, well, bugger, it's so hard for me to do this. I'm just going to buy my own CNC and do it myself.
Yeah.
Where I've got to, but and like, I mean, I don't know how many custom made enclosures that you've made. Well, I mean, I also don't know how long you've been an electrician for. And like I said before,
an electrician for 14 years, and Mango's enclosure was probably that I've made myself from start to finish my third ever enclosure.
Okay, so I've been an electrician for 18 years, and I made my first enclosure when I was like within my second year or something of being an electrician. So as my skills in my trade got better, my enclosures got better, like right alongside it the whole time. And like I said before, like I'll see someone do something once, and I'll just know how to do it. You know what I mean? Like I can look at something and never have tried to do that, but I know what I can do. I know what skills I have. I know I can do it. So when I try things, I'm not scared that I'm going to fail. It's like I already know that I can do it before I've done it, which has obviously helped me sort of over the year. But you just get better, man. Like you just build more enclosures, you get better and better and better, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like
100%.
You just get better and better and better the more you try it.
100%. I am
tangent again, but basically it's like you're putting yourself down for this enclosure that you made, and that's what I was trying to say is that you sort of putting yourself down a little bit for the enclosure that you. And people do this with rock walls all the time. Like Coop was in here before. If you look at Coop's Instagram, he just posted a rock wall that he was doing out of concrete, and he was just texturing it and stuff today. Fucking primo, man. Like he's done leaps and bounds in the last couple of years of just how good he is. But I tell you what, you look at any of his first stuff, it probably sucked.
Yeah, this is the same as everything. You've got to be willing to fail, then fail better.
Yeah, 100%. Like you could see the graveyard of failed enclosures and stuff I've got lying around my house of things I've tried that just didn't really work out, or I didn't like the look of, or this, that, and the other. And you just got to put the time in and get better and better and better as you go. You can't expect your first try to be very good. You expect your 10th try to be good. You've got to put the time in. It's like anything that you do. But like I said before, and what I was getting to is that I have a particular look that I like for my enclosures, and my enclosures reflect my skill level for doing it for almost, just shy of 20 years.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can just see behind you how slick they look. So
yeah, I started building enclosures, the same way that you did, and I know you've got like the trellis with the fake plants and stuff on it, you know what I mean? So like I would never do that now. I would never do that because I have the ability to do something different. But yeah. Don't think that what you've got doesn't look good because it's not universal rocks and live plants. Do you know what I mean? Like eventually you might get to a point where you're like, oh, you know what? I want to try making fake rocks that create and all that. And I used to do that. I used to do the same thing as Coop and Luke Netheim and Matt Somerville and all those people. Jake Meaney, look at Jake Meaney. He's got a new one. If you don't follow Jake Meaney, make sure you're following him. His new concrete rock Instagram page, I think it's called Crete Habitats. I think it's called. He's just started it. I don't know if you know Jake Meaney, but Jake Meaney was the head reptile keeper up at the ARP, the Australian Reptile Park, where Coop used to work as well. He was part of the team that bred the first Komodo dragons in Australia.
Oh, sick.
He started making concrete rock walls to a very, very high standard for inside the zoo. And I think
I could bring it up on the laptop, but it's on my phone right now.
Yeah.
So
he's doing a lot of that sort of stuff. He's very, very good. But all those guys sucked too at the beginning. You know what I mean? And I sucked as well. And you know what with me is that before I got good, I was like, you know what, I'm over this, and I just started using fake stuff.
Yeah, like I say, for me, it's functional.
But functional is the most important. You know, it doesn't look like real rock to be functional. That's just what I like. That's just
100%.
what I'm into. And I like, for me now, is that if I can't afford to do it in the way that I want to do it, I just don't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, like if I was to get a retic and I couldn't put it, actually, here's a better one, lace monitor. If I couldn't provide a lace monitor with a giant 8-foot freestanding tree and, you know, a giant pit and something else, then I'm just not interested. Like I know that before I start, I'm never ever going to be happy.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah,
you know, I just never ever going to be able to give it what I think that it needs, and so I just don't go down that path. But if you've got something and you're happy with the aesthetic of fake plants and wooden ledges and a tub, if that's what you're okay with, you're fulfilling the needs. It doesn't necessarily. You're never going to hit that slice of the wild because
it's not.
It's just not. You know, so don't just. We're talking apples and oranges now.
Yeah.
But you could argue that if I was to build Doc's enclosure out of plywood and have just plywood shelves and have them at different heights, I probably could actually make it a lot more functional. Like absolutely I can make it a lot more functional, but it wouldn't hit that aesthetic that I want to hit and that excites me keeping reptiles. You know what I mean?
So and you're bang on right. One, I don't know if you saw the video of me pulling my enclosure apart with a gill and eye in the back. So I had like a real wood real oak wooden background. Fucking beautiful it was. And basically a gill and eye got into the back of it. And I hadn't seen her in about 2 weeks, and enough was enough. So I pulled the fucking enclosure apart just to find this lizard looking at me like, "What's up, bruv?" Oh, fucking bitch. But anyway, dwarf monitors or dwarf animals, full stop. So I'm with you, right? I'm obviously nowhere near on your level in the sense of the creativity and the abilities, but again, like you said, that comes with time and experience, so no one can be held accountable for that. But I am with you. I'd rather have naturalism. I'd rather have this. I'd rather have that, as well as meeting all the naturalistic needs. In my smaller enclosures, again, not like fucking pristine, but I do try and hit those. I have better backgrounds. I have live plants. I have like proper branches. I don't have fake anything. Mangoes is the only enclosure I have with fake. And again, it's purely because one, I wanted to get her in the bigger enclosure, and I got it in my head that she needs to be an ASAP rather than waiting 6 months and just trying to fucking do something with it. And two, just didn't have the money. So cheap, cheerful, done. But the problem is with that, now she's in and she's not coming back out. So until I build another enclosure, she can go in there, then I can just change it, you know. So that is what it is. But like you say,
sorry, I should just say, like, I use a lot of universal rocks, but I'm not like, I'm not going out and paying top dollar for these pieces. Like a lot of pieces that I have are all secondhand. I would argue, like, I should show you a photo of all the stuff that I've collected over the years. Like I'm actually like a true universal collector. I've got pieces that I've had since I was 17. I've literally
Jesus Christ, yeah, they move with you.
I flew pieces from Australia to New Zealand and brought them from New Zealand back to Australia.
Fucking hell, yeah.
The big piece in the back of Doc's wall I've had for like almost 20 years.
Fucking
I keep ripping it out and reusing it. So I mean, I for a while I if there's a particular piece that I needed to fit something, I would buy it. But I have like a giant stack, like multiple stacks of universal rocks of all sorts of types that I just sit on Gumtree marketplace and I just offer, a little bit and just make a collection out of it, because I know that eventually I'm gonna use it. I think of it as like I know I'm gonna use it you know, every now and then, or whenever I'm going to use it, I will get used up, but I just collect it when I see a good deal. I see it, I take it. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, you might see $2,000 worth of universal rocks in the back of Enclosure, but I paid $200 for it, and I've been carrying it around for 15 years.
Yeah.
Like, if you're street value, $2,000, but you know, my value, what I paid for it, not that much. And
This
it's just
is it.
so fucking good. It just lasts forever. Like, I could rip that Enclosure out and just use it on something new, and you would never know.
Yeah, I need to get onto it. Well, because like you say, that's the context behind the 2-minute Instagram story, isn't it? Like, oh wow, fucking hell, you must spend loads of money as an Enclosures.
Honestly, I would argue, look, anyone can take the money and go buy a container with the universal rocks. I'm not like, anyone can do that. I'm not saying I have more universal rocks than anybody, but I would argue in the world, I probably have the largest collection of wheeled and dealed universal rocks in the world. I would
wheeled and dealed, the back street, the underground,
Like, you know, like you said, like, what are those baseball cards and shit like that? Anyone can go online and buy the top baseball cards, but the type of person that's going to garage sales and making
sifting through it,
through and getting all the stuff, like, I'm that guy.
Yeah, well, you need to be. There needs to be little shortcuts and little intricate secrets and tips and tricks. You know, because like you say, otherwise it's going to cost you a fucking fortune to do. Yeah, there's some things, some things you can't skimp out on, like your lighting. But there are things.
Back to Instagram, like back to social media. Like, the one thing that I have got from it is I've completely subsidized my entire hobby. I don't think there's a single thing nowadays that I pay full price for.
I could agree with that. Yeah,
that's the biggest blessing, I think, out of anything, is that I have managed to trade
something.
Yeah. For something.
Yeah.
Yeah. My yabbies, for instance, like, I've become really good friends with my guy that I get my yabbies from, and at the moment I'm training, like, he's expanding his ponds, and I trade drone footage of his ponds expanding for yabbies. You know, like, there's always ways.
There's always ways.
That's got nothing to do with my Instagram following.
Yeah, there is always ways.
In other ways, like, there's all my lighting and everything. I've managed to subsidize in some way or another to try and bring my costs down, which in turn allows me to do bigger and more extravagant, you know, enclosures. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's that thing. It's that double-edged sword, isn't it? Because, like you say, once you get to that place, happy days. But getting to that place is a proper slug and a trawl and a fucking like. And only the people that are willing to put the work in will get there. And it's not promised overnight. Some people, like, I'm quite happy with my growth rate. I've been doing Instagram and YouTube since May last year. So what we're in now, so June, July, so fucking 14 months. Also as well, I'm functioning fucking well for 10 to 2 in the morning, and I've been up since 6:30. Can we all have a fucking like on the video for this fucking dedication, you motherfuckers? All because I got the fucking dates wrong. But I mean, I'd rather be doing it now with a lay-in tomorrow than fucking work tomorrow. But anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Oh well, that was that. Yeah, slug troll through. You know, I'm happy with my progress in my 14 months that I've been doing it. I'm happy with how it's gone, but for the first year I wasn't getting fuck all, you know what I mean? Like, it's only really been the last 4 to 6 months it's actually been, oh, okay, you know. And I get people message me. Here's a good one for you. I had a guy message me. If you're watching this, hello. Had a guy message me recently, and he said, hey man, would love to do I think this is a Bonkers podcast. I think, Mike, can you check for me, please? I think we were like 4.5 hours. We're at 4 hours, 20 minutes here, but this is definitely going to become the longest podcast. Thank you very much.
I'm coming for it.
He wants the title. I'll tell you what, this is the latest I've been up for a podcast. But yeah, there's a guy messaged me, and he was like, hey man, love your stuff, would love to do a collaboration, any chance I could come to your place and film? And I just instantly replied and went, hey, love to help you out, but I don't. Last one was 4 hours 37 minutes. Fucking hell. I've got 20 minutes left. We got that fine, easy. 5-hour podcast. Down under. I'm not going to try and do that anymore. Anyway, fuck's sake. It's starting to get to me now. It's starting to get to me now. But yeah, anyway, he messaged me and he was like, come to my place. And I was like, I'm really sorry, man. No, it's not a private fucking zoo. It's not this. It's not that. It's my collection. I don't have people here, this, that, and the other. I'm more than happy to sort something out, but like a collaboration wise, but just not coming to my place. And then he was like, and I've never spoken to this person before ever. And he was like, yeah, no worries, man. Just let me know what and when. And I literally replied and went, no. I'm not putting in the time, effort, energy to think of what we're going to do when you want to do it.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh, right, okay, well, I just want to grow my socials. And then I was like, okay. So I clicked on his page, and he had 100 followers, 101 followers. Now, that doesn't mean shit to me. I couldn't give a fuck if you've got 2 followers or 1 million followers. If you started out with, hey, man, I fucking love monitors. Let's push the passion of monitor lizards to the fucking moon. Let's fucking do this. I'd be like, sick.
Yeah.
Let's do it. But because you just want to grow your social. And then I was like, mate, really? I was like, you just want to use me for followers? He was like, no, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, I'll happily help you how to gain Instagram followers. He was like, well, why, how, why, whatever. So I sent him a few tips on how to grow social. Fuck, I never bothered replying to me. And I was just like, mate, it's exhausting, isn't it? Like, people fucking leeches.
Yeah. I had a similar thing. So like back when I was building, like there's lots of people that we used to do like, you'd make little, I don't know, sort of deals. You'd be like, when you're trying to grow, you'd be like, oh, I'll give you a post for a post, and you would do all that sort of stuff. And I met lots of cool people like that doing sort of like just sort of agreeing to help each other out and stuff at the beginning. But then you'd get like people, they're like, Kid Tarzan or some shit. There was another guy, I don't know, some other guy who was like, I know, he's like, oh, would you help me? And I was like, nah. And he's like, oh, I've met the best reptile people. I know Jay, Prehistoric Pets, personally. Yeah. And I go every day, and he's my friend. I was like, okay, I don't give a shit. Like, what I care about. You get a lot of that, man. You get a lot of that sort of stuff where it's just like, if they say, hey, I'm really into what you're doing, they follow you already. Like these people, so many times people don't even follow you. They literally have never looked at a single one of your posts. They just see that
never liked anything. Yeah,
and it's like, I've always had this rule, and I hope people can attest to this. Not many people ever take me up on this offer, but I mean, for a while, like I think maybe even still, I'm going to make a claim here, but I'm happy to prove wrong. But even at 40,000, which is whatever you want, it's gone down from what it was. I still think for an Instagram account in Australia that's sort of based around what I do, like the enclosures and just being a private keeper, not a zookeeper or not someone on TV or whatever. I think I have the largest account.
I can't fact check you on that, but
yeah,
probably.
I think so. But I've always said, like, and I've always tried to help. Like, if someone I know or someone who's like in my circle has something they want to promote, like $40,000, 40,000 followers, like what's it worth if we can't do something?
Just share, yeah.
So I'm always happy to share. I try and actively share all the people that are sort of in my circle, in my group, to try and build them up. I think that a rising tide should raise all ships. Like, I'm not trying to pull away from anybody. Like, I want to build everybody up that's around me. I mean, that was back then. I mean, now the offer is probably not worth as much as it used to be worth. I'd always say, like, if you've got something going on, like, or you're trying to promote something, you're doing something special, you want to try something, like, let me know. I'll make a post.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm happy to do it. Like, I'm happy to do it and try and lift up whatever it is that you're doing. I would like to bring, if I have any sort of success, I want to bring people up.
Oh, 100%, mate.
That doesn't mean me thinking that I'm going to do it. 100%.
Oh, shit. I better delete the message. I'm messaging you now.
100% probably not. Back then
hello, Mr. Doc Merten. Can you share my podcast, please? I've got this really cool guy on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get quite a lot of it, and it's fucking humbling because I don't think I'm somebody. But because I have 20, let's just say 25, always round up, boys. At 25,000 to my name, I'll share someone's post and they'll message me and be like, "Oh my god, thank you so much! Like the fucking hell, that means so much." Like, oh, and I'm like, just because I forget to them, it's like fucking hell. Paul's monitors 25,000. Me, I'm like, I'm just Paul. Like, I forget that, but I'd probably be the same if I don't think anyone massive ever has shared my shit, so I can't relate. But yeah, I forget sometimes like it fucking means the world to someone just for me to go and it's done, sent. You know, it's a humbling experience, and how Spider-Man shit, great power, great responsibility. You know, and it's scary because you do have influence on people, and people ask me shit, and sometimes I second guess myself if this is really what I fucking want in the first place. If it's, do I really want to climb this mountain, or am I just being dragged up this mountain by fucking lack of self-esteem when I was 10? You know what I mean? I don't know, because it is scary when you. Not that I'm nowhere near the fucking top, but I am the most followed monitor account in the UK. Not in Europe, but in the UK I am. And people joke, but not really. Oh, you're the monitor man, because like in the UK hobby. And I'm just a fucking electrician that keeps lizards, man.
Yeah, I get the same thing, man. I'm always just like, you're like Doc Merten. I'm like, no, Doc Merten's my lizard.
Yeah.
A real person with feelings, you know, and like I'm just a guy who likes reptiles. There's nothing, nothing special about me. You know what I mean? Other than I've just chosen to sort of never give up.
Yeah. Funny thing about having a massive following is 80% of followers. Yeah, it's all like I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Brad's Bioactive builds, but he's nearly at 5k subs. So fucking check out Brad's Bioactive builds. He posted recently. I was just a picture like, oh, we're so close to 5,000 subs, blah, blah, blah. So I shared it to my story. I was like, come on, guys, fucking, I think he needed 19 followers. I was like, fucking 19 followers, we can do that. There's 25,000 of us. The chances are the people that already subscribe to him are the people that actually truly fuck with me.
Yeah.
So then the rest aren't going to do fuck all. Because if that's the case, I would have 25,000 followers on YouTube.
Yeah.
So it doesn't transpire. But then companies go, wow, 25,000, even though I could get. So, for example, I won't name them. I know someone with 17,000, and when I was on 8,000, I was getting double the engagement. No discredit to them, but just to prove this point. So I had less than half the followers, double the engagement, double the interaction. Brad's here, just hit 5k. You're welcome, Brad. I'll put my invoice in the post. But yeah, so I had half the followers, double the engagement, but for a brand's point of view, they would go, wow, 17,000 followers, and they'd look at mine and go, not that 8's nothing, but you know what I mean? Brands just see the numbers, not the engagement.
Not necessarily true. Any brand would actually ask for your engagement stats. You'd have to
really, the brands I've had, unless they've looked at me, the brands I've had reach out to me don't ask me any of that, unless they look at my page and go, yeah, it's good.
Probably not that serious or reputable. Also, the other thing too is that, like, it's interesting what Frizzy's saying is that I actually got most of my following, probably 38,000 of them, before Reels even existed. That's how stagnant my Instagram account has sort of been. So that's not, I mean, like 100%. I definitely agree with what he's saying, but for my account in particular, I would disagree. Point, but I mean, not that it means anything. Instagram now, for me, is like a thing that I sort of do to keep in contact with some people, and if there's something in particular that I really want to show or share, or then I just use it. But I'm not sort of so active on it where I'm trying to really post things out on it currently. It'll definitely pick up again. It's just the current state of everything that I'm trying to do. It just doesn't really allow for it, unfortunately.
Busy times. Correcting me, Mike, thank you. I did have someone massive shout me out. Reptile shared my shit, and I remember I died at that. I was like, oh my god, it's fucking Reptile. So I stand correct. I sit corrected, but I was wrong, and yes, slipped into his DMs and shoot my shot. Stay tuned to the podcast. But yeah, fuck knows where I'm going with that.
I remember I got a reply from like the King of Hawaii, and I was like, yes.
What is hard to remember though, like I say, because now I'm at the other side of it. Because what's the funniest thing? I won't name them. There was a guy in the monitor community, and I reached out to him for help. I think it was with my Ackies. This was fucking ages ago. I had like 16 followers, and then he literally was like, "You need to do more research. Come back to me when you know more." And he, I'm a dickhead. He messaged me recently, like 2 years later,
Yeah.
and it's still there. Like the two messages, like
Yeah.
whatever I said,
Yeah.
and his like, "Come back when you know more." And he was like, "Hey man, blah blah blah." Whatever he said, and was like, "I'm having a bit of issue with this," and I just replied, "Come back when you
Please.
know more,"
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah. Be petty, bro. Be
I'm a
petty.
dickhead, mate.
Fuck you guys. Be
Yeah.
petty.
Oh fucking.
Be petty.
It's fun. It's stuff like that I live for though, because it's like
Yes.
I was like crying with laughter because in my own world I thought this was fucking hilarious because I was like I completely forgot about it because it was like 2020 or fucking
Yeah.
whenever it was. I was like, oh, how the tides have turned.
The turns of time.
Fucking mate. All right.
But
We
yeah,
have 8 minutes.
You've
Go
got to, you know, I mean, but it goes back to what we were saying before. You know, he's probably in a situation where he's just being bombarded with a whole bunch of questions, and on that day you caught him at a bad time, and he was just been like, I can't be bothered, and
Yeah.
and then, you know, I'm very glad that you got him back with that. I've done that too, just for the laugh. But I also hope that now in your current position, you can probably see where he was at.
Oh, 100%.
That message, you know what I mean? So, like,
Yeah.
it's this, when you're on Messenger and stuff, especially when you're not face to face, you know, you could be talking but having two different conversations based on
your mood,
the day, your mood. Do you know what I mean? It's a big problem, and you know, and I've definitely. There's been times I've replied to people when I should have just not replied, or times when I've engaged with people when I should have just not engaged. I remember a time where it was like I've got pretty thick skin, and I don't really engage in a lot of that too much, especially not anymore. I used to love that stuff before social media was even a thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, but I remember once someone was like, "Oh, there's papers to show that." Yeah, people were saying like, "Oh, it was about feeding live yabbies to reptiles," and this person was like, "Oh, yeah, there's papers to show that this is bad for them." And I was like, "What papers?" They're like, "These papers," and I was like, "Show me the papers. Where are these papers? You're saying there's papers. Where are the papers?" "Oh yeah, I'm not going to go and find them for you." And I was like, "Of course you're not. Like, piss off, you're useless." Blah blah blah. I'd done like 3 days and 3 12-hour days in a row, and I was behind on getting a project finished for my day job, and I was tired, and I hadn't eaten, and I was just like, not tonight. We're going in on this one, man. Like,
you broke the camel's back.
But the whole thing is that like I spent the whole night just arguing with this person. And then at the end of it, I was just like, why did I do that? Like,
and then the wildebeest was like, "That's a crocodile," and you were like, "Nah, mate.
I don't feel better for this." And then you just realize, but you do these things, and then you realize, hey, it's actually not worth it because this person was just a dickhead and just decided that these papers existed, and then you go on their thing and they have a private account, and their profile picture is a gargoyle gecko.
It's a waste of your time.
Like, why did I do that? You know what I mean? Like, people are trolling, and look, trolling's fun, man. Like, trolling, like, don't get me wrong, like, I get it.
Yeah, just being a bit of a
Like some days, you know, I guess it's that whole social media thing. Like, it's like any social media, you know, people only see your best side, and I think you say you try and be quite honest. I'm definitely not in that box. Like, I'm not saying that I'm lying, but I don't really put my negative sides.
Yeah, all the personal shit. Yeah,
the personal shit too much. I mean, I built my most of my following never showing my face. I just basically let my enclosures and my husbandry and things like that speak for itself before I ever put my face out there. Because being like any sort of fame or whatever you want to call it, important to me. And it's still not important to me. But I think people sort of disassociate this character or this face that you put forward on social media, like Doc Merten, forgetting that Tyson, the real person, you know, might be having a bad, you know, or might be having a great day, and I don't know, maybe on great days you just stay off social media.
Yeah,
because you're not 140% for that dopamine kick because you're busy doing something else that's actually fulfilling your needs rather than searching for empty dopamine on social media, so so it's just like, I think, and I like, again, like I'm definitely I mean, I'm actually not really that active. My big problem on social media is I make like jokes, sarcastic, that I think are funny, that don't, and then I'm stuck.
Yeah, I do that.
That's the problem, and I stopped doing that too. I made all sorts of jokes about things, and
it's hard, isn't it?
I'm a firm believer in saying the funniest thing that comes into your head at the time, and then having to backtrack later.
Yeah, I have a dark sense of humor. Yeah. It's probably at least 17 levels too dark to share to social media, but sometimes on like a live, I mean, we've been talking for fucking 4 hours, 34 minutes and 57 seconds. It's really hard not to just blurt out something that's going to get me cancelled.
And look, you sound too like you've had some stuff going on, in your life. I certainly have had too, and I think that you're very philosophical now, but I think that everything has to be funny. Everything. Nothing is off limits. Everything has to be funny, because if it's not, and sad, everything has to be funny. You have to be able to make a joke about everything, otherwise it's just sad.
100%. That's a coping mechanism that I have had. We're not going to call it a coping mechanism anymore, but I would turn like, this is fucking morbid now, but fuck it. It's in the UK. It's 2:10 in the morning. Yeah. So this is fitting, but like at work we joke about, because I basically, how can I word this? I mean, we're already not getting money for this podcast, so fuck it. They joke at work, and they're like, "Oh, you can't even kill yourself properly. You're that much of a failure." Like, I don't care, because I've healed from it. But to say that with no context is fucking insensitive.
Yeah, 100%.
But at work, it's like, yeah, is what it is. It's just,
you also say something like that to a stranger,
No. But these are people.
Yeah, like in my circles, if I'm not making fun of you, I probably don't like you.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. The more comfortable I feel on rinsing you to death, the chances are the more I like you and value you as a friend.
Oh, 100%. We're the same. Like the little group we've built up, like the little community. This is the Fellowship of the Varanus, as named by Gary in chat. But the little community, and we're always poking jokes at Riddler, who's like one of my friends, who's also, we met through social media. He's a content creator, like about him being a fake fan because he's never here, but I'm always here for his, and all this other shit. It's just banter, like with the boys. And on my Patreon,
the boys.
Yeah, on the Patreon. So basically, I've got loads of different tiers on my Patreon, and all the rewards are exactly the same. And so I don't care how much you support me, you will get the same. It's all inclusive. And then you get into this Patreon, into this Discord, private Discord, and Riddler, he's, without airing his dirty laundry out, but he's had a little bit of money issue in the last little bit, and but we'll leave it at that. So he hasn't signed up for the Patreon, which is fine. I don't care. But my moderator, Michael, who created the chat, messaged me. He said, "You know, it'd be really funny if we give Riddler his own little corner, but he can't message anyone, but everyone can sort of see him." And we call it like the Riddler's Corner, which is basically just a fake fan. So he's there in the shadows, but can't interact. Just silly shit like that,
That stuff makes me laugh.
Yeah, just fucking like weird. And then we didn't tell him, so he was like, "Oh, because he can type in Riddler's Corner, but can't type in," and no one can type in Riddler's Corner other than me and the moderator, and he can't type in the main bit, so no one can fucking. Oh, this is officially the longest podcast ever, guys. Woo, 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 woo.
The bad, plaque, those YouTube plaques.
Yeah, but stick it there.
I'll put it can be an A4 paper in Sharpie, but
and then we'll have like a fucking Top Gear track list thing.
Yeah. That's what I want.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get it. I'm gonna forget, but consider it done. We'll put it right here. We'll have all the guests. That's a good idea, actually. I do like that. Maybe we'll do that. On that note, though, I am gonna. And someone said, I think Mike said, that the 2 wrap-up questions are probably going to take you 2 hours to wrap up, considering how long
hit him with me. Hit me with them.
Okay. The first one. What's the first? For fuck's sake. What's the one piece of advice you would give to someone starting the reptile hobby?
Do your research. No, that's like come back to me when you've done more research.
Don't fucking message me on bad days.
Yeah. No, man, just go slow. Go slow and increase the amount of animals you have with your skill and finances. Set boundaries, stay within them, be sensible. That's it.
Yeah. No, I do like that. I like your underlying tones of you can't achieve it, don't get it. That's yeah.
Wait until you can achieve it. Like wait until you. Yeah. There's no point struggling through it. Just wait until you've take everything in small bites, and you can definitely. A lot of people approach everything like, oh, sink or swim. It's like, I'll get it and then I'll work it out later. The other option is to go slowly, improve your skills, wait until you've got a bit more money, and create a cushion for yourself, and then make that decision from rather than take a risk, you make a decision from a position of power.
100%, man.
Your level, your space, your ability, and your finances.
There we go. And then this last question, if you've watched a few of my podcasts, you will or won't know. It's changed many a fucking times because people tell me it's too morbid. And on that note, this is irrelevant, so don't worry. But do you have kids?
No.
Okay, all right. I won't, because sometimes I say, like, what's the piece of advice you'd like to leave with your kids? But I won't ask that. What's the one piece of advice you'd like to leave with the world? Not reptile related.
Don't let anyone crush your dream. Your dream doesn't have to happen in anybody else's time. It's yours. If you've got it and you want to do it, you set that goal for yourself. You run everything. If you're serious about it and you've got a goal, you run it through a filter. Does this serve my goal? And if it doesn't serve your goal, don't do it.
Yeah.
And always push forward, even if you don't know what to do. If you're stuck with a decision and you've got this decision and you're not sure what to do something. Move forward. Because the thing about these things is that you can go halfway down a path, decide you don't like the path, go back and take the other path. Just because a door closes doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be opened again.
It's not locked.
You can always change your mind. But what happens if you don't move, you get stuck. Things that don't move get shot. So
that's a good one.
Always move forward. And if you're moving forwards, you can't go backwards. And sometimes, like everything's little bites. Get up every day and grind. Just do a little bit. Make one post. Make one reel. Make whatever it is that you're trying to do. Like if you're lifting weights, just add a little bit more weight. If you try and shave 1 second off your trap time, or whatever it is that you're trying to do, like just always just grind. Get up every day, because the only difference between your podcast and somebody else's podcast is that you do it every week. It's really, and the same thing is with some of the things that I do. I just do it every day, no matter what. I do a little bit, and no matter what, if you're doing it every day, you're moving, you move forward. So you can extrapolate that to anything that you want in life. And I'll leave you with this, because I've been talking with this about a mate recently. I have 3 little things that I talk about a lot. One is a little mantra. Number 1, don't be a little bitch. Okay. Everyone has their own little thing inside them, and you've got to crush that thing down. It's that thing that tells you can't do it, that you're not good enough, you're not this, you're not that, I can't do this, I can't lift this weight, I can't jump off this cliff. You crush that thing down. We all do it. You've got to break that thing down every day. So that's one side of it. Also, the other side of it is, be a bigger person in an argument. Don't lose friendships and stuff over dumb things. Don't be a little bitch and don't being scared, but also don't be a little bitch in terms of don't be bitching about stuff. Move forward, solve it. Number 2 is be undeniable. Be so good at what you do that even if they don't like you, they can't avoid you. And the other one is be inevitable. So no matter what you do, you set your goal, you move forward. You're coming. There's nothing they can do about it. Yeah, it's happening. You set the goal. The goal was happening. No matter what, you're always moving forward. Inevitable.
You know what's mad, right? So we've been talking now for 4 hours, 44 minutes. Shame it's not 44 milliseconds, 44 seconds. But anyway, we've been talking 4 hours and 44 minutes now. That was so captivating. You fucking believe that. And I'm not saying that to be a dickhead. Which is beautiful, because I don't know if anyone else could tell, but I could tell. You believe that, and that's beautiful.
It drives everything I do online.
Yeah, that's fucking beautiful, mate. And my one thing to leave with you, and I don't need to tell you this, but clearly, but is don't fucking lose that, because that is beautiful.
Yeah, 100%. I hope anyone can take something away from that, but yeah, it's a good way to live it.
There you go. Tyson absolutely crushed the question. Must be a first. Well, we'll forgive him for taking fucking forever in the fucking quickfire questions. Thanks for the podcast, fellas. Tyson, great work as an industry leader and driver. Cheers to you both.
Hoppers for the best grasshoppers, best and only grasshoppers in Australia.
If you're in Australia, check out Mr. Frizzles. And then in 3 years' time, I'll be camped up on his lawn.
Yeah. Beaches, Scaly Beasts, Coops, Reptiles for YouTube stuff in Australia.
Check them out. I need to get them on the podcast. Now I'm slowly infiltrating the Australians. Fucking keep me up until 2 a.m. in the morning, but it's worth it, boys.
Yeah. Follow Doc Merten on Instagram, Habitats at Home for enclosure stuff. There'll be more stuff.
Links in the description.
Soon. Habitats at Home YouTube. There's not much on there, but there will be soon. Habitats at
description.
Home AU will be a website soon.
That's not in the description. I couldn't find one.
We're moving.
I normally ask people, before the end questions, I normally ask if there's anything you want to ask me. So I'm going to ask you now. Is there anything you want to ask me? You don't have to. I normally ask people, and I feel like I owe it to you for keeping me up this late to at least ask you. Keeping me up late, fucking come on my podcast. The audacity.
Oh, man.
It could be anything, man. You can ask me my favorite color. I don't give a shit.
What was your first car?
A Vauxhall. That's a random question. A Vauxhall Corsa van was my first car.
A van?
Yeah, nice. I got a van. Yeah, I've only ever had 2 cars. My first car was an Audi A3.
Yeah, man.
I've always had vans.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Like an old V-Dub Golf, and then I had a Beamer 3.8 IS. It was like a little hood rat, little racer.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, sounds exotic. It sounds German.
It's about as exotic as an Audi A3.
Yeah, I've got a Volkswagen Caddy now, and Fee has a Citroen C3, which is a nice, quaint little car. I quite like her little car.
Very nice.
Yeah. Okay. Any final questions, everyone? Drop them in the chat now, because we're about to say our prayers and leave. Tent's ready, and we're building a better community with you all. We're slowly changing the world, one person at a time.
When you go to Friesies, I'm going to come too.
Yeah, for sure, man. That'd be fucking sick to finally meet you properly after spending forever and eternity on this podcast together. But
yeah, bro, the podcast you're doing is brilliant, man. Keep going. Keep doing it. The long form works. Yeah, like you're filling your own niche. There's a lot of other podcasts that are also very good, and Animals at Home, like we've told you, like that one's
check it out, man.
Quite scientific and has structure and is very, very good. If you're not listening to that, listen to that. You're doing wonderful things as well. Like,
I appreciate that.
I've only found you recently, and I've gone back and listened to a bunch of them, and it's good. It can't all be serious all the time.
Yeah. It's just a fucking, like I say, I say to people, it's just a hangout. There's a bit of, to be fair, like normally I do this bit where I both smoke up guest ass, and you beat me to it by blowing up the host ass. So thank you. But obviously you and I have spoken a little bit. Got to know each other just a little bit quickly after the Freezies podcast, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
You're a fucking great guy, man. Like I've watched your stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I've watched your stuff anyway. I watched you on YouTube, and I've followed you. Never liked to post because that's me, but I've followed you for a fucking while.
I get it.
You bastards. But I've followed you for a while. But talking to you now, honestly, mate, fucking, you're a wise man. You're a wise man. You've clearly been through, like you say, takes one to know one. ADHD boys. Hashtag.
But Failed a lot of times, man. Failed a lot of times.
But what you're doing, like, how can I say it without just fucking saying it? It is incredible. Like, because you've taken this dream, you've not let anyone fucking crush it. You're now part-time sparking, part-time fucking dream living, regardless of what you're doing, you're dream living.
Yep.
You know, you're looking at expanding to the website, to the warehouse. You're putting the needs of herptiles before fucking selfishness, selfish gains, fucking pleasures, any of this, and you're fucking bettering a hobby and a career as well as changing your life, and from giving me the time to share with the world how fucking wise and like smart and fucking driven you are. And like I say, that little bit at the end, forget the whole fucking podcast, right? Fuck the podcast. That little bit at the end, other than when you fucking outed me with the light, get fucked. But the little bit at the end with your mantras, I'm into that sort of, I felt that shit, and that stuck with me more than anything else you said in that podcast, mate. And like I say, that is fucking powerful. And you clearly are an incredibly driven, hungry, passionate man. And I honestly, let's not be strangers, mate, because I think you and I
Yeah,
get on
100%.
fucking well. You're honestly, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it, fucking crying about it. It's because it's up early. If this was the normal time, I told you you're a prick and I'd have just ended the podcast. But here we are taking the piss out of each other. Wow,
Yeah,
bromance.
respect.
But no, mate, I'm not just saying it.
100%. Line's always open.
No, like I'm generally not just saying it. I'm not the sort of person that says shit if I don't mean it. I'd rather just not say nothing at all. You're a wise fucking man, and I have learned a lot from you, and people can learn a lot from you. And you're not, you look incredibly young, but you're not even fucking old. And you're wise beyond your years, man. And
Tell it to my.
Okay, get them on. But no, like I say, mate, this has been. I don't want to be that podcast host that says this has been my favorite podcast. I haven't said it for every podcast, so
Favorites
I'm not.
are done, bro. Favorites are for kids.
Okay, fine. This has been a really enjoyable podcast, and I am incredibly honored to have spent this last nearly 5 hours with you. It has been an incredible use of my time, and I feel like I'm going to watch this one back, like definitely 100%, and like relish in our wisdom and our triumph.
Yeah. Let's do it.
But yeah, no, honestly, that's, mate, fucking anything I can ever do to help you out, just fucking send me a DM. Like, you're a sound guy. Everyone, links are in description. I mean, you got more followers than me. People are here for you, not me. But links in description. Tyson, mate, honestly, thank you so much. Yeah, honestly, mate. I'm saying it because I'm tired, but you're a fucking passionate guy. All right, fine. Anyway, thank you for tuning into the podcast. Everyone, like, comment, subscribe. Anyway, right, I'm gonna stop.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Awesome.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you, everyone, for checking the podcast. Thank you for sticking out with us. If you've been here the whole 4 hours, 52 minutes, 15 seconds, I love you all. Check out the Patreon. Merch generally is ending. If you've made it this far, have a good whatever time it is. You're fucking too early. And Fee's gonna be like in bed like this, fucking bloodshot eyed, like, you fucking prick. Anyway, on that note, any final words before I kick us from this podcast? Right. Captain Raptors podcast